1561. The long river is lost forever. In an instant, another Xuanwang world was reflected as if in a mirror. The first generation even saw his own shadow within it. Although that shadow lacked the true essence of immortality, it was still real and tangible, the self from when he was mortal. Such power left the first generation, even as a true immortal, deeply shocked. The last scene of the first generation's immortal body's remaining memories was the final moment he used the immortal-mortal separation technique. He looked at his reflection in front of him, his heart filled with mixed feelings. In the end, they all turned into relief. There's a reason why so many immortal friends have fled. The heavenly Luo Emperor's plan has reached its most insane point. I can feel that the day when the annihilation tribulation erupts on a large scale may be getting closer and closer. If the immortal body still exists, even if it's in the lower realm, it will probably attract annihilation. Only by shedding the immortal body can there be a glimmer of hope. The first generation pondered silently. After bidding farewell to his past self, he threw himself into the mortal body. I really hope that one day, I can come back. This was the last thought of the first generation after transforming from immortal to mortal. Li Fan emerged from the first generation's memories. Clearly, the first generation did not achieve his wish. Once the sky falls, how easy is it to recover? The most crucial thing is the abandonment of the three sages. Because it's irrelevant to the final outcome, even if the three sages have the ability to save the world, they won't waste their power on such trivial matters. Strong individuals who haven't escaped the original possibilities can only choose to save themselves. Or simply leave. Li Fan shook his head slightly. Speaking of which, I don't know what the heavenly Luo Emperor's plan is. To completely resolve the annihilation tribulation, and then the entire immortal realm will transcend. Previously, even if Li Fan thought about it, he couldn't think of a possible method. However, after reading the complete mountain and sea fable, he found a possibility. Born from the sea, standing on the mountain, one can transcend the mountains and seas. If this theory is correct, then as long as you find the Euro mountain and sea Great Tao Euro, like longevity and return to truth, and integrate them with the immortal world, then it is possible to make it transcend the mountains and seas as a whole. Naturally, there is no need to be troubled by the annihilation tribulation. But this is just theory. Outside the mountains and seas, there seems to be another great horror. The ending of the first creature in the fable that connected the sea to the mountains, after the fusion of the mountain and sea Tao and looking outside the mountains and seas, proves that there is great danger in it. Even if it succeeds, I'm afraid the outcome will not be much better than being swallowed by the annihilation tribulation. Li Fan was still a little curious about the heavenly Luo Emperor and the final outcome of the immortal world. It's a pity that at this point in time, everything has long been destined and cannot be investigated. Perhaps by going back up the river of time, one can discover more clues. But it's not very meaningful. Li Fan restrained his thoughts and stared intently at the first generation's immortal body in front of him, stimulating its intelligence. The first generation opened his eyes, and after a moment of confusion, he quickly understood the situation. He bowed to Li Fan. Li Fan then used the first generation's body to observe the state of the annihilation tribulation outside the Xuanwang world. Well, it's much more stable than it was 10,000 years later. The situation of the collapse of the building that the first generation was worried about before his transformation into mortality did not happen. It should be because the bones of the previous hungry immortal buried under the immortal ruins are silently supporting it. After checking for a while, Li Fan withdrew his gaze. He has no plans to provoke the hungry immortal for the time being. In the past, he could act recklessly and destroy the world at the slightest disagreement. Anyway, Wanjun was there to support him. But not now. With this immortal body, and with the help of an immortal formation, it shouldn't be a problem to capture the hungry immortal. However, Li Fan cannot guarantee that while the two sides are fighting, he can still safely protect the safety of the Xuanwang world. If Xuanwang is damaged, all the anchor points he worked so hard to build in this period of time will be destroyed. At that time, let alone capturing the hungry immortal, I am afraid that he himself will be in danger. Staying next to the immortal ruins is still a bit too dangerous. Next, I have to think of a way to safely transfer the Xuanwang world first. Li Fan had experience in this area before. After a little thought, a plan had already taken shape in his mind. In this era, the 10 sects still have a certain amount of power. Some trivial matters can be left to them to do. However, before that, Li Fan's heart moved, and he instantly gained control of the first generation's immortal body. With a flash of his figure, he left the root space of heaven and earth and came to the hill where the fishing pond was located. Standing in the air, gazing at the ground below, there is still vitality of Ruamu maintaining it. Does that mean that there is still a Tishan emperor here? Li Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he made full preparations and walked slowly into the underground village. Almost the same as what I saw 10,000 years later. It seems that time has been frozen in this small village. However, when Li Fan followed his memory and came to the painting where the Tishan emperor was hiding, his footsteps couldn't help but stop. The painting is still the same painting. The young Xuantian king, his childhood sweetheart, and many children in the mountain village are all in the painting. But there is only one old man missing who is lying down to rest. Disappeared. In an instant, Li Fan felt a little lost. And mixed with a little relief. The place where the Tishan emperor was lying was empty. Even the retrograde boat has disappeared. However, the vitality controlled and absorbed by the Xuantian king's secret method is still tirelessly pouring into and nourishing this painting. Without the Tishan emperor, all the vitality was absorbed by it alone. Therefore, this painting has undergone quite mysterious changes. Li Fan seemed to hear the sound of Zhan Yuanong playing with his childhood sweetheart in the past. Even the two children in the painting seemed to notice Li Fan's approach outside the painting. Slowly turning their eyes towards Li Fan. Seeing such a strange scene, Li Fan couldn't help but think of the fate of the descendants of Zhan Yuanong. After pondering for a moment, Li Fan temporarily put away this painting. After isolating the prying eyes of the people in the painting, he first thought about the disappearance of the Tishan emperor. It seems that after mastering the way of retrograde and going against the river of time, no matter where it falls in the river, the existence of other time nodes will also disappear in common. It seems a little difficult to understand. However, Li Fan associated with the various experiences he had when traveling through the river of time, and slowly understood. Originally, I was just a drop of water in the long river, and I could only go with the flow. But when I have the ability to go retrograde, going upstream along the river forms a line in the river. This line is my complete body today. In a sense, I have now become a life form similar to the river of time. It's just that now my main consciousness is trapped in this time and space of the river, and I can't see the encounters of other parts of my body. It's like the five senses are closed. This is also why my retrograde path is just getting started. If this path is completed, I will be able to jump on the river, and all my experiences in the river will be clear to my chest. As Li Fan stood still at the place where the Tishan emperor disappeared, many insights emerged in his mind. The retrograde boat in his body, which was already broken, began to slowly recover. Even if the repair speed is very slow, it is already a qualitative change compared to the previous state of no self-repair at all. Generally speaking, after mastering the retrograde path, ordinary methods cannot kill it. What dies is just a drop of water in the long river. As long as the long river is still there, the water droplets become lines, then it is immortal. Unless the river itself washes away and assimilates self-consciousness. There is also the annihilation tribulation, which swallows the entire time and space. Or like the Tishan emperor, actively giving up his life. It was not until this moment that Li Fan knew what kind of sacrifice the Tishan emperor had made to help him understand the Tao. Indeed, the Tishan emperor's body and soul had decayed due to excessive retrograde. Only a ray of remnant shadow survived. But this does not mean that he has no chance to fully recover. Even without the mountain and sea great Tao like the guardian of the hills to save him. As long as the river of time, which was swallowed and blocked by the annihilation tribulation, is restored to smoothness. The water flow from the upstream will irrigate down again, then the Tishan emperor can immediately return to the peak state in the previous period of time. Although this seems to be more difficult to achieve than the mountain and sea great Tao's rescue. In fact, it is not. Because it is not the connection of the entire river of time that can save it, but only the connection with the previous period of time. Since the guardian of the hills can cross the eternal silence void realm, then carrying the remnant shadow of the Tishan emperor to the previous period of time can easily save him. Anyway, the Starfire transmission and rescue plan to the ancient times has been going on, it's just a matter of doing it along the way. Even if no one is willing to help do this, the Tishan emperor doesn't have to do anything. He only needs to patiently survive and wait. Until the day when the river of time is reconnected. If the perspective is put in the long run, there are only two endings for the entire mountain and sea world. Either completely merge into the mountains and seas and be swallowed by the annihilation tribulation, or the creatures of the mountains and seas will successfully save themselves. If it is the former, anyway, the end of all living beings is the same. Death is death. If it is the latter, the Titian Emperor will naturally be resurrected. The Titian Emperor must understand this principle. But he insisted on giving up this opportunity. Li Fan narrowed his eyes, recalling the enlightened words of the Titian Emperor before he disappeared. It is meaningless to survive here. I will simply teach you the retrograde path that I have realized today. If one day, you can go to the eternal silence void realm to help me, then my sacrifice today will not be in vain. The Titian Emperor's resolute expression seemed to be vivid in his mind. Li Fan shook his head repeatedly. Although you saved my life, it is still difficult to understand. To give up the only but very stable vitality. If in the future, when the long river is reconnected, perhaps a new Titian Emperor in another time and space will reappear. But the one who constantly traced back and saved the world in this period of time will never return. This one has the grace of teaching and saving my life. As for the others, that Titian Emperor is not this Titian Emperor. Perhaps, the only way to restore it in the entire mountain and sea is a return to truth a. Li Fan's heart suddenly moved. But his understanding of the transformation between truth and falsehood is now difficult even to fully restore his peak cultivation. Let alone create an immortal emperor who has been completely annihilated out of thin air. Li Fan was helpless and temporarily gave up this idea. Solemnly sealing off the underground village here with an immortal formation, Li Fan left the underground and instinctively looked towards the fishing pond not far away. At this point in time, there is no Taoist temple built outside the fishing pond. It's just a lonely pond of water, lying peacefully in the mountains. I'm afraid no one would have thought that such a seemingly ordinary pond would involve the existence of the Nameless Realm. Even beyond the Nameless Realm. After all, the Titian Emperor called it the Euro Mountain and Sea Fishing Ground Euro. Even if he is manipulating the immortal body at this moment, Li Fan did not approach. Just watched from a distance. Since there is a mountain and sea fishing ground, the fishing pond is not connected to a single possibility. Instead, it has built and opened up the entire upper mountain. What a good handwriting. The fishing immortal behind this is at least a strong man in the transcendence realm. I just don't know if he can do what the Guardian of the Hills can do and cross the eternal silence void realm. However, Li Fan suddenly thought that in addition to the stone tablet trying to understand the way of fishing and then suddenly being sucked away, it seems that Zhan Tianwang also disappeared in this fishing pond. Those who can have this kind of leisurely mood to fish should still be within this period of time. They have not yet reached the level of being able to cross the eternal silence. But even so, it is not something I can provoke now. A trace of fear flashed in Li Fan's eyes. Even with the protection of Wanjun, Li Fan avoided the fishing pond and the existence behind it. Not to mention now that there is only a piece of retrograde wooden board for self-defense. Don't worry, sooner or later, I will have to face this Euro fishing Immortal Euro. Li Fan suppressed the many emotions in his heart and returned to the root space of heaven and earth. He handed the painting to the main body. The main body slowly unfolded the painting, and almost instantly, he and the young Zhan Tianwang in the painting met eyes. It seemed that the other party had expected that there would be someone outside the painting. Li Fan was not surprised. Without the Titian Emperor inside, he would not be frightened by a mere painting. Ignoring the prying eyes of the young Zhan Yuanong, Li Fan carefully listened to the rustling sound coming from his ears. Sure enough, it is the same as the demonic sound that I heard before from the bloodline of the Zhan Yuan family, which is like a curse. But it is clearer. Is Zhan Tianwang trying to convey something through this method? If it is said that true immortal seal characters are used to inscribe the Tao with words, then this demonic sound uses rhythm to depict the path of Tao. Li Fan only saw Da Fashi using the sound to draw the Tao in the original possibility. Most other true immortals follow the path of inscribe the Tao with the immortal Tao. It seems that perhaps this Zhan Yin Tao does not come from the original, but from another possibility, where Zhan Tianwang disappeared. Da Fashi studied under the three sages. The three sages already exist in many possibilities, so it is understandable. Li Fan tried to parse the rhythm transmitted by this Zhan Tianwang. When the three Taos merged, he had merged with the mountains and seas. Now, it is much easier for him to understand the great Tao between the mountains and seas than before. Moreover, his understanding was not weak in the past. Before long, he roughly had a result. 1562. The gaze of mountains and seas. False words, ceaseless creation. Intent, spirit, body, soul, born from chaos, returning to chaos. One existence, eternal existence. Both lost and retained. No beginning, no end, no past, no present. Ordinary yet extraordinary, saintly yet not Olivia Euro. Through this painting before him, the profound sounds of the great Tao that Li Fan heard were even more detailed and clear than those he had obtained from the memories of the heavenly physician and the law transmitter. The profound sounds of the great Tao transmitted by the Zon heavenly king possessed infinite wonders. They could influence the past from the present and alter reality through illusion. In the past, even though Li Fan had learned this mystical sound technique, he had never understood how it was done. It wasn't until Li Fan traveled against the current in the river of time using the inverse voyage boat that he gained some understanding. This mystical sound incorporates some of the Tao of inversion. However, it is not the body traversing the river, but rather the sounds themselves. It is like shouting from the lower reaches of the river, echoing to the upper reaches. Speaking of which, the Zon heavenly king once controlled the inverse voyage boat. It is not surprising that he possesses this method. If I wanted Toa Euro, Li Fan narrowed his eyes. His thoughts instantly returned to the moment he had just fallen into this period of time. Because he came from the future, his upper limit in this period of time was this very moment. You brat, you're finally awake. Quick, tell me what happened to the Medicine King sect. Confess honestly, and I might spare you. Otherwise Euro. Stop wasting time with him, just search his soul. It was when the disciples of Evergreen Valley surrounded Li Fan. Li Fan, in the present, silently chanted the mystical sound technique. This faint and profound sound passed through the turbulent waves of the river of time, traversing several years. It traveled upstream a short distance and reached the ears of these Evergreen Valley disciples. The expressions of the crowd suddenly became somewhat confused. They carefully sized up Li Fan for a moment before suddenly realizing, so it's you, kid. Why did you come here alone? Li Fan had twisted and rewritten their perceptions through the mystical sound. Thus, this calamity, which originally required Li Fan to use the means of illusion to dispel, was resolved invisibly. The past, Li Fan, seeing the inexplicable changes in the people before him, seemed to realize something. His gaze pierced through the river of time, meeting the eyes of the future, or rather the present, Li Fan. Buzz, buzz, booza Euro. In the ears of the present Li Fan, there was a faint sound of a huge roar. It was like the rushing of a river, the rumble of thunder. It did not originate from the Xuanwang realm, but from this period of time itself. Without that slap on Li Fan's head, these evergreen disciples would not have died. Although it was only the lives of a few insignificant foundation establishment cultivators, it would not cause a major change in the river of time. But it still caused some ripples. Of course, with Li Fan's current realm of deep-rooted anchors, this tremor could no longer affect him. Let the river roar, he remained unmoved. After completing this mystical sound technique of traversing time, Li Fan was quite pleasantly surprised and savored it for a long time. In the past, he had also successfully influenced and changed the minds of He Jinghao and others through the mystical sound technique. But at that time, he only mastered the technique itself, and had no idea about the principle of how the technique was achieved. But now, Li Fan seemed to have witnessed the entire process of the mystical sound flowing backward and traversing. He even made a momentary contact with his past self. Although this contact only lasted for a moment before being obscured by the river of time again. But Li Fan still felt some differences in himself. Looking out over the river of time, what he could see seemed to be slightly further. Not just the past, but also the future. As for the established past, the future is actually in a constant state of change, with countless possibilities. What Li Fan saw was not a single future, but a collection of countless possibilities. But after looking at it carefully for a few more times, he felt a little dizzy. He had to withdraw from this mystical state. But he couldn't stop the joy in his heart. It seems that those who control the Tao of inversion, although they have the ability to reverse any time they are in, they also need to face the backlash of the river. As the saying goes, kill 1,000 enemies, lose 800 of your own. Of course, if you are extremely stable in the river, you can ignore this kind of shock backlash. As for the reason why I didn't suffer any backlash when I used the mystical sound technique before. First, I was still under the protection of Wanjun at that time. Naturally, I could ignore such disturbances. Secondly, at that time, I had not yet jumped out of the river. I was still considered a part of the river. Even if the river changed its course, the impact on myself would not be great. But once you jump out of the river, the meaning is immediately different. No longer belonging to the river, you need to face the wind and rain alone. Li Fan recalled the situation at that time, and realized something in his heart. If I was just a drop of water jumping out of the river before, then now, I can barely be considered to have changed from a drop of water to a section of the river. Li Fan was a little proud. It's just too short. However, as I accompany the river of time, flowing down, it will naturally become longer and longer. However, correspondingly, the required self-control will become more and more strict. Li Fan sensed that as time passed, the imprint he left in the river was also slowly increasing. As long as I use this mystical sound technique from time to exercise my ability to connect the beginning and the end, I can maintain this state now. The longer you live, the stronger you become. Thousands of years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years. If Shocho's great Tao of longevity was because of strength, then this Tao of inversion has a bit of the flavor of becoming stronger because of longevity. Ordinary longevity will definitely not be able to achieve this point of becoming more and more powerful the longer you live. But refining the body into a line and swimming in the river of time is completely different. Li Fan looked outside the sky, as if he had glimpsed the river of time he was in. All kinds of insights surged into his heart like waves. The surrounding aura fluctuated. When Li Fan woke up, he felt that his adaptability to the river had improved further. This time, it was not through external objects such as space-time anchors. But Li Fan himself was more adapted to living in the river of time. Just like a fish in water, a bird flying in the sky. After stepping into a forbidden area that could not be touched, he went further and merged into it. Now, even if all the anchors are lost and the inverse voyage boat is destroyed, I can barely struggle alone in the river for a period of time, and I won't be destroyed by the river's turbulence in an instant. This was undoubtedly a great reassurance for Li Fan. The current Li Fan has a very low level of trust in all external objects. It can't be blamed on his paranoia. After all, even Wanjun can fail, so what can ensure it will always be useful? Only rely on yourself, purely yourself. Li Fan's thoughts returned to this mystical sound technique. The mystical sound is deeply hidden within the bloodline of the Xuanyuan clan. It should be Xuanyuan Hong using his bloodline connection with his descendants to achieve communication. Not only can it cross possibilities, but it can also travel through 10,000 years of time. However, where and when does the source of this mystical sound come from? Li Fan listened again. The sound, like a faint sound from outside the sky, became clearer and clearer. Li Fan seemed to rise into the air, all the way along the sound, floating out of the Xuanwang realm. Leaving the dark star sea, crossing the high wall, jumping out of the original possibility. Coming outside the mortal world, facing the mountains and seas. The turbulent river of time that could be observed in the mortal world suddenly disappeared. Observed from this perspective, the mountains and seas seemed to have the attribute of freezing time itself. Whether it was 10,000 years ago, or hundreds of millions of years later, they are all in the mountains and seas. This is a wonderful experience that is difficult to describe. Although it is a bit incredible, even contrary to common sense, Li Fan knew that everything he knew, experienced, and even heard, past, present, and future, they are all frozen in the mountains and seas. The calamity of Tao annihilation affects all time periods. All beings on all time nodes are doomed. So that's how it is. As if in a state of absolute rationality, Li Fan calmly thought. He even forgot the reason why he came here. After he solved the puzzle in his heart, another question naturally emerged. Then, what exactly does outside the mountains and seas represent? What is that star recorded in the allegory that suddenly appeared at the end of the mountains and seas time? Seeming to sense the things involved in Li Fan's thoughts, the originally calm and frozen mountains and seas suddenly came alive. Li Fan could even clearly feel the creepy gaze coming from all around him. Alarmed, he decisively stopped his behavior of floating along the sound to a certain place in the mountains and seas. In an instant, he returned to reality. Li Fan looked up at the sky, observing with lingering fear for a long time. It took a full half a day before the extremely strong sense of crisis in his heart slowly subsided. Fortunately, I am used to adding the blessing of illusion as truth to myself. Even if it is a simplified version now, it has played a life-saving role. You must know that Wanjun is currently in a state of sleep and failure. Li Fan's escape this time can definitely be regarded as a narrow escape from death. Even after experiencing the crisis of the fusion of the three Taos, he did not expect that the senses of the mountains and seas would be so sensitive. It shouldn't be like this. Li Fan frowned immediately. This was not the first time he had faced the mountains and seas directly. But Li Fan could almost be sure that the mountains and seas had never been so sensitive to his existence, which was not even worthy of being called an ant compared to the mountains and seas. It seems that my previous hunch was right. After experiencing the fusion of the three Taos, even if it is reversed by Wanjun, in the mountains and seas, I have become different from the existence in the general sense. It's okay to hide in the mortal world. If you rashly leave the mountains and seas, I am afraid that you will have to face the scrutiny of the mountains and seas at any time. Just like what I just experienced. Thinking of this, Li Fan felt quite heavy in his heart. But he couldn't think of any good way to deal with the power of the mountains and seas for a while. Fortunately, I didn't rashly ascend to the immortal realm, but replaced it with an immortal puppet and an immortal formation. Otherwise, there would really be a danger to my life. Li Fan's expression was gloomy. Since regaining his memory, he has been walking on thin ice. He is always worried about the backlash of the river of time, and he also has to guard against the gaze of the mountains and seas. This made Li Fan, who had become accustomed to the previous recklessness when Wanjun was in hand, felt a strong sense of restraint. But the situation is stronger than people. Neither the river of time nor the mountains and seas are existences he can contend with. He can only bow his head and be a man for the time being. Take it slowly, Li Fan sighed. First, achieve complete stability in the river of time. His thoughts refocused on the mystical sound. Li Fan recalled what he had just seen in the mountains and seas. The source of the sound seems to be from a more distant past. But it should still be in our time and space. And not outside the eternal silent void. Could it be that the Zan Heavenly King is also trying to cross the void realm and go to the past to save the world? Does he already have such strength? Also, rather than saying that this mystical sound is what he wants to convey, it is more like leaving a mark to guide later generations to go. Could it be Euro? A thought suddenly surged into Li Fan's heart. Has he already fallen? Otherwise, according to common sense, he would not be so persistent and stable, spanning the river of time, and sending out the mystical sound to connect. Li Fan thought for a long time, and finally shook his head slightly, choosing to shield the mystical sound. Even if this guess is true, he will never go out of curiosity. The Zan Heavenly King's strength was buried there, presumably he, Li Fan, would not be much better. Especially now, without the protection of Wanjun. He would not risk his life even more. Perhaps in the future, when my strength is sufficient and I can walk leisurely in the mountains and seas, I will go and find out. Li Fan thought so in his heart. Slowly putting away the painting, Li Fan did not casually collect it. Instead, he suppressed it in the root space of the Xuanwang heaven and earth. The second thing has also been concluded. Next to Euro. Black Heavenly Physician, Evil Subai. When the object to be faced changes from a behemoth like the mountains and seas to a detached powerhouse like this, everything seems to be so easy. At the very least, the mountains and seas make the current Li Fan unable to have the idea of resistance or even trying to deal with it. He only thinks about fleeing in panic. And the Black Heavenly Physician and Evil Subai, at least, can think about countermeasures. These two detached powerhouses are no different from time bombs for the entire Dark Star Sea. As long as Subai and the Heavenly Physician step out of the high wall, the bombs will be detonated instantly. Li Fan, who regards Xuanwang as his anchor foundation, must completely eliminate this risk as early as possible. Through the previous search of the memories of the Xuanwang Heavenly Venerable, Li Fan roughly locked in the current time node. The Heavenly Law realm has not been completely destroyed, and is in a period of recuperation after the war. The Heavenly Physician doesn't know if he has already launched the Heavenly Soul reincarnation technique. And Subai has not yet been born. But it's coming soon. Li Fan pondered for a long time, and decided to meet the law transmitter of the current time node first. The descendant of the Zan Heavenly King, Xuanyuan Tuo. The Myriad Immortals Alliance, as a new force, participated in the Taiyuan Realm War. The relationship between the new law cultivators and the immortal Tao 10 sects has eased a lot compared to the original time and space. In particular, the powerful combat power shown by the new law cultivators during the desperate battle directly attracted many ancient law cultivators to switch to cultivation. And the 10 sects are currently basically focused on developing the Taiyuan realm and the nearby starry sky. They have no time to care about the Myriad Immortals Alliance. So the Myriad Immortals Alliance is growing more and more wildly. 1563. Compassionate Palm Heavenly Doctor. Although the Myriad Immortals Alliance's power grew stronger, showing a tendency to rival the immortal Tao Ten sects, Xuanfa himself became increasingly cautious. He rarely appeared in public. The official explanation was that Xuanfa had witnessed a true immortal attain enlightenment and was inspired, leading him to seclude himself for comprehension. However, Li Fan knew that while this was partly true, it was more likely that Xuanfa was wary of the Ten sects' schemes. After all, the Ten sects' style of doing things had become known throughout Xuanwang during the Taiyuan battle. Although Xuanfa was hiding, it would only take Li Fan a moment to find him. He wouldn't even need to use his divine sense to search. Li Fan now controlled the Xuanwang Great Heavenly Venerate's authority. He only needed to use the various things that originally belonged to the world and were later absorbed by Xuanfa's new law to instantly locate him. Xuanfa used a myriad spirits of Xuantian to build his Tao foundation, heavenly derivation method to achieve golden core, primordial cave heaven to advance to nascent soul, myriad transformations of the universe to step into transformation God, and the essence of heaven and earth, golden governance to achieve Tao integration even compared to my accumulation from multiple reincarnations, it's not much inferior. He truly is a pride of the era, a figure who will dominate the Xuanwang world for the next 10,000 years, Golden governance was one of the basic principles used to control the Xuanwang world when it was first created. Although it was absorbed and refined by Xuanfa, it still had countless connections with the Xuanwang world. Therefore, Xuanfa could control the world to some extent. It was this connection that became Xuanfa's self-imposed cocoon. Found you. Li Fan's figure flickered, crossing thousands of mountains and rivers in an instant. Like a ghost, he descended beside Xuanfa. At this moment, Zhan Yuan Tuo was disguised as an old cowherd, holding a whip and riding backwards on a green ox. He was driving the cattle to graze in the fields. Seeing the sudden appearance of Li Fan, his expression turned serious. Xuan Yuan Tuo Li Fan sized him up with a smile that wasn't a smile. However, before he could finish speaking, Zhan Yuan Tuo suddenly erupted, striking first. Thousands of golden chains suddenly appeared in the world, stretching out from all directions. They accurately locked onto Li Fan in the center. In Zhan Yuan Tuo's hand, he held a small, ancient bronze mirror high. The ancient mirror was simple and profound. Within its blurred surface, it seemed to reflect the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the Xuanwang world. The golden chains were naturally the essence of heaven and earth, golden governance. And the small mirror in Xuanfa's hand was the heavenly Zhan mirror. Li Fan was somewhat surprised to see this. Because according to the heavenly Zhan mirror's memories that he had read, it was subdued by Xuanfa and heavenly physician after Xuanfa attained enlightenment. And now, Xuanfa had not yet attained immortality. Heavenly physician should not be fully awake either. It seems that my actions have caused deviations. But it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant to the final outcome. Li Fan's expression was calm. The golden governance chains, which could restrain and control all living beings in the Xuanwang world, accurately struck Li Fan. However, Li Fan seemed to be just a phantom, and the thousands of golden chains passed through him, hitting nothing. The heavenly Zhan mirror, which reflected all the profound secrets of the mortal world, also failed to show Li Fan's figure. Even after realizing that something was wrong, a burst of green light suddenly erupted from the mirror's surface, trying to break free from Xuanfa's control and escape. Seeing that his 2 major killing moves had failed, Xuanfa's face was filled with astonishment. Only a moment later, he understood the realm and strength of the person who had appeared before him. True immortal. Before he could react any further, Li Fan suppressed the man and the mirror with a flip of his hand. Then, he began to observe them carefully. Although the target this time was Xuanfa, Li Fan first looked at the heavenly Zhan mirror. Because the heavenly Zhan mirror at this time was very different from the one he had seen 10,000 years later. Not having completely completed its transformation into an immortal artifact, the heavenly Zhan mirror still had traces of immortal charm. You've gone astray. The more ferocious the great calamity, the more you must face it head-on. Only then will there be a glimmer of hope. Can you escape for a moment, or can you escape for a lifetime? Li Fan shook his head and sighed. With a wave of his hand, he helped the heavenly Zon mirror complete its restoration. With the reconnection to Fang Mountain and the Infinite Sea, the heavenly Zon mirror's efforts over the past 10,000 years had been in vain. The ancient simplicity faded away, emitting the unique lustrous glow of an immortal artifact. It was as if it had obtained the essence of heaven and earth, and it was wonderful beyond words at first glance. Although it had become stronger, the heavenly Zon mirror was indescribably depressed. If it weren't for being controlled by Li Fan at this moment and unable to resist, it would probably immediately crush him to ashes. The transformation of an immortal artifact was 100 times more difficult than the transformation of a true immortal into immortal. After all, immortal artifacts were creations of true immortals, refined by immortals to serve them. They could not easily be allowed to lose control. Only the heavenly Zon mirror itself knew how much it had paid to get to this point. While measuring the sky and the earth in this Xuanwang world, it slowly severed its own shackles. It never expected that so many past efforts would be erased by this immortal in one fell swoop. The mirror trembled with rage. However, the surrounding force, which seemed capable of crushing the heavenly Zon mirror, instantly sobered it up. Oh, the mortal lord is right to reprimand. It had no choice but to say this helplessly. In the blink of an eye, Li Fan's divine sense had invaded the core of the heavenly Zon mirror. He released the restrictions imposed on it by Xuanfa. It seems that the heavenly Zon mirror was not completely subdued by Xuanfa. Rather, the two had reached some kind of cooperation. Li Fan saw at a glance that the restrictions in the mirror were not enough to completely restrain it. Reflect well. Do not disappoint Zon Yuanong's expectations. After Li Fan finished speaking, he suppressed and collected the heavenly Zon mirror, which was once again trembling and full of speculation. Then, he looked at Zon Yuantuo. Although he had been captured, Zon Yuantuo did not show any fear. He was even silently observing Li Fan as Li Fan sized him up. The two's gazes met. Zon Yuantuo was somewhat confused and doubtful. Li Fan's gaze directly penetrated the surface of Zon Yuantuo's divine soul, reaching deep inside. As expected, he found a faint, transparent figure. Evenly physician a. A mysterious smile appeared on the corner of Li Fan's mouth. Golden light flickered in his hand, and a row of golden needles appeared out of thin air. In Zon Yuantuo's horrified gaze, 999 golden needles were successively inserted all over his body. Although his body was covered with golden needles, Zon Yuantuo did not feel any pain. On the contrary, his heart became more peaceful, and his mind became clearer. With the help of the golden needles, he seemed to have a clearer understanding of himself. Therefore, he also discovered the foreign figure in his body. This is. Never knowing that there was such a foreign object in his body, Zon Yuantuo was extremely surprised. Under his gaze, this figure, which seemed to be asleep, was slowly wrapped in golden light and dragged out step by step. Apart from some inevitable pain in his soul, Zon Yuantuo did not feel any other discomfort. Even as this foreign object was expelled, he felt that his soul and body were becoming more harmonious and free. Those epiphanies and thoughts that had always stopped at critical moments now seemed to burst forth all at once, as if they had been suppressed for a long time. More importantly, the inexplicable murmuring sound that had only appeared in times of serious injury and crisis had also become clearer. Under the influence of this murmuring sound, Zon Yuantuo felt that the invisible shackles on his body seemed to be loosening. Zon Yuantuo was overjoyed, but he remained calm and pretended to still be immersed in the shock of the expulsion of the foreign object. However, Li Fan's next words ruthlessly shattered his fantasy. With your current cultivation, it is not beneficial to listen to this mysterious sound too much. I will temporarily seal it for you. Before the words were finished, the murmuring sound that had originally lingered in Zon Yuantuo's ears disappeared for no reason. The hope of breaking free that had just risen was shattered in an instant, and Zon Yuantuo was momentarily stunned. The mysterious sound from the bloodline is even clearer and more explicit than the one from the painting. The direction is even stronger. Zon Yuantuo did not know that the mysterious sound had not disappeared. Rather, it had all been cut off by Li Fan. This time, Li Fan's will did not follow the mysterious sound to the world beyond. He just watched and observed from afar. About 15,000 years earlier. This seems to be time when Zhang Wang created the Zhang sect after escaping from the Immortal realm. A euro oh, but the corresponding target is not a euro original a euro. Perhaps it is another similar possibility. A euro. The instructions of the mysterious sound from his own bloodline were too clear. Because Li Fan could vaguely see the approximate destination of the mysterious sound's guidance. But now, Li Fan had no intention of going to explore it. After watching silently for a while, he withdrew his gaze. Ignoring the extremely depressed Zhan Yuan Tuo, he first observed the transparent, thin shadow in his hand. Like a thin film, its appearance was difficult to distinguish. It was impossible to tell that this was the heavenly physician who had once brought Li Fan great psychological trauma. A euro oh little friend, what are you expecting? A euro. That scene from back then seemed to be still vivid in his mind. However, now that Li Fan recalled it carefully, it seemed to be a long time ago. The trance-like feeling of being separated by a lifetime made Li Fan quite emotional. Once in his heart, he had been extremely eager to complete his counterattack against the heavenly physician. He even wanted to prank him and scare him. But when he really had the strength to do this, he felt a little uninspired. A euro oh, after all, I have been frightened too many times on the road to immortality. A euro. A euro oh, heavenly physician is nothing. A euro. Although he had already let go in his heart, Li Fan did not intend to let go of the heavenly physician. A euro oh, evenly soul reincarnation. A euro. Li Fan was not very interested in the heavenly physician. But he was very interested in the unique creation of a euro heavenly soul a euro. A euro e, a heavenly demon entity, even in the immortal realm, is a rare item. A euro. A euro oh, heavenly physician was able to easily deceive the Xuanwang heavenly Tao, and even suppressed Zhan Yuan Tuo's consciousness in the end, gaining control of his body. The heavenly demon can be said to have made great contributions. A euro. Li Fan gently stroked the transparent organization in front of him. His divine sense was like a knife and a needle, slowly decomposing and cutting it. Even with his current methods, this step was done with extreme caution. Under the heavenly soul reincarnation technique, the heavenly physician's remnant divine soul was almost completely fused with the heavenly demon. Unless one had the means of a true immortal, it would be difficult to separate them. A euro oh, heavenly demon is the supreme heart demon. A euro. A euro oh, human heart thinks 100 times, all corresponding to the great Tao of heaven and earth. And the demon of heaven is the heart demon born from the operation of the great Tao of heaven and earth a euro. Under the suppression of Li Fan's power, the heavenly physician was still in a deep sleep. But the heavenly demon seemed to sense the external crisis, and the transparent organization was like boiling water. It trembled violently for no reason. In order not to destroy the integrity of the heavenly demon, Li Fan did not take any rough measures. He only used the power of immortal spirit to slowly and gently suppress it. It took a lot of effort to completely separate it from the heavenly physician. Without the protection of the heavenly demon, the heavenly physician's divine soul finally revealed its original appearance. Although it was the same white-haired, compassionate appearance that Li Fan had seen in later generations, it felt invisibly younger. A euro oh, perhaps it is because he has not yet experienced the tragedy of the heavenly law realm. A euro, Li Fan thought to himself. A euro e, in this Xuanwang world that I control, the crisis of the heavenly law realm's extinction no longer exists. Whether for the heavenly physician or the heavenly law realm, it is a great blessing. A euro, Li Fan nodded slightly, thinking of what he had seen in the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. After first suppressing and collecting the sleeping heavenly physician, Li Fan's divine sense invaded the separated heavenly demon organization. He tried to analyze the mysteries of the heavenly demon. Sensing the invasion of foreign objects, even if it seemed to have no will of its own, even in a state of being sealed and suppressed. This heavenly demon could still stir up the power of resistance. Li Fan seemed to have returned to the river of time, and his consciousness was stirred up by waves of shocking waves. The world was spinning, and everything was in chaos. Countless memories of the past all flew in like snowflakes. Sometimes, it may be a good thing for people to recall the past and reflect on themselves. But excessive indulgence in memories may lead to losing oneself. Li Fan undoubtedly realized the danger. In an instant, hundreds of millions of hands were separated around his consciousness form. All these stirred memories were collected and reorganized piece by piece. In the fleeting shadows, Li Fan saw himself diligently and hard-workingly venturing into the great Zhan small world when he had not yet awakened his true return. He saw himself relying on the foresight of rebirth, becoming the great Zhan Grand Tutor, and wreaking havoc in the court. He saw himself meeting Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi, and knowing that there were immortals. After many lifetimes of hardship, he finally broke through the Great Formation and flew into Xuanwang. He saw himself building the foundation for 100 lifetimes, laying an incomparably solid foundation. He saw himself wandering and exploring step by step in the strange and unusual Xuanwang world. From foundation establishment to golden core, he finally promoted the sublimation of the Xuanwang world and attained the realm of half-immortal. Then, he broke the situation and crossed the high wall. He encountered the change of the fusion of the three Taos, and everything started again. With the help of the Taishan Emperor, he went against the river of time, directly to this day. As Li Fan slowly gathered and integrated the fragments of his past memories, Li Fan discovered some things in the process of examining his past as a pure bystander that he had originally thought were au naturel but now seemed extremely strange. Li Fan has always been full of confidence in his intuition. In past reincarnations, countless times, at critical moments of crisis, his heart's intuition warned him, saving his life. It can be said that Li Fan's trust in his own intuition is even above a true return a. If there was only true return, and not such a keen and incredible intuition, then perhaps several times, Li Fan would have been captured before he could even activate true return. In the past, Li Fan believed that his intuition was innate. It was a matter of course. But is that really the case? 1564. The grandfather who passed on the Dharma. Seeking good fortune and avoiding disaster, turning misfortune into blessing. If it were only within a certain range, perhaps it could be explained by so-called talent. But those risks that even Huan Zhen failed to perceive, I often still manage to sense in advance and issue warnings. Li Fan's expression was grave, and he couldn't help but be suspicious. Could it be that this intuition is greatly related to my own infinite spirituality? What kind of talent is this exactly? Is it related to my identity as a transmigrator? Inevitably, a series of questions arose one after another in Li Fan's mind. The first stage of the new law is called building foundation with myself. Logically speaking, as Li Fan's cultivation and knowledge grow, he should be getting closer and closer to achieving this goal. But as more and more mysteries about himself are uncovered, Li Fan finds that he seems to be getting further and further away from building foundation with myself. Even without considering the factor of Huan Zhen, he almost lost himself in this storm of self-doubt, until a very familiar fluctuation emanated from the depths of his soul. Like a timely rain after a long drought, it helped Li Fan to suddenly awaken. It was Huan Zhen, who had been seriously injured and in a deep sleep for a long time. Even though this fluctuation was only fleeting and extremely weak, it was still like a thunderclap from a clear sky, instantly shattering the confusion in Li Fan's heart. I'm being attached. Whether it's talent or a golden finger, as long as it can be used by me, that's enough. I'm still struggling to survive in the river of time, so why bother delving into its essence? It would only increase my troubles. Perhaps there will really be a day when I face this deepest secret. But by then, I should be able to achieve complete knowledge and pure self. Huan Zhen's appearance was like a reassurance. The self-reflection triggered by the heavenly demon, finally slowly and completely subsided. It should be known that Li Fan, who has reincarnated many times and experienced countless changes in the mountains and seas, has an extremely firm will. Yet he was still influenced by the heavenly demon. So this is the way of the heavenly demon. As long as one doesn't transcend the great Tao of the mortal world, one will inevitably be affected by it and develop inner demons. The strength of the inner demon is even closely related to oneself. The more secrets one holds in their heart, the stronger the inner demon will be. The heavenly demon is indeed a unique creation, completely different from the beings Li Fan had seen in the past. Nameless, transcendents, are strong but only in terms of power levels, in Li Fan's view. The heavenly demon, on the other hand, is like a mechanism monster. You can say it's strong, and you can say it's weak. As long as one's heart is firm and sincere, even a foundation establishment cultivator can avoid its influence. But if there are flaws or loopholes in one's state of mind, even the nameless realm would find it difficult to avoid its influence. Moreover, the heavenly demon in this state, it seems that as long as one gets rid of the inner demons, one can avoid its influence for a long time to come. Li Fan began to study the transparent tissue extracted and separated from Zhan Yuan Tuo's body again. It was like the amniotic fluid that protects and nourishes a baby in the womb, sheltering the heavenly physician who was still asleep. Li Fan was attacked by the heavenly demon's instinct precisely because of his act of separating it from the heavenly physician. The heavenly demon should also be one of the venerables of the heavenly law realm. However, there is no consciousness belonging to him in this pile of transparent tissue. Moreover, if I remember correctly, the real heavenly demon should still be frozen and stored in the profound immortal boat. He used the power of truth and falsehood to simulate the life aura of the heavenly physician. The transparent tissue very quickly re-enveloped this heavenly physician. Interesting. It seems that the heavenly physician's heavenly soul reincarnation was successful, thanks to the help of the heavenly demon. This incubator. Li Fan changed his perspective and examined it as the Zanhuang Great Heavenly Venerable. The protective shell formed by the transparent tissue was like a mirror. When viewed with the power of the Zanhuang realm, it reflected only the scenery of the Zanhuang realm. Suddenly remembering something, Li Fan checked the sleeping heavenly physician again. Just as he had expected. It's not complete, or rather, it's only a part of the heavenly physician. The heavenly soul reincarnation projected his consciousness. But the heavenly physician's original body is still hidden somewhere. It should be so. Although the heavenly physician sees the body of the law transmitter, he still had his own body later on. This is also the fundamental reason why I was confused about the relationship between the two for a long time. Like the same person, yet like the main body and the clone. Full of contradictions. If I hadn't personally observed it from his memory, how could I have sorted it out? Li Fan shook his head slightly. In the original historical trajectory, the heavenly physician sensed the crisis in the heavenly law realm and forcibly seized control of his body. After returning, he saw the scene of the heavenly law realm being slaughtered. Although the heavenly soul reincarnation plan had already been half successful, his hometown had already been destroyed first. The heavenly physician was greatly affected. However, even so, he did not give up. Instead, he came up with a plan to revive the soul through another body. However, this was even more difficult than the heavenly soul reincarnation. He couldn't complete it by himself alone. Not to mention, there was also the unstable existence of Zhan Yuan Tuo's self-consciousness. So the heavenly physician needed help. The heavenly demon, who had left the heavenly law realm many years ago, became his only help. Fortunately, there was this incubator left by the heavenly demon. Relying on its connection with the main body, the heavenly physician was able to accurately locate its position in the vast starry sky. Finding the elusive and deeply hidden profound immortal boat. It took a lot of effort to rescue the heavenly demon. Then, the heavenly demon and the heavenly physician joined forces to completely suppress Zhan Yuan Tuo's consciousness. The heavenly demon acted as the law transmitter, and the heavenly physician returned to his own body. The two worked together to save the heavenly law from destruction. It can be said that the 10,000 years of the Zanhuang realm were a one-man show by these two. The immortal Tao 10 sects, the One Heart, Real, and Worry-Free Heavenly Venerables, were all just supporting roles in this drama. It's a pity that now that I'm here, this drama is destined not to be staged again. Li Fan looked at the heavenly demon incubator and the sleeping heavenly physician, his gaze seemed to penetrate 10,000 years of time. He saw their originally destined future. The feeling of being influenced by the heavenly demon and trapped in a storm of thought was somewhat strangely similar to falling into the turbulence of the river of time. Li Fan had a premonition that mastering the way of the heavenly demon might increase his safety when going against the flow of time. Although he didn't know why the so-called heavenly demon had a strange relationship with the way of reversal, it didn't prevent Li Fan from absorbing and refining it for his own use. The refining process was not complicated. It could even be said to be extremely simple. Li Fan only slightly used the power of truth and falsehood to disguise himself as the heavenly physician. He very smoothly digested the heavenly demon incubator. He didn't encounter the slightest resistance. That celestial demon is quite interesting. Though he seemed to depart heartlessly, he left behind a portion of his power to help the celestial law world overcome difficulties when necessary. Moreover, he was even willing to sacrifice himself to protect others. A perfect example of being cold on the outside but warm on the inside. As the transparent celestial demon incubator was slowly absorbed by Li Fan, the Xuanwang heaven and earth gradually became lively and vibrant in his eyes. If, in the past, Li Fan only saw the great Tao of heaven and earth, now, Li Fan could vaguely see the heaven and earth as if they had come alive, pulsating with their own emotions. And it wasn't just the Xuanwang great Tao. Li Fan's vision jumped beyond Xuanwang, looking towards the sea of stars, the high wall, and even the entire primordial possibility. It was all the same. It wasn't that the celestial demon's abilities could already compare to transcendent experts, but rather, it was like a key, opening a door for Li Fan. The reason he could see so many magnificent and vivid scenes was still because Li Fan was strong enough. After all, Li Fan had once truly jumped out of the primordial possibility and directly faced the mountains and seas. Mastering the celestial demon Tao seems like gaining an exquisite and clever heart, capable of capturing all the emotional changes of the cold heavenly Tao. This is greatly beneficial for any path of cultivation. However, within the mortal realm, the emotions of the great Tao are all manifest. But what about outside the mortal realm? Once one arrives in the realm of mountains and seas, the celestial demon's seemingly heaven-defying ability instantly becomes ineffective. The boundless sea and the mountain above. These two endless behemoths exuded a cold, piercing aura, deterring anyone from approaching. Even with the utmost power of the celestial demon, one could only glimpse the mountains and seas themselves. Li Fan sensed. Even just peering at the mountains and seas from afar within the mortal realm, the celestial demon Tao still suffered a backlash from the extremely cold aura of the mountains and seas. The celestial demon incubator, which was originally warm and emitted the aura of nourishing life, gradually cooled down, becoming equally piercingly cold. In an instant, Li Fan felt as if his very soul was about to be frozen. Fortunately, he had anticipated this and promptly cut off his gaze into the distance. It took a long while for the celestial demon incubator to slowly recover from its stiffness. Li Fan frowned deeply, as he once again recalled the contents of the prophecy left by Sun Piaomiao. The prophecy recorded that there were also various emotions similar to those of humans in the interactions between the mountains and seas. Joy, anger, sorrow, fear, all were present. Prophecies are, after all, just prophecies. What an observer sees may not represent the true mountains and seas. Li Fan warned himself inwardly, reminding himself. After spending half a day completely absorbing the celestial demon incubator and transforming it into his own power, Li Fan once again confirmed his judgment. As a newly born O-line creature in the river of time, his adaptability seemed to have invisibly increased by almost twofold. And this was without adding any new anchors. If before it was difficult to even take a step, now it could barely be considered a slow stroll. Li Fan couldn't figure out the principle behind this for the time being. The celestial demon's incubator had already been completely absorbed. If he wanted to solve the mystery again, he would probably need to make a trip to the profound immortal boat. But there was no rush. The historical trajectory of the profound immortal boat for the next 10,000 years was all in Li Fan's mind. The upheaval in the Xuanwang world would not affect them. After finishing these trivial matters, Li Fan then looked at Zhan Yuantuo, who had been guarding him all along. After witnessing the foreign object extracted from his soul with his own eyes, Zhan Yuantuo was completely subdued. Knowing that he was by no means a match for this mysterious true immortal, he did not make any futile resistance. After all, judging from the other party's actions, he seemed to have no malice. Zhan Yuantuo pondered secretly in his heart. Therefore, when Li Fan was undergoing the celestial demon storm and his heart was shaken, Zhan Yuantuo remained standing by his side, without taking the opportunity to escape. You know who the ancestor of your Zhan Yuan clan is? Li Fan asked. Zhan Yuantuo hesitated for a moment, then slowly replied, Zhan Tian King. He was originally unaware of this question. It was only later, by chance, that he encountered the celestial mystery mirror. Only then did he learn of the Zhan Yuan clan's background. Li Fan nodded. In the past, I was close friends with Zhan Yuan Hong. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken action to save you. Hearing Li Fan's calm words, Zhan Yuantuo's heart trembled. The Zhan Tian King was his ancestor from countless generations ago. And this person in front of him was a close friend of the Zhan Yuan King. Then this Señorita Zhan Yuantuo was a little restrained for a moment. Then, how should I address you? Just call me grandfather ancestor. Li Fan smiled. Grand father ancestor Zhan Yuantuo hesitated. However, looking at Li Fan's expression, he hesitated for a moment, and finally obediently called out. A Euro Xuan Yuan Hong left in a hurry, and many things were not able to be explained. The original opportunity has become a disaster for your Zhan Yuan clan. A Euro Li Fan sighed and shook his head. Zhan Yuan Tuo's heart shook violently. Almost instantly, he thought of that mad uncle, Zhan Yuan Sheng, in the village when he was young. Zhan Yuan Tuo's expression was solemn. A Euro, oh please enlighten me, grandfather ancestor. A Euro. Judging from his appearance alone, Li Fan was much younger than Zhan Yuan Tuo. Yet Zhan Yuan Tuo addressed him as an ancestor, which was quite strange. However, Zhan Yuan Tuo didn't take it to heart, and called out very naturally. It seemed that he had quickly accepted his identity as a junior. And what Li Fan chanted next further convinced him of his choice. Because this ethereal and mysterious voice was exactly the same as what he had often heard in the past. A Euro, oh boy, do you know what this profound sound is? A Euro. Li Fan only chanted a section before stopping to ask. Zhan Yuan Tuo naturally didn't know. A Euro, oh this is your Zhan Yuan old ancestor sending you a message. Guiding you to go there. A Euro. Li Fan reached out and pointed towards the outer heavens. Zhan Yuan Tuo looked in the direction Li Fan was pointing, feeling a little lost for a moment. Just a message. It almost caused the Zhan Yuan clan to suffer a disaster of extermination. Zhan Yuan Tuo found it a little hard to accept. Since the Zhan Yuan old ancestor was still alive, why would a mere message be so complicated? Zhan Yuan Tuo looked at Li Fan. Li Fan, after a moment of silence, slowly recounted the eternal silent void realm, the river of time, and the starfire salvation. In order to prove that what he said was not false, Li Fan also took Zhan Yuan Tuo to briefly set foot in the river of time. Even in a dream, Zhan Yuan Tuo, who was only a Dao integration cultivator, had never seen such a bizarre sight. A small drop of water splashing around gave him a terrifying feeling of destruction. The waves that surged from time to time could completely submerge him at any time. When he returned to reality from the river of time, Zhan Yuan Tuo's face had already turned extremely pale. A Euro, oh grandfather ancestor, you a Euro, a Euro. He already understood in his heart that the person in front of him was definitely not just a mere true immortal. 1565. Paper stacking 2 cents. The reason he previously thought the other party was a true immortal of this era was because, in Xuanyuan Tuo's worldview, the strongest beings in the world were called true immortals. However, Li Fan unveiled to him an even more magnificent and grand world. True immortals are like ants. There are transcendents, those who go against the flow, and even those who can stand against the mountains and seas. This almost made Xuanyuan Tuo dizzy with excitement and his mind reel. It was fortunate that Xuanyuan Tuo was no ordinary person. Otherwise, such a brutal influx of concepts, knowing the huge gap between imagination and reality, could very likely cause him to be disheartened from then on. He barely managed to steady his mind, pulling himself out of the massive amount of information. Xuanyuan Tuo asked somewhat cautiously, I wonder what exactly the message left by Ancestor Xuanyuan was for. For the ancestor to transmit a message to us descendants, even crossing mountains and seas, it must be something extremely important. Just a short while ago, Xuanyuan Tuo was still carefully considering how to take advantage of the 10 immortal Dao sects, period of negligence in the Xuanwang realm to develop and strengthen the myriad immortals alliance as much as possible. But now, after witnessing the true reality of this world, Xuanyuan Tuo suddenly felt that everything in the Xuanwang realm had become dull and uninteresting. As the saying goes, if the skin is gone, where will the fur attach? If the entire mortal world is annihilated, then everything he has done in the Xuanwang realm will be meaningless. Xuanyuan Tuo suddenly understood why the ancestor had disappeared so suddenly back then and never returned. Li Fan looked at the changing expression on Xuanyuan Tuo's face and nodded inwardly, you are right. What Xuanyuan Hong was concerned about was only the survival of all living beings in the mountains and seas. The reason he sent a message to summon you is probably also related to this matter. He didn't expect that after he left, so many changes would occur in the Xuanwang realm. Even for his descendants, comprehending his message has become a luxury. These words made Xuanyuan Tuo feel somewhat ashamed. Then he couldn't help but say, even with the senior's guidance, I have only just realized the truth. However, my strength is too low. Even if I urgently want to follow the ancestors' footsteps, I'm afraid I'm willing but powerless. Li Fan waved his hand, arrogantly interrupting Xuanyuan Tuo's words, with this old man here, why do you need to worry? Upon hearing this, Xuanyuan Tuo was naturally somewhat surprised. However, Li Fan's next words made his heart sink. But you are indeed too weak now. Not just in realm, but also in terms of character, you are greatly lacking. You need to undergo good tempering. Otherwise, even if you can go against the flow and cross over, you will be unable to bear great responsibilities and assist Xuanyuan Hong. Ancestor's teaching is right. Xuanyuan Tuo's expression flickered slightly, and he seemed hesitant to speak. But in the end, it all turned into this one sentence, which he slowly uttered. Li Fan continued, the 10 sects of the Xuanwang realm are the world that Xuanyuan Hong seized. Now, you should first emulate what Xuanyuan did back then and sweep them away. If you can't even pass this test, any lofty ambitions you have will only lead to your death. Xuanyuan Tuo's expression was solemn, I will not fail the ancestor's command. Li Fan, however, said, you need to understand one thing. This is something you need to do yourself, and it has nothing to do with me. Of course, you can use other methods to prove yourself. I won't force you. The ultimate goal is to walk the path of a strong person like Xuanyuan did back then. You are merely a cultivator at the Tao integration stage now, but where the focus lies depends entirely on how you walk. Xuanyuan Tuo seemed to understand something. Recalling the various deeds he had heard about Xuanyuan Hong, his enthusiasm and focus on the Xuanwang realm's affairs reignited in his heart. The 10 immortal Tao sects. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Xuanyuan Hong's profound sound is not just a simple message. It also has the effect of interfering with the future from the past and changing reality from illusion. Watch carefully. Accompanying Li Fan's words, Xuanyuan Tuo felt a slight dizziness. After a moment, he was horrified to discover that there were some slight changes in the memories in his mind. This conversation had been spoken by Li Fan the moment he appeared before him. He naturally felt somewhat confused. It wasn't until time flowed normally to the present, forming a closed loop, that Xuanyuan Tuo suddenly woke up with a start. Is this the ancestor's divine ability? Xuanyuan Tuo's mind was greatly shaken. Compared to this profound sound that could reverse time and space, all the so-called new methods he had created were almost no different from children's games. The great Tao lies in essence, not in quantity. If you can grasp the profound mysteries of this profound sound, sweeping away the 10 sects will be a matter of a flick of a finger. Li Fan's figure gradually faded, leaving only a thin sheet behind. After you have completed your task, hold this Taishang Dao scripture, and call out in your heart, and I will appear. The voice slowly disappeared, and Xuanyuan Tuo held the thin sheet, seeing the magnificent and brilliant starry sky of the great Tao before his eyes. Taishang Dao scripture, it seems. Xuanyuan Tuo narrowed his eyes, thinking of the various rumors he had heard about the Xuanwang True Immortal. Indeed, I was previously puzzled by the birth of that Xuanwang True Immortal. Now it seems that with the help of a figure like the ancestor, achieving true immortal status is also easy. Filled with confidence in his future, Xuanyuan Tuo had already begun planning in his heart how to settle accounts with the 10 sects. Suddenly, Xuanyuan Tuo realized something, his expression changing slightly as he looked in the direction where Li Fan had disappeared. My sky profound mirror. Holding the Taishang Dao scripture, Xuanyuan Tuo's expression changed several times, but in the end, he still didn't have the courage to directly summon Li Fan and ask for the sky profound mirror. Forget it. After all, it's just an immortal artifact. Great power lies within oneself, that is the right path. Xuanyuan Tuo took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil in his heart. However, Xuanyuan Tuo didn't know that at this moment, the artifact spirit of the sky profound mirror, Jing Zan, was wailing repeatedly, Senior Immortal, spare me. Originally, Jing Zan thought that losing the accumulation of transforming from immortal to mortal was already extremely unlucky. However, only when he truly fell into Li Fan's hands did he realize that his misfortune seemed to have just begun. The other party seemed to understand the sky profound mirror better than he, the artifact spirit, did. The restrictions within the mirror were like empty shells. Almost instantly, he penetrated the core. Then, a figure that looked almost exactly like himself, but lacked a bit of spiritual vitality, appeared before Jing Zan. Almost instantly, Jing Zan understood Li Fan's intention. This was to create a new artifact spirit and replace him. An unprecedented strong sense of crisis surged in Jing Zan's heart. Jing Zan knew that the time left for him was not much. Once this new artifact spirit was fully formed, the only outcome awaiting him would be destruction. He must prove his value to the other party before that. The unique value that the newborn artifact spirit could not provide. Jing Zan's thoughts raced, and connecting this senior immortal's initiative to find Xuanyuan Tuo, he instantly had the answer in his heart. Senior Immortal, please spare my life. I might be able to help Senior Immortal find the former companion of mysterious Heaven King. Sensing that the process of the newborn artifact spirit's birth had finally temporarily stopped, Jing Zan let out a long sigh of relief. Li Fan's cold voice came, why Xuanyuan Hong's companion and not Xuanyuan Hong himself? Jing Zan quickly explained, mysterious Heaven King left in too much of a hurry. I really don't know his whereabouts. But as for his companion, before she left, she used a divine ability and actually separated another artifact, exactly the same as me, from my body. She even named it Mysterious Heaven and renamed me Sky Profound. Jing Zan's tone was somewhat resentful, although they have left and I don't know where they went, I can sense their location in the netherworld through this connection. I can feel that the other me has become far stronger than before. If I was a dim star in the past, now I am like the bright moon in the sky. It is precisely because of this great disparity that fear arose in my heart. This accelerated the process of my transformation from immortal to mortal. Because I knew that if I completely transformed into immortal, I would no longer be the same entity as her and would forever lose the opportunity to compete. Jing Zan's resentment towards his other self seemed to even surpass his fear of Li Fan. As he spoke, he seemed to fall into a state of obsession, rambling on and on. Li Fan hadn't expected that Jing Zan could track Xuanyuan Hong's childhood sweetheart. He temporarily stopped creating the artifact spirit and carefully observed the immortal artifact Sky Profound mirror at this point in time. Although the traces were extremely faint, Li Fan still discerned the faint, imprint, traces on the immortal artifact after careful observation. Even for me now, it is not easy to perfectly replicate the Sky Profound mirror and create another individual that is almost exactly the same as the original artifact spirit. Xuanyuan Hong, as expected, has deep reserves. His methods are endless. Xuanyuan Hong's childhood sweetheart, although her name is unknown, should not have a complicated background and was just immortal. That she could use such a divine ability suggests it was a gift from Xuanyuan Hong. Given Xuanyuan Hong's character, even if he was in danger, he would never let her go with him. So it's very likely that they are not in the same place. To be honest, Li Fan wasn't very interested in tracking someone's companion. But he was quite interested in the imprinting divine ability she used. Among the many immortal artifacts, the Sky Profound mirror is one of the more unique ones. That it could be easily replicated by immortal. This method is somewhat similar to the transformation of truth and illusion that Li Fan has mastered. Li Fan carefully observed the traces left in the Sky Profound mirror. Without undergoing the transformation from immortal to mortal, the traces left on this immortal artifact were still preserved. Even if they were very subtle, they could not escape Li Fan's tracking and restoration. Before Li Fan's eyes, a scene seemed to appear. In the world, a blank piece of paper suddenly floated down. It slowly covered the former mysterious heaven mirror. A slender hand slowly pressed the paper down. On the white paper, the imprinted Sky Profound mirror slowly descended into the world. This is far superior to the first-generation Great Heavenly Venerate's method of dividing immortal and mortal. It's somewhat similar to the immortal artifact the 10 sects once discussed, the two-part immortal seed. He hadn't paid much attention to the remaining immortal artifacts in the hands of the 10 sects. But combined with the possibility that it was a method left by mysterious Heaven King, it piqued Li Fan's interest. His figure flickered, and after a moment, Li Fan had already retrieved this two-part immortal seed from the strict supervision of the 10 sects. He placed it next to the Sky Profound mirror and compared them. This thing, Jing Zan's uncertain voice came, further confirming Li Fan's judgment. According to the 10 sects, this two-part immortal seed was captured by them in a war against the dual heaven realm. The dual heaven realm was not large, but its landscape was quite peculiar. It was not a normal heaven and earth structure, but a heaven-heaven structure. In the center of the world, there seemed to be a mirror that divided the world into two halves. Not just the landscape, but even the living beings in the world existed in pairs. They were aware of each other's existence, and even their luck and lives were interconnected. At moments of life-threatening danger, they could achieve a doubling of strength through a brief fusion, thus surviving the calamity. However, the side effect was strong. They would uncontrollably gravitate towards their other self in the other half of the world. Simply put, their own existence would gradually disappear. The reason why the dual heaven realm was so unique was because of the existence of this two-part immortal seed. It is said that in ancient times, the dual heaven realm, like other cultivation realms, had a normal heaven and earth structure. But one day, the heaven and earth suddenly reversed, as if forcibly folded by someone. Countless people in the world died and were injured. And when they came back to their senses, they were terrified to find that beyond the land, there was another sky. And another self. Since then, the ultimate fate of all living beings in the dual heaven realm was to tend towards and merge with each other. And then surge towards the two-part immortal seed in the heaven and earth. After being conquered by Xuanwang, the dual heaven realm was already destroyed. But this two-part immortal seed was captured by the 10 sects. As a trump card, being able to create another self greatly reduced the risk of making decisions at critical moments. Li Fan looked at the immortal seed quietly floating before him. If the traces left on the sky profound mirror were imprints, then this immortal seed was full of marks left by folding. Using the heaven and earth great Tao as paper. Able to change it with a single hand. What spirit, what method? Even though Li Fan had already cultivated to the point where he could reverse time, after witnessing this kind of paper folding divine ability, he couldn't help but exclaim how remarkable it was. The path of paper folding is clearly not within the remaining parts of the original. Li Fan had never experienced it in his past cycles of reincarnation. It was only this time, going against the flow and reaching back 10,000 years, that he caught a glimpse of its traces. In that case, this childhood sweetheart of mysterious Heaven King is also not an ordinary person. Li Fan stroked his chin. But for now, I can't draw a conclusion. For the current Li Fan, the most important thing to go further is to forge his own pure path. But this path is not easily achieved. Whether it is the possibility of transcendence horizontally, or the reversal of the river of time backwards, or even the transformation of truth and illusion where truth becomes false and false becomes truth, all seem to be directions in which he can advance. However, all of them are extremely difficult to take a step forward in. It's as if he has arrived at a crossroads, and Li Fan is somewhat uncertain about which way to go next. From a rational perspective, it is clear that the transformation of truth and illusion is the most suitable and strongest great Tao. After all, it is an existence that can be compared with the mountains and seas. But the True One is still in deep sleep. Without the insights gained each time the True One was activated, comprehending the transformation of truth and illusion has become extremely difficult. It's like a castle in the air formed by the collapse of the foundation. Li Fan wants to touch it again, and even continue to climb. It is inevitable that he will need some steps to tread on. 1566. Meteoric Immortal Swallows Taiyuan. The insights of the gravekeeper gazing at the sea from the mountain, the Zan Heavenly King's echoing mystical sounds, and even this path of paper folding can all be regarded as stepping stones for Li Fan's progress. Comprehend them, learn them, then feel them, transform them. And then, step by step, touch that elusive transformation between truth and falsehood. Li Fan made a decision in his heart, and with a flick of his finger on the Tianquan mirror's surface, the nascent artifact spirit that had been half-created instantly vanished into ashes. Seeing this, Jing Zan breathed a long sigh of relief. However, after a moment, noticing Li Fan's constant stroking motions, Jing Zan felt a sudden, inexplicable sense of foreboding. It wasn't Jing Zan's illusion. From the bifurcation immortal seed beside him, emanating a strange aura, a gurgling power quietly sprouted, tendrils wrapping around and binding the Tianquan mirror. After binding the Tianquan mirror tightly, countless smaller ends branched out from the points of contact. Under Li Fan's direction, they unscrupulously swept across every inch of the Tianquan mirror's surface. A familiar feeling surfaced in Jing Zan's mind. Xuantian, I'm taking him away. For some reason, he once again heard the words spoken to him by the Zan Heavenly King's childhood sweetheart. Could it be? The Tianquan mirror instinctively trembled, while the power of the bifurcation immortal seed enveloping its surface vibrated even more violently, like boiling mud, with bubbles constantly churning. Jing Zan desperately resisted, but had no power to resist at all. He could only watch helplessly as another version of himself slowly grew out of this mud. Opposite to Tianquan and Xuantian, a third mirror descended into the world. However, after Li Fan took the mirror and examined it, he shook his head in disapproval. Though it has the form, it lacks the spirit and essence. A piece of trash. His voice was cold, and with a slight exertion of force, the newly born Tianquan mirror instantly turned into dust, returning to the bifurcation immortal seed. Jing Zan even faintly heard the miserable wails of the other version of himself. Frightened into a cold sweat, Jing Zan no longer cared about the strange feeling of being used as a replication experiment. Under Li Fan's scrutiny, he quickly explained which aspects he had noticed were different from the replica during the just concluded tracing process, in order to prove his value. I see. Well done, Li Fan nodded, not stingy with his praise. Absorbing the previous experiences and lessons, Li Fan quickly launched a second experiment. The creation was indeed slightly better than the first, but there was still a significant gap from the real Tianquan mirror. It seems that this paper folding tracing technique is indeed a profound and unpredictable divine power. It's not something I can master in a short time based on the traces it leaves behind. It requires repeated study. Li Fan had expected this, so he didn't mind. In any case, with the bifurcation immortal seed and the Tianquan mirror in hand, he had plenty of time to practice slowly. The only thing he needed to be concerned about was that the paper folding power condensed in the bifurcation immortal seed would be constantly consumed. Each use depleted it. If it were purely immortal spiritual power, Li Fan could naturally replenish it conveniently. But this paper folding grand Tao could only be artificially created through his false becomes true divine power. Although the efficiency was a bit slow, especially now that Zhen was asleep and he could only rely on his own comprehension. But it can still be replenished, so I won't be sitting idle and consuming my resources. At the same time, I can also increase my understanding of the transformation between truth and falsehood. Li Fan was very open-minded about this, not rushing. Only occasionally, during the research and experimentation process, did the image of Cat Treasure flash through his mind. I wonder if Cat Treasure's replication ability is the same as this paper-folding grand Tao. Indeed, there is nothing unreasonable or illogical in this world. Those seemingly unbelievable things are only because of a lack of knowledge and understanding. Cat Treasure's 3 transformations: item replication, living being mimicry, and tendon cleansing and marrow washing. The other 2 abilities. Li Fan frowned and pondered. A thought suddenly sprouted in his mind. If he fully grasped its Tao path, then he could also replicate Cat Treasure. While Li Fan's main body was concentrating on comprehending the Tao, the Grand Heavenly Venerate Immortal Puppet was not idle either. Now that a suitable successor to the next profound Yellow Heavenly Venerate had not yet been born, Li Fan had to shoulder the responsibility of maintaining the profound Yellow Order. But this was not some immortal realm shackle, but for his own sake. The first thing he did was to transform the profound Yellow Realm from the inside out. From the current perspective, the profound Yellow Realm was still too fragile. Not to mention the calamity of Tao annihilation, even a slight movement from the starving immortals in the immortal ruins could plunge the profound Yellow Realm into an irrecoverable abyss. Fortunately, Li Fan had ample experience in transformation. Moreover, this time, his transformation plan was even more advanced. The goal was to transform the profound Yellow Realm into an eternal immortal ship that could drift for a while and seek new opportunities even if the origin was swallowed by Tao annihilation. In addition to enhancing methods such as sublimating the immortal domain and the Grand Tao Heavenly Pillar, Li Fan also set his sights on integrating the fallen immortal realm this time. At this point in time, the fallen immortal realm was still a closed place not open to profound yellow beings. Only with the permission of the profound yellow Grand Heavenly Venerate could the consciousness of living beings enter. Li Fan macroscopically observed the current fallen immortal realm and found that it was much smaller than it would be 10,000 years later. It was almost just a projection of the normal profound yellow realm, with some different worlds generated after years of evolution. It seemed to still be in its infancy. Many of the spaces that existed in later generations had not yet been born. However, Li Fan noticed some interesting things. Recently, the fallen immortal realm seemed to have noticeably given birth to a large area of space-time. According to the time of its birth, it seemed to be precisely when the profound yellow realm and the Taiyuan realm were engaged in a fierce battle. Could it be? Li Fan's heart stirred, and his divine sense walked through these newly born spaces. After returning, his expression was strange, as expected. As the Taiyuan realm and the profound yellow realm are completely connected, the fallen immortal realm also seems to have invaded the Taiyuan realm. That bloody battlefield between the two realms also quietly appeared in the fallen immortal realm. The only thing that reassured Li Fan was that there was no existence of him, the profound yellow true immortal, in this new space-time. Otherwise, what I should be considering now is not how to transform profound yellow, but how to flee in panic. While thinking, the Grand Heavenly Venerate Immortal Puppet ran to the Taiyuan realm again. Sure enough, he found that extremely difficult to detect phantom dream overcast sky above this realm. Not only is it just an image reflecting the world at first glance, but it can also grow on its own with the passage of time. In the original space-time, the profound yellow realm has been struggling for survival on the edge of the immortal ruins, and there are no conditions for growth. Now it is different. Taiyuan realm, and even. Li Fan's gaze looked towards the surroundings of the Taiyuan realm. The 10 immortal sects are exploring the nearby unknown starry sky with great enthusiasm. Li Fan also sensed the vitality in the distant star sea. At the same time, he seemed to see the fallen immortal overcast sky, like a ghost, following in the footsteps of the 10 sects. It seems that it is necessary to impose some restrictions on it. An inexplicable premonition told Li Fan that watching it grow unchecked would be unwise. A Euro Otha illusory, it is also real. It does not require a foundation in reality. It can be like a wooden boat, floating on the Tao annihilation. A Euro. The first ancestor's evaluation of the fallen immortal realm was still fresh in his mind, and Li Fan dared not be careless. Using the transformation of truth and illusion, he imitated the power of Mo Sha's immortal soul, like an iron chain across the river, temporarily sealing off the star paths around the Taiyuan world. Of course, this seal was only aimed at the fallen immortal yin cloud, not mortals. The expanding fallen immortal realm naturally felt the changes around it immediately. It did not display any emotions like living beings. Instead, it mechanically made corresponding changes immediately. Under Li Fan's gaze, the fallen immortal yin cloud seemed to have given up its expansion. It merely entrenched itself silently above the Taiyuan world, strengthening itself. Almost visibly, the number of distorted spaces within the Taiyuan fallen immortal realm increased. The source of the fallen immortal realm was not just the Xuanwang cultivators currently active in the Taiyuan world. It even included those Taiyuan world creatures sealed and suppressed by Li Fan. Even the 2 immortal servants responsible for guarding the Taiyuan rebirth formation were reflected within the Taiyuan fallen immortal realm. This was the first time the fallen immortal realm had actively reflected. The reflected beings were unaware, but Li Fan, the observer, couldn't help but feel a chilling sensation. After pondering for a moment, Li Fan separated a wisp of his consciousness and entered the newborn Taiyuan fallen immortal realm. His goal was to check whether the immortal formation and immortal servants here were connected to the endless sea and possessed endless properties. Even the Avachi Samsara function could create space-time out of thin air, similar to the fallen immortal realm. However, Avachi Samsara was completely closed. It was not connected to the mountains and seas. But this fallen immortal illusion a Euro. Li Fan's expression was solemn as he felt the pressure from the endless sea. A trace of fear flashed across his face. A Euro oh, it's actually connected to the mountains and seas. A Euro. While shocked, a sense of confusion also arose in Li Fan's heart. Connecting to the mountains and seas actually meant possessing the necessary conditions for creating immortals. In other words, it was possible for true immortals to emerge from the seemingly illusory space-time within the fallen immortal realm. A Euro oh, this a Euro a Euro. Theoretically, that was indeed the case. However, Li Fan always felt that the Taiyuan immortal formation and the 2 immortal servants in the fallen immortal realm were still slightly different from their counterparts in reality. Moreover, this difference was particularly crucial. A Euro oh, it's just the endless sea, without the upper mountain. A Euro. Gazing at the illusory Taiyuan world before him for a long time, Li Fan finally understood, as if struck by a sudden enlightenment. To verify his guess, Li Fan flashed to where the 2 immortal servants were in the fallen immortal realm. He deliberately revealed his own aura belonging to a true immortal. In reality, immortal servants would have to perform the rite of offering upon meeting a true immortal. This was an iron rule engraved in the core of every immortal servant. But in this fallen immortal realm, the 2 immortal servants completely ignored the aura Li Fan revealed. They even launched a joint attack against this intruder. A Euro E as expected. A Euro Li Fan calmly blocked their attacks, understanding dawning in his heart. A Euro oh, it only possesses the power of endlessness, but lacks the aura of the upper mountain. A Euro. A Euro oh, without climbing a high mountain, one does not know the height of the sky. Without being on the upper mountain, one does not know what an immortal truly is. A Euro. Having the power of endless attributes, but lacking the support of the aura at the energy level, greatly reduced the effectiveness that could be exerted. Compared to the immortal servants in reality, they barely had 1/10 of their strength. This discovery could not help but make Li Fan breathe a sigh of relief. After suppressing the two unworthy immortal servants and casually destroying this piece of fallen immortal space-time, Li Fan quietly withdrew from the Taiyuan fallen immortal realm. For the fallen immortal realm itself, the existence and destruction of individual space-times did not have a major impact. Almost in the blink of an eye, the space-time destroyed by Li Fan was reborn. Li Fan silently watched this scene before him. Although the fallen immortal realm is illusory, it is built on reality. Unless reality is swallowed by Tao annihilation and living beings cease to exist, the fallen immortal realm can always be reborn. And even if reality is invaded by Tao annihilation, the fallen immortal realm can still survive for a period of time. Thinking of this, Li Fan did not even know for a moment whether reality or the fallen immortal realm was the more advanced existence. Since the fallen immortal realm can connect to the endless sea, then theoretically, it should also be able to connect to the upper mountain. But it doesn't so, is it doing this on purpose? In the Mountains and Seas fable, the calamity of the world's living beings began with the sea connecting to the mountain. The fallen immortal realm abandoning the mountain and returning to the sea seems to be a way to avoid disaster. In that case, is there also something that completely belongs to the mountain? Li Fan naturally thought. Having the aura of an immortal, but lacking endless attributes. Which is superior and which is inferior is really hard to say. But perhaps it is the original appearance of an immortal. The sealed Taiyuan fallen immortal realm did not continue to breed or collide with the restrictions Li Fan had laid down. It merely entrenched itself silently above the Taiyuan and Xuanwang worlds, constantly evolving and growing. For the fallen immortal realm, the size and scope of space in reality was not a key factor limiting its growth. As long as there were living beings within its scope, the fallen immortal realm could continue to multiply itself. The reason it previously grew towards the starry sky outside the Taiyuan world was because of the instinctive mechanism of strengthening itself. Now, because its growth was frustrated by Li Fan's restrictions, it instinctively contracted back, continuing to reproduce and grow in its original territory. Li Fan looked at this peculiar creation before him, and for a moment, he hesitated. The fallen immortal realm as a whole did not seem to have a subjective consciousness similar to the Xuanwang heavenly Tao. It was just a mechanism-based instinctive judgment. But after all, it was the legacy of a certain strong immortal realm expert who had fallen. It might not necessarily become a hotbed for their resurrection. Especially the characteristic of the fallen immortal realm being able to drift above Tao annihilation, reminded Li Fan of the immortal coffin he had once seen. However, the fallen immortal realm was clearly much more brilliant than the immortal coffin, which simply used the solidity of Tao principles to resist Tao annihilation. Li Fan cursed inwardly. Choosing to build an anchor point with the Xuanwang world was indeed a double-edged sword. Based on his understanding of the past events of the Xuanwang world, he could indeed establish a foundation extremely quickly. But there were countless secrets within the Xuanwang world, and even with Li Fan's current realm and strength, he still had to be careful every step of the way. Otherwise, he was very likely to capsize due to carelessness. No matter what, I won't allow others to sleep soundly beside my bed. A cold light flashed in Li Fan's eyes. In the past, Li Fan had the protection of Still True and could choose to restart at any time. He could avoid it, but now, Li Fan had no way to retreat. Although the fallen immortal realm was strange, if it wanted Li Fan to hand over his anchor point foundation then it would have to fight first. 1567. Tiandu Ri Wazu. Li Fan was not in a hurry to make a move. Before launching an attack on the fallen immortal realm, he needed a period of accumulation and preparation. First, he had to clear out the hidden dangers around the Xuanwang realm one by one. His divine sense returned from the fallen immortal realm to reality, and the first thing the great heavenly venerate immortal puppet did was to seize control of the floating crossing starry sky formation. The immortal formation set up by King Xuantian in the past had long become dilapidated in the Xuanwang realm's repeated external wars. The golden chains traversing the sky and tightly binding Taiyuan were already the last major task it could accomplish. However, the 10 sects' inability to repair it did not mean that Li Fan couldn't. Amidst the rumbling of the Xuanwang heaven and earth, the first thing he did was to re-enlighten and revive the already fallen celestial beast. When the celestial beast's massive body appeared, the 10 immortal sects were initially somewhat bewildered, not knowing the origin of this terrifying alien beast. After a moment, Someone finally recalled its identity from the distant memories of 10,000 years ago. And thus, a great fear arose in their hearts. Why would the Zantian sect's divine beast of the sect suddenly revive? Could it be that the mysterious and unpredictable half-immortal King Xuantian was about to return? The 10 immortal sects fell into unease. Ignoring the development of the Taiyuan starry sky, the core cultivators of the 10 sects returned to the Xuanwang realm overnight to discuss countermeasures. They even tried to send messages to the Xuanwang Great Heavenly Venerate for consultation, but received no response. The Great Heavenly Venerate had disappeared. Just as they were becoming more and more panicked, the Myriad Immortals Alliance suddenly declared war on the 10 immortal sects. This caused the members of the 10 sects to feel a sense of both amusement and anger. They were indeed afraid of King Xuantian, but what was a mere Myriad Immortals Alliance? The strongest in the Immortal Alliance, the Immortal Venerate of Transmission, was only in the Tao integration realm. Where did they get the courage to dare to challenge the 10 sects? Both amused and furious, just as the 10 sects decided to suppress the Myriad Immortals Alliance with thunderous means. A series of actions by the Myriad Immortals Alliance suddenly caught the 10 sects off guard. First, the transmitter announced to the world his true identity, Xuanyuan Tuo, the former leader of the Zantian sect, a descendant of King Xuantian, Xuanyuan Hong. The 10 sects wreaked havoc on the Zantian Foundation, so Xuanyuan Hong founded the Zantian sect to overthrow the rule of the 10 sects and restore the rule of Zantian. The 10 sects had ruled Xuanwang for 10,000 years, and the world had almost no knowledge of the Zantian sect. Therefore, for ordinary cultivators, this announcement by the Myriad Immortals Alliance was just a pretext for the so-called orthodoxy. But in the eyes of the 10 sects, it had a completely different meaning. The transmitter was actually a descendant of King Xuantian. A mere Tao integration cultivator certainly did not have the courage to stand up against the 10 sects. But what if the one standing behind the transmitter was King Xuantian himself? No wonder the transmitter, a wild cultivator with no foundation, was able to rise so quickly. He was also able to create a set of methods that were completely different from the current cultivation methods and could be called brilliant. Coupled with the loss of control of the floating crossing starry sky formation and the revival of the celestial beast, the 10 sects finally confirmed. King Xuantian had returned. Ancient memories surged into their minds again, and fear arose at the same time. Just how strong was King Xuantian? Among the 10 sects today, there were still many longevity cultivators who had personally witnessed King Xuantian sweep across the world in his half-immortal form 10,000 years ago. They knew very well how strong King Xuantian was. Even if the 10 sects cultivators joined forces, they would never be King Xuantian's opponents. If they took the initiative to attack, they would only be seeking their own death. Through analysis that they believed to be a cognitive understanding of King Xuantian, the core of the 10 sects came to the conclusion, although King Xuantian had returned, given his character, even if he wanted to take revenge, he would need a legitimate reason. The reason why he didn't show up, but instead let his descendants provoke the 10 sects, was to lure the 10 sects into taking the initiative to attack. And then, in the name of retaliation, he would righteously and thunderously slaughter and retaliate against the 10 sects. The members of the 10 sects, realizing this, thought they had discovered King Xuantian's conspiracy. They were so frightened that they broke out in cold sweats and quickly ordered their disciples not to clash with the Myriad Immortals Alliance for the time being. Thus, an extremely strange scene appeared on the Xuanwang continent. The Myriad Immortals Alliance waved the banner of the Zantian sect and grew wildly and savagely. However, the 10 immortal sects, as the actual rulers of the Xuanwang realm, turned a blind eye to this and became shrinking turtles. Such a strange phenomenon greatly boosted the morale of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, and the speed of expansion increased again. The grassroots disciples of the 10 sects were extremely depressed and puzzled. Relying on their past prestige, they temporarily suppressed the resentment of the disciples in the sect. The core members of the 10 sects also knew that this matter could not last long. So they jointly decided, quickly invite the heavenly capital Grand Wizard. In fact, if King Xuantian hadn't been seriously injured after the battle with the Grand Wizard, they wouldn't have dared to attack King Xuantian. Now that King Xuantian had returned, they could only turn to the Grand Wizard for help again. After all, the inheritance of the 10 sects all came from the heavenly capital. The Grand Wizard should not sit idly by and watch them die. That was the theory, but in reality, the 10 sects were not sure. After all, the crowd had not been able to see the Grand Wizard for many years. Even during several times of life and death crises in the Xuanwang realm, the Grand Wizard had never appeared. In the secret room of the Great Tao sect, more than half of the leaders of the 10 sects gathered here to discuss countermeasures. Everyone was frowning. Fang Dinggay coughed lightly. Everyone, there is no need to be like this. Don't forget our discovery in the starry sky near Taiyuan. If it really doesn't work, what if we give this corner of the Xuanwang realm to King Xuantian? That place is much better than this immortal ruins. This statement of defeat before the battle did not elicit rebuttals from the crowd. Instead, they nodded in unison, all agreeing with Fang Dinggay's statement. Before we leave, we will empty all the accumulation of our 10 sects over the years, leaving only an empty Xuanwang for him. Humpha Euro, the speaker was an extremely old man. His beard and hair were all white, and the skin on his face was all squeezed together, looking quite frightening. The light in his turbid eyes seemed to be completely extinguished. It seemed that the so-called longevity realm had also reached the end of its life. The others present did not echo the old man's resentful words. Their expressions were different. However, due to the old man's identity and status, no one stood up to refute him for a while. The old man's name was Ruan Tianliu, and he was the supreme elder of the One Beginning sect. After the One Beginning sect master fell on the Taiyuan battlefield and was not revived by the Xuanwang true immortal, this person regained control of the One Beginning sect. Ruan Tianliu was also one of the few cultivators in the 10 sects who had witnessed the power of King Xuantian. It could be said that he was terrified of that half-immortal. Therefore, from the beginning, he had tried his best to oppose the 10 sects from attacking the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Elder Ruan is right. It can be said that most of the essence of Xuanwang has been harvested by our 10 sects. Even if we transfer it, there will not be too much loss. In fact, haven't we already made contingency plans to escape? However, if there were still people in the sect who opposed and insisted on staying in the Xuanwang realm before, then now, due to the appearance of King Xuantian, everyone's opinions have quickly unified. Shaho Yan, the lord of the boundless hell, looked at the crowd with a smile that was not a smile. Oh, it's just hateful that the 2 portions of immortal seed are inexplicably missing. Otherwise, we could have deceived the heavens and crossed the sea, leaving without a sound. The main body would have escaped far into the Taiyuan starry sky, leaving only a weaker clone to fight to the death with the Xuantian sect. A regretful voice echoed in the arena. These 2 portions of immortal seed disappeared strangely. It doesn't seem like the power dissipated, nor does it seem like they were taken away by Xuantian King. After all, Zan Yuanong acts with integrity and would never do such a sneaky thing. Could it be that he brought a helper with him this time? The crowd in the arena became suspicious. Soon after, they turned to the main topic. Oho will go to invite the great celestial master this time. You must know that the heavenly capital great celestial master is not as easy to approach as they claim to the outside world. A slight carelessness could result in death and the dissipation of the Tao. I'll take the lead. Fang Dinggay saw the hesitation in the crowd, snorted coldly, and spoke first. The expressions of the others from the 10 sects changed for a moment, and finally, they decided on a team of 5 people. They would go to heavenly capital to invite the great celestial master to come out of seclusion. 10,000 years have passed. Although we often send messages and tributes to heavenly capital, it's hard to say whether that great celestial master still recognizes us. According to the experience of our predecessors, we still need to impress him with something he is interested in. The 10 sects recorded all kinds of strange phenomena that had recently occurred in the Xuanwang world in a shadow stone. Furthermore, they forcibly linked them to that Xuantian king, using them as bargaining chips to invite the great celestial master out of seclusion. It would be good if that Xuanwang true immortal hadn't fallen on the Taiyuan battlefield. As the group was about to arrive at heavenly capital, Cao Yingyu, the representative of the great Tao sect, suddenly looked at the distant sky and said this quietly. The group's figures paused slightly. Xuanwang true immortal. The crowd was momentarily lost in thought, then shook their heads, suppressing the many thoughts in their minds. They continued to fly towards heavenly capital. According to the descriptions of those who had experienced it, they smoothly entered the city in the sky. Although it is called heavenly capital, it is actually more like a Taoist sanctum. There were only a few scattered buildings. Fang Dinggay held an ancient token as a token and led the group into heavenly capital very smoothly. A-euro that's considered the first step successful. A-euro. It is said that even if you have the token bestowed by the great celestial master, whether you can enter safely depends entirely on his mood. If you disturb him, even the peak of the Tao integration realm will disappear without a sound. The crowd exchanged glances and breathed a slight sigh of relief. They continued to delve deeper into the location where the great celestial master was said to be sitting in meditation. After pushing open the vermilion wooden door, two figures suddenly appeared in front of the group. The hearts of the 10 sects members skipped a beat. They quickly bowed and prostrated themselves, shouting in unison, "A-euro greetings, great celestial master." A-euro. The pavilion was silent. Drops of cold sweat dripped from the foreheads of the 10 sects members. The great celestial master did not respond for a long time. Just as the 10 sects members were at a loss, one of the figures suddenly spoke. A-euro great celestial master. A-euro. Are you talking about this pillar? A-euro. The 10 sects members were stunned and looked up abruptly. They saw that in front of them, the scene was indeed the same as described in the classics. Two figures stood there. One of them was sitting in meditation and chanting. But the other, A-euro, was not a young child, but a middle-aged man who was imposing and seemed like a celestial being. The first time Fang Dinggay saw the other party, he felt a little familiar. But the words spoken by the other party were so shocking that he didn't have time to think about it. A-euro great celestial master. A-euro pillar. A-euro. What does that mean? A-euro. At this time, the 10 sects members focused their attention on the pillar beside the middle-aged man, which he was gently stroking. An almost impossible thought emerged in the minds of the 10 sects members. So their bodies trembled uncontrollably due to extreme fear. After a while, they were stared at by the middle-aged man's eyes, and although the trembling was forcibly stopped, the hearts of the 10 sects members were still icy cold. And then, the middle-aged man's words also confirmed their guess. A-euro. From now on, there will be no great celestial master in the Xuanwang world. A-euro. A-euro. You need to rely on yourselves for everything you do. A-euro. A-euro. Go. A-euro. Seemingly too lazy to talk nonsense with the 10 sects members, the middle-aged man waved his hand. Everyone suddenly felt dizzy, and then they left Heavenly Capital. When they looked again, the building that had stayed in the sky above the Xuanwang world for 10,000 years had disappeared. A-euro. Brother. A-euro Dinggay. A-euro. After a long silence, everyone finally came back to their senses. In their eyes, the Heavenly Capital Great Celestial Master, who came from the immortal world and seemed omnipotent, had been made into a pillar. This incident had too great an impact on them. So much so that for a while, they even stuttered when speaking. However, after all, they were the leaders of the 10 sects. No matter how shocked they were, they finally began to reluctantly accept it after such a long time. Fang Dinggay calmed his mind, took a deep breath. A-euro. Let's go back and discuss it. A-euro. Halfway through the return journey, Fang Dinggay's figure suddenly stopped, and he blurted out, A-euro. Remember who that person was just now. The first generation Xuanwang Great Heavenly Venerate. A-euro. These words caused everyone to look at each other in dismay. A-euro. 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 A bunch of clowns. A-euro. Li Fan in Heavenly Capital shook his head slightly. He no longer paid too much attention to the immortal Tao 10 sects. Instead, he shifted his attention to the sealed Great Celestial Master. Even though this was the second sealing operation, it could be said that Li Fan had gone through a hard fight. Even before this, Li Fan had already mobilized the power of the floating starry sky great array to first transfer the Xuanwang world to the border of the Dark Star Sea, far away from the immortal ruins, a safe area. Then, he opened the inheritance virtual shadow power left by Lord Shukyu inside the high wall. To deal with the great celestial master, all ordinary Tao techniques are useless. Only the truth is false spirit-reducing blade is the only method that can take effect. Even if he had experience in fighting once, it could not be said that there was no risk. Fortunately, Li Fan's mastery of the changes between truth and falsehood was ultimately too restrained against the great celestial master's Wuji Great Tao. In the end, it still ended with his sealing. A-euro. With a heavenly pillar setting the tripod, the eternal immortal boat can be considered to have taken initial shape. A-euro. Li Fan touched the Wuji heavenly pillar again with great satisfaction. This time, Li Fan excluded the Shukyu virtual shadow from the plan to strengthen the Xuanwang world. After all, Lord Shukyu, for the current Li Fan, can also be regarded as an unstable factor. Although the world says that Lord Shukyu has a noble character, Li Fan will still not entrust his life and death to the morality of others. A-O with Wuji in place, next is the Hungry Immortal. A-Euro. Although the Hungry Immortal has not yet proven the Tao of the Nameless, in terms of danger, it is even above the Great Celestial Master. 1568. Leave request. 2 days ago, in the early morning, I experienced heart palpitations and cold sweats. I went to the hospital emergency room, and my blood pressure was over 180. I've been in the hospital for the past 2 days undergoing tests. I'm mentally and physically exhausted, so I'll be taking a day of leave for now. I'll try my best to maintain a stable update schedule. Of course, my health is the most important thing. I apologize for the inconvenience. 1569. Moral has true immortality. The reason I was able to easily suppress the Grand Magister this time was due to Li Fan's spirit-sapping blade, which innately countered him. The Grand Magister's limitless Tao was utterly vulnerable before truth is false. However, when facing the starving immortal, truth is false would not be so effective. Before its spirituality is reduced to the lowest point, with the starving immortal's half-step to nameless strength, it would be enough to turn the first-generation immortal puppet to ashes. After all, there is no truth restoration to back us up now. To be safe, Li Fan's main body will not easily show up when clearing hidden dangers around Xuanwang. As for the Guardian Mound Phantom, in the previous life, Li Fan used the avatar Li Buren to gather all the immortal domain pawns, and then obtained the recognition of the nameless true immortal, which opened the inheritance of the Guardian Mound Lord. But this time, the true Inkkill immortal soul within the body has disappeared with the fusion of the 3 tribulations. By relying on the changes between truth and falsehood, he can temporarily simulate the power of the Inkkill immortal soul with difficulty. However, weaving a complete and stable myriad aspects Tao network to accommodate the immortal domain unfolding within the pawns is beyond his ability. And with the strength of the first-generation immortal puppet, it is impossible to enter the Guardian Mound Phantom's eyes. So this time, Li Fan used the first-generation immortal puppet to display the power of sitting on the mountain watching the sea, which aroused the resonance of the Guardian Mound Phantom within the high wall, and directly obtained partial control over the Rotten K Tao field. Although it is much more convenient, there are corresponding drawbacks. The Guardian Mound Phantom is used to support and resist the annihilation tribulation of the nearby starry sky. If you want to call upon it, you must first replenish it. In the previous life, first, there was the blessing of the primordial bone. Furthermore, Li Fan could disregard the safety of the starry sky within the high wall, ignore the annihilation tribulation, and extract the power of the Guardian Mound Phantom as much as possible. But now, only half of the primordial bone is within the complete immortal domain pawn, which is of little use. Although the limitless Tao has a high status, in terms of supporting the annihilation tribulation, equal exchange is only equivalent to half a heavenly pillar. In total, he can only exchange for the power of 1 Guardian Mound Phantom, and Li Fan must also consider his own safety. Therefore, he still needs to carefully prepare before making a move against the starving immortal. Don't underestimate the fact that the starving immortal was suppressed into a pillar by Li Fan in the previous life with almost no resistance. But in desperate situations, even when facing the mountain and sea power displayed by the Guardian Mound Phantom, he was not afraid at all. That imposing manner of devouring mountains and drinking seas, turning everything in the world into his own resources, is by no means a bluff, but the foundation of that starvation origin Tao, from outside the primordial possibility. Being able to drift in the annihilation tribulation, survive to the primordial possibility, and merge and evolve. The current starvation Tao is by no means weak. You must know that in the previous life, Li Fan also used nearly 3 primordial heavenly pillars to completely suppress the starving immortal. And at that time, the starving immortal had only just attained the nameless Tao. Li Fan, who had once stripped and eaten the starving immortal's heavenly pillar and tasted it carefully, was naturally very clear about this. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless in the slightest. Fortunately, in terms of understanding that starvation Tao alone, Li Fan's comprehension is probably even above the current starving immortal. After careful arrangement, a perfect trap targeting the starving immortal was built. 3 years later in the Xuanwang realm time, on the immortal ruins land, the skeletal body that was sitting in meditation suddenly opened its eyes. Looking towards the distant center of the star sea. What's going on? Someone is vying with me for the ownership of that starvation Tao. First, it was a little confused. After a while, the starving immortal finally understood the reason why he had inexplicably awakened from meditation. The starving immortal immediately felt a little unbelievable, and even found it a little funny. After all, the bones of the previous starving immortal are right under him. It is absolutely impossible for anyone in the world to know more about the starvation Tao than himself. Still stubbornly practicing this Tao, he should not have discovered my existence yet. But he can wake me up from meditation, indicating that this person's understanding of the starvation Tao has also been quite established. The starving immortal suddenly found it interesting. If I devour this person, I may be able to save myself some hard work in understanding the Tao. With a thought, the chains entwined around the starving immortal's body all returned to him with a clatter. The starving immortal took the first step, and the flesh and blood that had disappeared from his body had already been restored. In a flash, he had already arrived near the location where he sensed another starvation Tao cultivator. The starving immortal inexplicably felt that the Tao principles wandering in the nearby starry sky seemed a little familiar. But for a moment, he couldn't think of where this familiarity came from. And the Tao cultivator who should have been here was nowhere to be seen. The starving immortal's heart sank, and he quickly scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, after seeing a figure standing quietly in the starry sky not far away, the starving immortal's body froze directly. The instinct from his body and soul made him almost blurt out the word, Master. Because this figure, whether in size or aura, was almost identical to his master non-action. And seemingly aware of the starving immortal's prying gaze, that figure also slowly turned around at this moment. A thin face, calm eyes. When this face fell into the starving immortal's eyes, it was no less than a thunderbolt, shaking the starving immortal's soul and making his consciousness unclear. It's really Master. Shock, doubt, and many emotions surged together. The surrounding starry sky quietly changed. One after another, faint thin lines, crisscrossing, were like an invisible net, enveloping the starving immortal. The figure of non-action disappeared, replaced by scenes of changing surroundings. Heaven and earth were about to collapse, and the annihilation tribulation descended. It was buried deep in the starving immortal's heart, the past long ago. Only this time, the master non-action immortal was unable to resist this monstrous disaster. In the transfer, he was swallowed by the annihilation. Master. The starving immortal was frightened and terrified. The approaching aura of annihilation all around made him instinctively want to escape. After a moment, he finally woke up. No. This is a trap. Although the starving immortal finally realized something, unfortunately, the formation had been completed, and everything could no longer be reversed. The starving immortal only felt his vision gradually dimming, as if an invisible hand was pressing down on him. And the connection between him and the bones of the previous starving immortal was also cut off for some reason. All resistance was futile. A heavenly pillar slowly formed in the formation. It was not until this moment of finality that Li Fan manipulated the first-generation immortal puppet to appear. Attacking the city as inferior, attacking the mind as superior, he slowly chanted with a smug look on his face. First, he diverted the tiger away from the mountain, then he shook his mind with the non-action immortal, and then he cut off his connection with the bones under the immortal ruins by relying on his understanding of the starvation Tao. The difficulty of capturing the starving immortal was directly reduced by more than half. If he had forcibly fought the starving immortal on the immortal ruins land, it would not have been so easy. It's a pity that the starving immortal has not attained the nameless. It's still barely half a heavenly pillar. Li Fan looked at the 3 heavenly pillars he had collected so far and shook his head slightly. Primordial, limitless, starvation. All of them are incomplete, far from the magnificent appearance of standing in the star sea at their peak in the previous life. But you can't force it. Although the nameless heavenly venerate is good, the risk is too great. If I'm not careful, my eternal immortal ship may capsize before it's built. These 3 are barely acceptable now. If the quality isn't up to par, then we'll win with quantity. Li Fan consoled himself. Without the still karma as a crutch, Li Fan also learned to compromise. He no longer pursued perfection, but instead prioritized stability. After carefully stowing away the starving immortal heavenly pillar, Li Fan then arrived on the immortal ruins land. Although there was no longer a starving immortal comprehending the Tao, the previous starving immortal's remains were still present, so the immortal ruins' outward suction force had not completely disappeared. In his previous life, Li Fan had chosen to become the starving immortal. After the starving immortal attained the Tao and became nameless, this skeleton had also vanished. But now, that enormous character for starvation was still quietly engraved on the immortal ruins land. Li Fan did not try to move this skeleton away, because he keenly sensed the aura of the Tao annihilation tribulation that the skeleton supported. The experience of his previous life told Li Fan that if this skeleton were lost, the surrounding starry sky would instantly suffer the impact of Tao annihilation. Being restricted like this is really frustrating. Li Fan slowly uttered these 8 words. Although he couldn't move it easily, it didn't prevent Li Fan from sitting and comprehending the Tao, just like the starving immortal. Of course, Li Fan didn't want to become the next starving immortal. What he was trying to comprehend was the Tao path of this skeleton's owner before crossing the Tao annihilation to reach the primordial. Li Fan vaguely had a feeling that compared to the Tao of starvation, that original Tao path seemed to be more capable of expanding his understanding of the myriad manifestations Tao net. He still sat cross-legged on the immortal ruins land, in the central position of the enormous true immortal seal character. However, Li Fan did not use chains to tightly bind himself. He was confident that with his own will, he could resist the influence of the great Tao of starvation. As his own understanding deepened, he gradually achieved resonance with the skeleton beneath him. Some fragmented memories from the skeleton also surfaced in his mind. From near to far, it's happening again, it's happening again. Last time when the heavens collapsed, I was lucky enough to escape. This time, I'm afraid I won't be so lucky. Damn it, the tribulation crossing a mortal coffin was lost, and I haven't been able to find it after all these years of painstaking effort. In the distance, the continuous sky disappeared without warning. The Tao annihilation tide was hidden in the darkness, pressing in from all directions. One could faintly hear the sounds of mountains and seas colliding and rumbling from the darkness. This sound was too familiar. It was precisely this sound that, like a death knell, constantly played during the fall of his homeland. Ordinary people could hardly detect it, only cultivators who understood the mountains and seas could hear it. At this moment, this mountain and sea symphony echoed again, also awakening the starving immortal's instinctive fear. Without the slightest intention of resisting, he wanted to escape. The fall of the immortal realm is already a foregone conclusion. I can only go to the lower realm to avoid the storm for now, and then think of other ways. Damn it, who exactly took my tribulation crossing immortal coffin? Having seemingly prepared to escape long ago, the starving immortal arrived near the ascension passage before most of the immortals. As the connection point between the immortal and mortal realms, as long as he passed through there, he would be safe for the time being. The collapse of the immortal realm will also last for a while. I hope I can find a way to escape before the Tao annihilation affects the lower realm. The starving immortal was panicked, and was about to go to the lower realm. Suddenly, a voice stopped him. Fellow Taoist, please wait. The starving immortal instinctively became vigilant, and ignored the voice, pretending not to hear it. He continued to fly forward. But the journey that could originally be reached in an instant, for some reason, became so distant. He couldn't fly to the end no matter what. Fellow Taoist hears but does not listen. It seems that you don't intend to give me this face. I originally wanted to discuss it with you, but now it seems that there is no need. The voice was getting closer and closer, like a shadow following him. In a moment, it came to the starving immortal's side. The immortal realm is suffering, and the lower realm probably won't last long either. Someone has to stand up and support the Tao annihilation for everyone's sake. Why can't it be you? Sacrifice the small self to achieve the greater self. We survivors will remember you in the future. The figure said earnestly, and then the starving immortal felt a hand on his shoulder. Then he could no longer move. First, there was a burst of fear, and then a nameless fire rose in his heart. You're courting death. Infinite suction suddenly emerged from the starving immortal's body, frantically devouring everything around him. The ascension passage even became shaky because of this. Even many escaping true immortals were swallowed by the starving immortal before they could call for help. However, in the center of this vortex that stirred everything, there was another figure who was also unaffected. He looked at the starving immortal with a look of regret. It seems that your awareness is really a bit low. There is not even the need to mourn you. It can be considered a labor-saving matter. In a few words, it seemed that the starving immortal's fate had already been decided. And he didn't care about the starving immortal's own thoughts at all. The starving immortal was both shocked and angry. If it weren't for the need to integrate into the great Tao of this world as soon as possible, and I changed my appearance, how could I be bullied like this? Damn it, The weight on the starving immortal's shoulder became heavier and heavier, and the starving immortal also felt that he was gradually detaching from the entire world. The ubiquitous force seemed to squeeze and flatten him inch by inch. In the last moment of consciousness disappearing, the starving immortal tried his best to see the face of this figure clearly. "It's you, moral true immortal." This was the last trace of thought echoing in the starving immortal's skeleton. Containing incomparable resentment, it lingered for a long time. Finally alive. Everyone is dead, only I didn't die. Facts prove that I am right. HMPH, Master, Junior Brother, you can rest in peace under the 9 springs. Crossing the Tao annihilation, going through hardships, and coming to a new possibility, the starving immortal looked at the long-lost scenery of the immortal realm, feeling particularly happy. However, his good mood was quickly interrupted. Strange, shouldn't the tribulation-crossing immortal coffin have descended with me into the mortal world? Why is it gone? Moreover, the great Tao here seems to be a little repulsive to me. It seems that I have to think of a way. What Lianshan holy monarch, Guihai, are just hypocrites who vainly try to monopolize the mountains and seas. The great Tao of mountains and seas is available to everyone. Today, I insist on swallowing mountains and devouring seas. In the shattered doomsday world where thunder and lightning continued to roar, the starving immortal roared to the sky like a demon. "You evil creature!" And beside him, only half of the old man's head remained, muttering and scolding. "Old thing, how do you feel when you see your disciples and grandchildren, as well as the great Tao of this world that you protect, being swallowed by me one by one? Ha ha ha! You evil creature!" The half of the head did not respond, still repeating the scolding. Boring. The starving immortal smashed the head to pieces with one kick. The shattered bone fragments, along with flesh and blood, and brain matter, splashed out in an instant. But when they flew halfway into the air, they were absorbed and stuck to the starving immortal's leg. Then, they kept wriggling and disappeared into the leg. I just don't believe it. I can even swallow the great Tao, so what do I have to fear from these mountains and seas? The starving immortal looked at the mountain and sea resonance symphony that was quietly playing in the darkness in the distance, his eyes completely red. In the future, I will try to code during the day and can't stay up late anymore. My body really can't take it. 1570. I felt really uncomfortable halfway through coding and went to the emergency room. I was halfway through coding when I suddenly felt unwell and had to go to the emergency room. I've been going to the hospital for checkups recently, but they haven't been able to find the problem yet. We can only rule things out one by one. It's very exhausting. I can only update when I have time and my body allows it. I'm sorry. 1571. Is it possible? Following the memories of the previous starvation immortal, or rather, the scenes from the Euro devourer of the Tao Euro, from other possibilities, flashed through Li Fan's mind. His bones also transformed into streams of light, becoming another celestial pillar. Although it was only half a world, compared to what Li Fan had obtained before, it undoubtedly represented the condensation of the original Euro starvation Euro, Grand Tao. Li Fan did not pull this celestial pillar away from the immortal ruins, land. Instead, he buried the half that sealed the starvation immortal near it. It could be perceived that because of their shared understanding of the Euro starvation Euro, Grand Tao, even though the core of the two celestial pillars was not the same person, they still had a tendency to merge with each other. You could improve the Tao of the Nameless while alive, but you still have a chance after death. Consider it helping you fulfill your wish, Li Fan nodded secretly in his heart. After temporarily settling the two celestial pillars, Li Fan then savored what he had just seen. Although the memories of the previous starvation immortal were short, there were 3 things that Li Fan cared about very much. First, it was the Tao of Euro Tao devouring Euro. Hidden within the Euro starvation Euro, Grand Tao, the domineering desire to devour mountains and drain seas was not Li Fan's illusion. It was precisely the manifestation of this Euro Tao devouring Euro. Being able to devour an entire Grand Tao of possibility and turn it into one's own resources was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. However, he overestimated himself and chose the wrong opponent. He still had the strength to devour a single possibility. But facing the mountains and seas Euro, Li Fan sneered. Without having personally seen the infinite sea and the mountains above, it was impossible to imagine their grandeur. Even the mortal world, which contained all possibilities, was just a corner of the mountains and seas. The previous starvation immortal paid the price for his arrogance. After drifting in Tao annihilation for a long time, he came to a Euro Primordial in a sorry state, and was lucky enough to survive. However, with the 3 sages of Primordial present, he did not dare to be presumptuous. He had to change his appearance and replace a Euro Dao devouring a Euro, with a Euro starvation a Euro. Although the 2 Daos had similarities, it was clear that their power could not be compared. His final fate was to be easily turned into a pillar supporting the sky. The second point that Li Fan cared about was the Euro Calamity crossing Immortal Coffin a Euro, that could support the starvation Immortal to drift in Dao annihilation for so long. The memories left by the starvation Immortal were not many, but he mentioned this Immortal Coffin several times. Clearly, the starvation Immortal was extremely concerned about the loss of the Calamity crossing Immortal Coffin. And the treasure that could make even a ruthless person like the starvation Immortal, who destroyed and devoured single possibilities, so concerned, the Calamity crossing Immortal Coffin must have its own mysteries. I just don't know who stole this Calamity crossing Immortal Coffin. Now that the immortal world has been destroyed, if it still exists, it should be somewhere in the lower realm Star Sea. Although he had personally witnessed the destruction of a Euro Primordial Li Fan had not yet explored all of Primordial's surviving territories. His footprints were still limited to the 3, the High Wall, the Shuo Star, and the Guangwu. The reason for this was, firstly, the Dao annihilation was obstructive and made traveling difficult. Secondly, the forces that could survive to this day under the grand backdrop of the immortal world's destruction were not easy to deal with. The Dao swords, Dao blades, and Dao epic projection pearls offered by the Guangwu Star Sea in the previous life all had the power to destroy the world. The Guangwu Star Sea was like this, and so were the other Star Seas. And under the backdrop of Dao annihilation, it was destined that these Star Seas would be particularly repulsive to outsiders. It was by no means an easy task to explore all the Star Seas of Primordial. Of course, the main reason was that there was no need. Li Fan's main destination for future exploration was the mountains and seas that jumped out of Primordial, and even the eternal silent void that he reached by going against the current. The High Wall, the Shuo Star, and the Guangwu were all essentially the same to Li Fan. As for the last thing that made Li Fan very concerned, even extremely fearful, it was the Dao Virtue True Immortal. As could be seen from the Starvation Immortal's memories, this Dao Virtue True Immortal was not only extremely powerful, but also completely different from the supreme experts Li Fan had come into contact with in the past. Lord Shukyu, Emperor Taishan, Ziyi, the 3 sages, etc., were strong, but they more or less had the demeanor of strong people, and acted according to certain rules. But this Dao Virtue True Immortal, named Dao Virtue, in fact acted without any morality. He habitually stood on the moral high ground to control and manipulate others. The life and death of others had nothing to do with him. He was bound to strive for everything that could bring him benefits, but anything that threatened him, he would destroy without mercy a euro. Li Fan was all too familiar with this style of doing things. Although they had not even met, Li Fan already had a vague premonition in his heart. This Dao Virtue True Immortal would definitely be his great enemy in the future. Interesting. Then let's see who is more moral. The initial immortal puppet lightly stepped on the immortal ruins, land. Under the sweeping power of Dao devouring, the former immortal world ruins were instantly shattered into countless tiny particles. Then, they were quickly swallowed by the initial immortal puppet. The immortal ruins would no longer exist in the future. Only one new and one old, 2 starvation immortal celestial pillars, were left to support the collapsing sky here. With the help of the initial immortal puppet's body, Li Fan carefully savored the taste of the immortal world ruins. The entire immortal world was opened up on the mountains above. Therefore, while slowly chewing, the scene of continuous and boundless mountains also appeared in front of Li Fan. With this ability to look into the distance, one can indeed understand a certain euro principle of the mountain euro. However, compared to personally going to the mountains and seas, it is still far too lacking. Even Lord Shocho's Dao of sitting on the mountain and watching the sea is far, far inferior. Li Fan was not surprised by this. After all, he had only devoured an immortal ruin. It's like walking towards the mountain. The more you devour, the closer you get to the mountain. The immortal world had already been destroyed, and there were not many ruins left. Li Fan naturally set his sights on the immortal domain pawns left by Sun Piaomiao. The position of the pawns at the time node 10,000 years ago was slightly different from that 10,000 years later. However, they were all within the high wall. During the 3 years of setting traps and hunting the starvation immortal, Li Fan had already collected them all. The Medicine King sect members, who thought they had escaped the immortal ruins and gained a new life, happily inquired about the situation from the cultivators in front of them. But they were horrified to find that they had actually returned to the Xuanwang world. Fortunately, the 10 sects were now overwhelmed by the offensive of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, and no one came to settle accounts with them for the time being. After some deliberation, the Medicine King sect members, who could not figure out what had happened and were terrified, simply gritted their teeth and directly joined the Myriad Immortals Alliance. They thought that with their ability to save lives and treat illnesses, they could get along anywhere. However, the characteristics of the new law cultivators, that their cave heavens were unbreakable, their souls were indestructible, and their bodies were immortal, rendered many of the Medicine King sect's unique skills useless. On the contrary, some strange elixirs that were previously regarded as not doing their proper business brought them the capital to gain a foothold. Li Fan didn't care much about these things. It was already out of consideration for their past relationship that he casually dropped off the entire Medicine King sect, instead of devouring them along the way. After unfolding the immortal domain and devouring everything into his belly with the Tao devouring method, the initial immortal puppet temporarily reached its limit. Although the scene of the mountains above that he vaguely saw became clearer, the huge oppressive feeling of the approaching mountains also descended on the initial immortal puppet like a shadow. Immortals are, by nature, creations born from the union of mountains and seas. The boundlessness of the sea, the towering presence of the mountains. Balancing the two creates a true immortal. Now, the first-generation immortal puppet, having devoured an entire immortal domain using the devouring Tao method, has caused the mountains to subtly overshadow the sea within itself. Li Fan faintly sensed that some unfathomable change was occurring within the first-generation immortal puppet. He couldn't yet determine whether this change was good or bad. He decisively halted the continued devouring and attempted to invoke the power of infinity to use the sea to resist the mountains. Amidst the sounds of crashing waves, the intangible pressure from the mountain shadow above finally began to recede. Only then did the first-generation immortal puppet barely regain the ability to move. That feeling, as if about to be swallowed by the endless shadows of the mountains, is actually quite similar to the sensation of the 3 Taos merging that I experienced before. The first-generation immortal puppet sat down cross-legged to regulate its breathing, while Li Fan carefully savored the experience. After a long while, he finally confirmed it. It's just that when the 3 Taos merge, I will dissipate into the collection of unknown and mysterious forces. While what the first-generation immortal puppet just experienced was merely being submerged by the mountains above a euro. Li Fan couldn't help but think of the fallen immortal realm. Within the fallen immortal realm, there is only the boundless sea, and no mountains above. If I disregard the consequences and push the devouring Tao method to its limit, could I create another fallen immortal realm, built upon the mountains above, that is opposite to it? Li Fan narrowed his eyes, relying on his personal experience of the 3 Taos merging, and began to deduce rapidly. If one could still maintain their sanity under the engulfing shadow of the mountains above, they should be able to clearly see this opposite fallen immortal realm. Immortal ruins, chess piece immortal ruins, all of these immortal world lands that he had once devoured, would reappear completely intact. However, not in their forms in reality, but in their original forms when they were above the mountains. Scattered like stars, distributed among the endless, continuous mountain ranges. Like stars in the darkness. Far from the place where mountains and seas merge, therefore, in a sense, one can also avoid the annihilation of the Tao. But the price €1. Li Fan looked around like a ghost. In the mountains above, there was silence. No sound of waves representing life, only towering mountain peaks. Absolute order and hierarchy. Life, in this place, is meaningless. Li Fan suddenly understood why, in the mountain and sea fable left by Sun Piao Miao, all living beings were born from the sea. Because the mountains above themselves are contradictory and opposed to life. Even if a true immortal can borrow the power of the mountains, it doesn't mean they merge into the mountains. They are just standing on top of them. Even the 3 sages of the immortal world are the same. And the consequences of merging into the mountains €1. The shadows of the mountains surrounded him from all directions. The scattered lands he had devoured quickly disappeared into the endless mountains. Li Fan woke up from the deduction illusion, and a layer of cold sweat actually broke out on his forehead. Not because of fear in his heart, but because of life's instinctive awe of the mountains above. And the first-generation immortal puppet's body was covered with large patches of shadow. Devouring mountains and swallowing seas is not an empty phrase. It's just that one needs to deal with the backlash from both mountains and seas at the same time. While devouring mountains and seas, one is also being devoured by mountains and seas. Li Fan understood in his heart and helped the first-generation immortal puppet connect to the boundless sea, thereby reducing the shadow of the mountains. It took a full half a year to wash away the shadows on the first-generation puppet's body. Li Fan couldn't help but sigh secretly. Sage Monarch Guihai and Sage Monarch Lianshan are truly gifted. Even if one were missing, the so-called immortal Tao, the end result of cultivating to the extreme, I'm afraid wouldn't be very good. The only ending is to merge with the mountains and seas, and assimilate with the mountains and seas. But precisely because of the two sages' great achievements in opening up the mountains and seas, the mutual restraint between the two created a foothold for immortals. However, correspondingly, since they are based on the mountains and seas, they must also participate in facing the calamities of the mountains and seas themselves. The merging of mountains and seas, the annihilation of the Tao Euro. The great Tao of the world is nothing more than the principles of mountains and seas. Li Fan, through the devouring Tao method, directly devoured the ruins of the immortal world, saving the process of enlightenment. He was able to directly face the mountains and seas. Although the speed of cultivation is fast, the side effects are also difficult for ordinary people to bear. Fortunately, Li Fan had the help of returning to truth, and was able to retreat completely after experiencing the three Taos merging disaster. In the face of this lower level submergence, he was able to maintain his own stability. All things merge into the mountains and seas, and the mountains and seas merge into something higher. Even longevity and returning to truth, which are on the same level as mountains and seas, are in this merging sequence a Euro. Li Fan once again thought of the legend of the Creator God. This legend actually vaguely points out the greatest truth between mountains and seas. The so-called Creator God evolved the mountains and seas and created all things in the mortal world. But in the end, everything in the world will return to the beginning. The fading of the mortal world, the merging of mountains and seas. This is the general trend, this is the destiny that the living beings between the mountains and seas need to face. In Li Fan's mind, the scene that made the mountains and seas tremble quietly emerged. A lone star hung high, like the single eye of a god, overlooking below. Are the true immortals who cross time and space and pass on the spark resisting such a fate? Li Fan stood in the dim starry sky, looking beyond the Euro Origin Euro, silent. With my ability, I can explore this truth. Let alone those transcendent powerhouses, and even the three sages. Even so, there is no hesitation or assent. See, paragraph mark A Euro. Amazing. Li Fan sincerely praised. If there is something dominating the change of the merging of mountains and seas, perhaps it is the will of the so-called Creator God that has disappeared. To save the mortal world and reverse the general trend of the merging of mountains and seas is actually competing with the Creator God. The ants between the mountains and seas, raising their antennae and trying to confront the lone star hanging outside the mountains and seas, is itself an incredible thing. If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. Since they can still persevere, then hold on a little longer a Euro, Li Fan muttered, suppressing the unease in his heart. Half of the unease in Li Fan's heart came from the trepidation after seeing the truth of the mountains and seas. The other half came from distrust. You must know that Li Fan has never been able to entrust his name to others. Even if the other party is Zi, Shukyu, and the three sages, whose strength is far higher than him. Regarding his own life and safety, Li Fan also secretly beat in his heart, are these people really okay? Before the general trend of the merging of mountains and seas is completely reversed, this suspicion will never dissipate. I'm afraid that in the end, I will have to go out myself to be at ease. Li Fan's gaze was deep, and his vision seemed to penetrate the broken river of time and space, directly reaching the source of everything. Thank you all book friends for your concern. I didn't find anything wrong in the emergency room yesterday. Now I have a 24-hour ECG hanging, and I will wait for the test results later. 1572. A Euro M in hospital, so I won't a Euro TB updating for a few days. I'm in the hospital and will be taking a break from updates for a few days. I'll be hospitalized for a few days, so I'll be temporarily stopping updates. Sorry for the inconvenience. 1573. Dan Lian Zan Huang Realm. In the end, this is Li Fan's true nature. Extremely selfish, and never truly trusting of others. Just like when he was still immortal, struggling for survival in the Great Zan dynasty. Whenever matters involved his future, or even his life, Li Fan would always handle them personally. searching for mineral veins in the deep mountains, leading the musket team's toa per mil suppress bandits. Even saving the Prince of Lengya when the rioters attacked, and then personally ending his life. The fundamental reason for all of this was that he didn't trust others to handle these matters. He could only do it himself. Now, 100 cycles of reincarnation have passed, and Li Fan's strength is already enough to easily manipulate true immortals. But this point has never changed. The continued existence of the mortal world is related to his own life. Therefore, Li Fan would never completely entrust its fate to others. Even if Shukyu, the three sages, and others seem to surpass Li Fan at this moment, whether from a moral or strength perspective, they cannot influence Li Fan's decision in the slightest. The reason he is choosing to let them carry the burden, for now, is simply because Li Fan's strength is not yet sufficient. Retracting his gaze from the end of the river of time, Li Fan manipulated the body of the great celestial venerable puppet, strolling through the pitch-black star sea. Although he had devoured all the immortal domain chess pieces, Li Fan faintly sensed that the power of this puppet body had not actually improved much. Not to mention the realm of transcendence, it was still far from proving the Tao of Nameless. Fortunately, Li Fan didn't expect the great celestial venerable immortal puppet to be his true combat power, but only to serve as a tool for convenient movement and the utilization of limitless immortal power. Immortal arrays, Shocho's phantom, the true as false divine power euro. These are Li Fan's true trump cards. After resolving the hidden dangers of the immortal ruins, Li Fan finally arrived at the depression beneath the pitch-black star sea, where countless vitalities converged. At this point in time, the azure underworld pearl had not yet completely shattered. Situ Xing had not completely lost his power either. The progress of the shape of life being developed in the dark river of the depression was also vastly different from what it would be 8,000 years later. Li Fan first suppressed and collected the azure underworld pearl, and then slowly searched for Situ Xing, or rather, Xing Wu's whereabouts. Perhaps the sudden disappearance of the azure underworld pearl, which was still releasing vitality, had aroused his vigilance. Dragging his heavily injured body, he was rapidly fleeing in this dark river of the depression. Unfortunately, the entire shape of life beneath the star sea was already completely under Li Fan's control. Where could he escape to? Li Fan simply said faintly, "Immortal Chancellor Situ, have you been well since we last met?" Ending his escape, which old friend is it? After a moment of silence, an excited, doubtful, and vigilant voice came from Situ Xing's mouth. Li Fan manipulated the body of the first-generation immortal puppet, revealing his presence. Situ Xing was slightly stunned, and couldn't help but say, "The first generation. Wasn't it already a euro?" "That's not right." Situ Xing seemed to realize something, and his expression changed drastically. His figure turned into a wisp of black smoke, still wanting to continue his escape. But how could he have time? In an instant, he had already been captured by Li Fan. Situ Xing was both shocked and angry, but could no longer make a sound. Having already thoroughly observed his inner workings, Li Fan directly skipped the process of questioning and refined him into a celestial pillar. At this point, the four celestial pillars of the former primordial immortal realm, Yuanxi, Hunger Immortal, Heavenly Capital Great Magician, and Situ Xing, had once again gathered in this life. The effectiveness of the first three is slightly inferior to the previous life. However, this celestial pillar of a euro engraving a euro, transformed from Situ Xing, is more useful because it has not suffered 8,000 years of wear and tear. It's still far from enough, though. Li Fan shook his head slightly. In the previous life, the primordial immortal realm he built seemed as solid as a rock, supported by the four celestial pillars and suspended above the star sea, able to resist the annihilation tribulation to a certain extent. But when Guangwu's star sea diverted the disaster, sending the immortal rat and attracting the attention of the remains of a transcendent powerhouse in the tide of annihilation, the entire primordial immortal realm suddenly fell into turmoil. Even with the high wall, it was still in danger of collapsing at any time. It was only after Chengdao took the initiative to integrate the Suo Star Sea Dao network, creating the High Wall, Suo Star Sea Alliance, that it barely managed to hold on. Now that Chengdao is truly in a deep sleep, and the pitch-black star sea within the High Wall has become Li Fan's foundation. Even if Chengdao showed enough goodwill in the previous life, Li Fan would not entrust his life to him. Fortunately, Li Fan had a plan in mind long ago. If I want to build the eternal immortal boat, I still have to rely on myself. At Li Fan's signal, the first-generation immortal puppet flew to the edge of the pitch-black star sea. Crossing the high wall, it arrived in the Suo Star Sea. Due to the influence of the Immortal ruins, suction, there was a huge difference in the flow of time inside and outside the high wall. In the previous life, Li Fan determined that the time difference between the inside and outside was more than 120 times. If calculated according to this ratio, 8,600 years before the initial anchor point of the Xuanwang realm, the Suo Star Sea should be 1,000,000 years ago. However, the suction of the Immortal ruins slowly increased due to the Hunger Immortal's enlightenment. The time flow ratio is not constant, but gradually increases. Li Fan scanned the surrounding starry sky, comparing what he saw with the appearance of the Suo Star Sea in his memory. He found that although there were changes, he could barely distinguish them. It seems that the Suo Star Sea has maintained a relatively safe and stable state during this period. Perhaps it's because it's near the high wall. The Tao network does not yet exist, and many surviving cultivators, and even true immortals, have gathered. Li Fan looked at the vibrant light in the distance, carefully distinguishing the aura within. But the purpose of his leaping out of the high wall this time was not the people in the Suo Star Sea. Not going far, following the memory of the previous life, Li Fan quickly came to a dead starry sky outside the high wall. In a ruin, he luckily found the target. The octagonal square building, the ascension platform. In the previous life, the immortal hunter Qian Ruochang relied on this ascension platform to create a flesh and blood true immortal. With this ascension platform in hand, I can bestow immortality upon the masses within the pitch-black star sea without revealing myself, and recreate the immortal realm. At that time, whether it's cattle, horses, dogs, or materials for celestial pillars, I will have everything I need. Li Fan's eyes flickered, and he was already confident in everything. Although he had also created the so-called primordial immortal realm, Li Fan knew clearly that that continent only had the name of an immortal realm, but not the reality. And what he wants to build next is a true immortal realm. The immortal realm standing above the upper mountain, connected to the infinite sea. Even further than the original immortal realm. Enduring countless tribulations without decay, facing the annihilation without destruction. With the target in hand, the great celestial venerable immortal puppet did not stop for a moment, and went straight back inside the high wall. Only glancing at the Suo Star Sea in the distance, he left a wisp of divine sense, quietly infiltrating it. On the one hand, to inquire about the holy merchant's news. On the other hand, to simultaneously calculate the time difference inside and outside the high wall at this moment. Although the Hunger Immortal is dead, the celestial pillar remains. Li Fan currently has no plans to directly close the Hunger Immortal celestial pillar's suction and cancel the time difference inside and outside the high wall. Due to the high wall's isolation, even if the pitch-black star sea undergoes earth-shattering changes, it will not have any impact on the Suo Star Sea or the surrounding star fields. Even without the 10 defectors, the overall trend wouldn't be affected. Therefore, in all likelihood, they would continue to develop according to the historical process that Li Fan was familiar with. And this was exactly the result Li Fan wanted. The Tao network clashes with the remaining true immortal forces, and the renegade immortal repeatedly takes action to turn the Tidia Euro. Li Fan recalled Cheng Dao's narration, a glint flashing in his eyes. Carrying the ascension platform, he returned to the Xuanwang world. The great celestial venerable immortal puppet took out another stone slab. It was left by the Zhantian king, also replicated from the immortal realm's ascension platform, the key of Tao. Li Fan placed the two in front of him, carefully comparing them. Zhantian king is indeed not to be underestimated. A true immortal who had just ascended, and hadn't even connected to the endless sea, was actually able to perfectly replicate the immortal runes in the ascension platform in such a hurry. After a moment, Li Fan couldn't help but exclaim. After his detailed comparison, the stone slab left by the Zhantian king had almost perfectly replicated most of the useful true immortal runes on the entire ascension platform. Although it lacks the most core restriction of the ascension platform, connecting to the endless sea. And it is precisely the lack of this part that has prevented him from achieving true immortality. Li Fan gently stroked the key of Tao stone slab, countless points of light seeming to surge from the void, from all directions towards the stone slab. Before long, another identical octagonal, square ascension platform appeared before him. While creating things from nothing, Li Fan also conveniently filled in the missing content from the stone slab. With Li Fan's experience of personally entering the endless sea several times, and even merging with the mountains and seas, the immortal runes he filled in to connect to the endless sea were even more efficient than those left in the original ascension platform. Next, Li Fan followed suit. He created 2 more octagonal, square towers out of thin air. A total of 4 ascension platforms quietly floated and stood above the Xuanwang world. If mortal beings want to access the Endless Sea, in addition to reaching the true immortal realm themselves, they also need the immortal official on duty to use the power of immortal spirit and specific true immortal runes to activate the ascension platform to assist them. In this way, they can officially connect to the Endless Sea and ascend to the mountain above. Stepping on the mountains and seas, they can prove the Tao and become true immortals. The great celestial venerable immortal puppet can serve as the Xuanwang guardian immortal official. With these 4 ascension platforms, countless true immortals can be conferred. Li Fan's expression was proud as he inscribed 4 different characters on the 4 ascension platforms. On the ascension platform formed from the Xuanwang key of Tao stone slab, the shining character was the immortal mortal transformation that Li Fan was familiar with. The true immortal runes engraved on the other 3 ascension platforms were also extremely similar to the immortal mortal transformation character, with only slight differences in the details. It's just a method to access the Endless Sea. If I didn't want to expose myself to the Endless Sea's vision, I wouldn't need to go to so much trouble. In a single thought, I could send all the living beings in the Xuanwang world into the Endless Sea. It's just that the consequences would be beyond my control. Now that the ascension platforms were ready, Li Fan was not in a hurry to confer immortals. The foundation of the Xuanwang world was still too weak. The fluctuations caused by the appearance of a true immortal would probably be enough to easily tear it apart. The strengthening plan to promote the sublimation of the Xuanwang world before was certainly feasible, but for Li Fan now, it was too troublesome and inefficient. He had a better way. Life and death are one, uniting with the Tao. Wandering beyond the material world, my elixir is then formate a euro. Li Fan slowly chanted, and the great celestial venerable immortal puppet cooperated by slowly spitting out a cloud of misty energy from its mouth. It was the immortal ruins and several immortal domain chess pieces that he had previously devoured, which had been absorbed by him and transformed into a pure form of energy. Li Fan sat cross-legged in the high sky, overlooking the chaotic world below. An alchemic furnace faintly appeared in his eyes. As his thoughts flickered, the misty energy spat out by the great celestial venerable immortal puppet was silently implanted into various parts of the Xuanwang world. When the elixir is being refined, even if the furnace fire is scorching, the living beings in the furnace will not notice it. Until a euro, Li Fan continuously made hand seals, using the authority of the Xuanwang great celestial venerable to urge the Xuanwang heaven and earth to cooperate and undergo a silent and drastic change. After all, the Xuanwang world was one of the most core experimental sites of the immortal realm's rotten K-Dao field, and it had an instinctive familiarity with various aspects of the immortal realm. Like a puppy smelling dog food, the Xuanwang heavenly Tao could hardly suppress the excitement in its heart. It eagerly showed its goodwill to Li Fan, and quickly executed all instructions. With the nourishment of the immortal realm's misty energy from the outside, and the world actively accepting drastic changes from the inside. In Li Fan's eyes, in the Xuanwang world, the furnace fire was blazing. If he wanted to build an eternal immortal ship and replicate the immortal realm, the fragments of the immortal ruins and some immortal domain chess pieces alone would naturally not be enough. 1 inch higher on the mountain above is the overturning of the earth and the turning of the sky a euro. In Li Fan's heart, countless words from the a euro initial creation of mountains and seas a euro, written by the Supreme Saint Monarch Tai flashed like shooting stars. Admittedly, with his current strength, he was far from being able to create the immortal realm out of thin air from the mountain above. But he could barely manage to revive the corpse, transplanting the Xuanwang world into the ruins of the former immortal realm on the mountain above. Not long ago, after the great celestial venerable immortal puppet devoured the immortal ruins and the immortal domain chess pieces, it vaguely saw their original appearance in the mountain above. Scattered like stars, distributed among the endless mountains. Li Fan had already understood at that time. Since they had not yet been swallowed by Tao annihilation, then the foundations they left in the mountain above still existed. What Li Fan had to do now was to collect all these remaining foundations. And then, on the ruins, build a tall building again. As the alchemic furnace fire continued to beat, in Li Fan's vision, the points of light distributed in the mountains were also slowly attracted to one place by this unpredictable force. The whole process was extremely slow. Li Fan was also very patient. After all, without Wanjun to back him up now, if he was a little careless during alchemy and the Xuanwang world was blown to pieces, then the anchor foundation that Li Fan had worked so hard to build would be destroyed in an instant. Even if he didn't die, he would have to struggle for survival in the long river of time again. However, strangely, although it involved his own life and safety, Li Fan did not have the slightest hesitation or fear in his heart when he was refining the elixir. On the contrary, he was confident and determined that he would succeed. Li Fan noticed this wonderful change in his heart from the beginning of the alchemy. As the alchemy progressed, the confidence in his heart also increased with each passing day. This confidence does not come from my mastery of the alchemy and Tao Medicine King scripture. Nor does it come from my understanding of the mountain above and the endless sea. Buddha Euro. The Xuanwang heaven and earth is already a half-finished elixir. As long as I follow the steps and don't overdo it, this elixir will definitely be completed. Sun Piao Miao. Li Fan understood in his heart, but the alchemy movements in his hands did not stop. 1574. Blood nourishes the world. A Euro E in the beginning of the Xuanwang world's creation, it inherently contained the supreme Tao of pills. A Euro O Xuanwang's ability to self-evolve, to recreate immortal artifacts, and even to nurture Mo Sha are all inextricably linked to this innate Tao of pills. A Euro. Li Fan's gaze swept across the Xuanwang heaven and earth. In his vision, there were no longer ordinary landscapes such as mountains, rivers, and lakes. Instead, there were intersecting great Taos. Such a sight often appeared when Li Fan comprehended the Tao in the past. However, what he saw in the past was the great Tao of Xuanwang heaven and earth resembling a vast and intricate net. But now a Euro. All Tao principles twisted and converged. Finally, they transformed into a pill that was faintly visible, seemingly existent yet non-existent. The image of the pill shattered abruptly, and the scenery in Li Fan's eyes returned to normal. But Li Fan knew that what he had just seen was definitely not an illusion. Rather, it was a trace of the essence of Xuanwang that he had captured during this process of refining Xuanwang into pills. A Euro E in that case, Sun Piao Miao also participated in the construction of the Lan Ke Taoist site. A Euro A realization flashed through Li Fan's mind. As a reincarnation of a transcendent true immortal, Sun Piao Miao's origins were unfathomable. The items he left behind could even trigger stillness manifested, possessing many wonderful uses. For example, the three-pronged tree that could initiate a stillness manifested simulation, the drooping-eyed clay figure with the effect of increasing the upper limit of stillness manifested charging and providing death substitution protection, and the broken-winged gray bird that indicated a period of time within the Lan Ke Taoist site, and the square pill stone containing the Euro Tao refining medicine King scripture A Euro. All these clues indicated Sun Piao Miao's extraordinary nature. A Euro Oh, it's a pity that, apart from these, I couldn't find any other items. Even at this time note 8,000 years ago, it's still the same. A Euro Oh, after all, the era in which Sun Piao Miao was active is too distant. That was the great age of cultivation when the immortal path had not yet been severed. A Euro Oh, perhaps, only by reversing the flow of time by another 10,000 years can I find more relevant clues. A Euro. Various thoughts flashed through his mind, but Li Fan's pill refining actions never stopped. Perhaps Sun Piao Miao had left behind some hidden move in this half-finished pill of the Xuanwang world. But the current Li Fan had his own means to deal with it. Just as the aura from the mouth of the great heavenly venerate immortal puppet was about to dissipate, and the furnace fire had reached its peak but was running out of steam and about to weaken, the main body suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, quietly scattering it towards various parts of the Xuanwang world. A Euro O furnace seals the heavens and earth, condensing wondrous charm. A Euro O a refined Xuanwang with my blood. A Euro. Li Fan's essence blood transformed into countless invisible red light spots, completely enveloping the Xuanwang world. While condensing into a rudimentary pill form, it also isolated the entire Xuanwang world from the outside world. The outside world, however, did not simply refer to the connection between the Xuanwang world and the Lan Ke Taoist site. It also referred to the connection with the mountains and seas, and the mortal world. And with Li Fan's current strength, he could do this. A Euro. All because this single expulsion almost drained his entire body of essence blood. The power of the A Euro longevity. A Euro, great Tao hidden within the essence blood was also slowly refined and transferred into the Xuanwang heaven and earth along with this essence blood. In his previous life, Li Fan suffered the tribulation of the fusion of three Taos. Although he had the protection of stillness manifested and narrowly escaped death, the price was heavy. Not only did stillness manifested fall into dormancy, but the most crucial thing was that Li Fan had not completely escaped from the state of fusion of these three Taos. In this life, the fact that a mortal body could achieve immortality with a drop of blood was the best proof. If others were to obtain this divine power of longevity, they would definitely be overjoyed. However, Li Fan, who had already suffered a hidden loss once, couldn't wait to get rid of it. After all, the longevity Great Tao ultimately belonged to Shou Chogong. Even if he obtained Shou Chogong's approval and was granted some divine power of longevity, he would only be a euro guesta euro. Since he couldn't see any hope of turning the tables for the time being, Li Fan simply abandoned it directly. A euro e as long as stillness manifested is in hand. Even if the longevity Great Tao is a true Great Tao that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the mountains and seas, I won't have the slightest bit of reluctance. A euro. Shou Chogong's longevity Great Tao was indeed one of the greatest creations between the mountains and seas in the mortal world. Even if Li Fan had experienced the fusion of three Taos, and only a few traces remained in his body, it still possessed unimaginable divine powers. At this moment, Li Fan's essence blood was completely drained. But Li Fan himself did not feel any discomfort at all. In just a single breath, essence blood full of vitality and power was regenerated from all parts of his body. Perhaps it was this complete release that truly stimulated the remaining power of longevity within Li Fan's body. The newly generated essence blood surged within his body, emitting sounds like the roar of a dragon and the howl of a tiger, showing a trend of surpassing its predecessor. A euro owes this longevity a euro. Feeling the latent vitality within his body, which was like a boundless ocean, Li Fan couldn't help but snort coldly. He could be said to have attained this longevity Great Tao in a single morning. However, it had already become extremely difficult to expel it. A euro fusion of three Taos is more of a misfortune than a blessing for me. A euro. Taking advantage of this merit of refining Xuanwang into pills, although I can't completely remove it, I can still minimize its impact as much as possible. A euro. Li Fan had long wanted to resolve the hidden dangers of the fusion of three Taos, and after thinking for a long time, he had temporarily come up with such a method of killing two birds with one stone. Without further hesitation, he took the initiative to urge and release all the essence blood in his body, scattering it throughout the Xuanwang world. The essence blood generated by the power of longevity was even more nourishing to the Xuanwang world than the vitality and immortal spiritual power under the Starry Sea. After the Xuanwang world absorbed it, the strength of the entire world increased almost exponentially. While Li Fan sprinkled his own essence blood, he precisely manipulated the art of pill refining. A euro OEME essence blood is superior to all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the world. It is enough to completely solidify the foundation of the Xuanwang world. A euro worthy of being the longevity Great Tao on par with the mountains and seas. A euro Li Fan secretly praised in his heart, spitting out essence blood and condensing it into pills. Repeating this process, after 3 times, the strength of the Xuanwang world had already surpassed the former ascended immortal domain. After 5 times, it was far superior to the primordial immortal world of the previous life. However, Li Fan noticed that his extraction of the power of longevity from his body had only just begun. However, as the Xuanwang world gradually grew stronger, the power of longevity in Li Fan's body also showed a slow but very stable downward trend. Li Fan therefore also had full patience. It's just a matter of perseverance. The great heavenly Venerate protected the Dharma, and Li Fan sat cross-legged in the sky above the Xuanwang world. Between breaths, blood mist spewed out, nourishing Xuanwang. Thus, unknowingly, 100 years passed. The Xuanwang immortal pill was not yet completed, and all the changes were condensed within the pill. It had not yet officially manifested in the Xuanwang world. Between heaven and earth, only a few living beings could faintly discern the changes in the world. But even with their utmost imagination, they could not truly glimpse the future of the Xuanwang world. In the headquarters of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, Xuanfa raised his head and looked at the sky, feeling uneasy. 100 years ago, he learned about his ancestor Zhan Tianwang from Grandpa Ancestor Euro. He also obtained the inheritance of the Euro Supreme Tao Scripture Euro. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to sweep across the 10 sects and avenge the hatred of that year. But he did not expect that the war would drag on for 100 years. Although the 10 sects repeatedly fell into a disadvantage, they were never completely defeated. This made Zhan Yuan Tuo, who had always been calm, slowly become impatient. A euro oh, how can we follow in the footsteps of our ancestors if we can't even clean up a mere Xuanwang world? A euro Zan Yuan Tuo sighed deeply. In theory, he had received the inheritance of Zantian Wang Zan Yin and had the assistance of the supreme Tao scripture. His strength and divine abilities should have long surpassed the mundane world, and the 10 immortal sects should have been beaten to the point of having no power to resist. In fact, this was indeed the case at the beginning. Wherever the myriad immortals alliance went, the 10 sects fled at the mere sound of it. They almost abandoned all their outer territories, only shrinking back into their own sects and a few important blessed lands. At that time, it seemed that only one step was needed to destroy the 10 sects and unify the Xuanwang world. But suddenly, one day, the situation suddenly changed. The 10 sects seemed to have changed their nature overnight and launched a fierce counterattack against the Myriad Immortals Alliance. It was as if they had been holding back for a long time, and the killing intent of all the disciples of the 10 sects was surprisingly strong. The weak rabbits, who had always been thought to have no power to resist, instantly became man-eating tigers. The Myriad Immortals Alliance suffered heavy losses in the face of this sudden change. In almost a month, all the accumulated advantages of the past few years were lost. Only by relying on the extremely strong vitality of the new law cultivators were they barely able to survive. Zan Yuan Tuo couldn't understand the 10 sects' sudden and strange change in attitude. But what troubled him even more was that he had not yet taken the final step of the new law. Without proving immortality, although he had wonderful methods and divine powers, he was still only a Tao integration cultivator. He could fight 10 alone, but he could not fight 100 alone. The 10 sects had a deep foundation, and he alone simply did not have the strength to suppress them. Zan Yuan Tuo gazed at the sky of the Xuanwang world. A euro O defy the principles of heaven and earth to prove immortality. A euro O with the number of peak new law cultivators in the Myriad Immortals Alliance, I should have already attained immortality. But I have never been able to succeed. A euro OA originally thought that something in the dark was hindering my path to enlightenment. A euro O, but after 100 years of contemplation, I finally realized. A euro O, it's not that there is a problem with the new law I deduced, but that the Xuanwang heaven and earth itself is also constantly becoming stronger. A euro E, and the speed of becoming stronger is even far greater than the sum of all new law cultivators. A euro O, Iltha, the cultivators of the world can use my method to devour the heavens and earth. The speed at which cultivators devour is far behind the speed at which the heavens and earth grow. Even if the number of new law cultivators is increased tenfold, it would be a drop in the bucket. A euro. A trace of fear flashed in Zan Yuan Tuo's eyes. A euro O, just what a euro. This situation had already far exceeded the scope of his understanding. After hesitating for a long time, Zan Yuan Tuo finally gave up the idea of seeking help from Grandpa Ancestor again. He gritted his teeth secretly in his heart. A euro O, it's not the end of the road yet. There should still be a way. A euro if the heavens and earth change, then the new law must also change again. A euro. As if returning to the day when he first understood the new law, Zan Yuan Tuo felt something in his heart and sat down to think again. Zan Yuan Tuo was lost in confusion, and so were the people of the 10 immortal sects. A euro O, brother Xingji, what's the situation? Has the Stone Mother come to a conclusion after so long of deduction? A euro, the tone of Fang Dingge, the master of the great Tao sect, revealed an undisguised urgency, which was extremely rare. Even when he was surrounded in the Taiyuan battlefield in the past, he had never been so unknown currency ± a euro. Taoist Xingji sighed, and after a long silence, he said in a low voice, A euro Oem Tian sect has possessed the transformation Tao Stone Mother for nearly 10,000 years, but never has such a strange situation occurred as it has now. A euro O, Stone Mother's computing power is almost exhausted. Even if it overdrafts itself, it cannot deduce a situation that fits reality. A euro. As soon as these words came out, there was a dead silence in the field. A euro estrange, too strange. A euro OA thought the return of Zantian Wang was just a false alarm, but I didn't expect that strange things would emerge one after another in the past 100 years. A euro O, the Ruo wood is out of control, and the longevity fruit position is gone. The star path of the Taiyuan realm was inexplicably cut off, and the Xuanwang realm fell into a state of isolation. A euro More importantly a senior brother Satu Yao of the Heavenly Sword sect had already raised his wine gourd to his mouth, but then he put it down dejectedly. It seemed that the aged wine was no longer sweet. Fang Dingay continued. As cultivators, our understanding and control of the great Tao of heaven and earth is becoming weaker and weaker. If it's just one person who feels this, it could be said to be an illusion. But all of you and I are like this The few people in the field looked at each other, and they all saw the heaviness in each other's hearts. If the situation continues to develop so badly, I'm afraid that one day, we won't even be able to fly in the air. Shahoyan, the lord of the wooding hell, said something shocking. It won't be to that extent, will it? The people of the 10 sects couldn't help but look at each other. Then they felt an uncontrollable irritability. In comparison, the problem of the myriad immortals alliance was not an important matter. Fortunately, before the Xuanwang true immortal attained the Tao that day, he left behind many improved cultivation methods for the 10 sects. Taking this as a reference, we have slowed down the speed at which we lose control of the great Tao. As soon as Zhang Yingyu of the Supreme Sect said this, everyone felt fortunate again. Everyone missed the figure that stood on the Taiyuan battlefield in the past. It seemed that he had sensed the countless thoughts lingering around him in the Xuanwang heaven and earth. Li Fan, who had been closing his eyes and concentrating on alchemy for 100 years, finally opened his eyes on this day. In his field of vision, the illusory pill shadow that was originally looming and appearing outside the Xuanwang realm had already become like a solid substance. Although it condensed an unknown amount of essence blood spit out by Li Fan, it did not have the slightest bloody aura. It only showed a crystal clear and incomparably gentle pure white light. From this light, Li Fan felt incomparable familiarity, as well as an indescribable gathering of vast vitality. Even Li Fan himself was a little dazed for a while. Didn't expect that the seemingly little remaining power of the great Tao of longevity in my body is still so strong. Have been drawing it dry and spitting it out with every breath, constantly repeating it. It actually lasted a full 100 years. In addition to being amazed, Li Fan also had a specific and quantitative understanding of the power of Shou Chogong and the great Tao of longevity. Fortunately, after 100 years of hard work, hidden dangers of the fusion of the 3 Taos have been temporarily resolved. Losing the resonance of the fusion of the 3 Taos, Li Fan's keen perception of the boundless immortal power of the mountains and seas and the changes between reality and illusion has decreased by more than one level. Specifically, Li Fan found that his comprehension in all aspects had greatly decreased. As if overnight, he had gone from being extremely intelligent to being a dull person. Although he was a little unaccustomed to it, Li Fan did not have any regrets. The mountains and seas are boundless, I alone will be the boat. We'll thought the great Tao of longevity is good, it ultimately belongs to others. Unless I can be the master, otherwise I don't want it. Li Fan's expression was indifferent, and his heart did not waver in the slightest due to the loss of the great Tao of longevity. 1575. Xuanwang First Star. Li Fan stared intently at the remnants of the vanishing immortal illusion, trying to discern any traces of that supreme Tao book. Unfortunately, even as the vanishing immortal realm was about to completely disappear, he couldn't truly identify its secrets. Should pursue the defeated foe with courage to the very end, not seek a reputation like Shang Yu. After pondering for a moment, facing the vanishing immortal realm, which was just a glimmer of light under the siege of the Xuanwang being's thoughts, Li Fan felt no reluctance and issued the order for a final, decisive blow. The light dimmed further, eventually disappearing completely from this world. Was the real supreme Tao book destroyed by me so easily? Li Fan's divine sense swept across the surroundings of the Xuanwang immortal realm, confirming that no remnants of the vanishing immortal realm remained. While feeling a slight sense of regret, a wave of unreality washed over Li Fan's heart. Besides being extremely selfish, Li Fan was also naturally suspicious. The vanishing immortal realm, formed from the Supreme Tao Book, should have been a formidable enemy. Even though the foundation of the Supreme Tao Book, the primordial immortal realm, has been destroyed, the vanishing immortal realm shouldn't be so fragile. Accustomed to adversity, this rare smooth sailing actually made Li Fan paranoid. As a precaution, Li Fan narrowed his eyes and thoroughly inspected the Xuanwang Immortal Realm, top to bottom, inside and out. Ultimately, he found nothing, which finally put his mind at ease. OEME spiritual intuition also gave no warning. Oh, it seems I was overthinking it. Just as Li Fan was sighing in relief, he suddenly discovered that the vanishing Immortal Realm, which had clearly disappeared completely a moment ago, had reappeared out of thin air above the Xuanwang Immortal Realm. Like a vigorous new sprout, breaking through the soil and emerging from the ground. Li Fan didn't directly take action to obliterate it again, but instead, with a grim expression, observed it first. The core of this newly formed vanishing immortal illusion was still the boundless star region, the image of the Supreme Tao Book. However, the illusion newly formed around the core reflected the scenery of the Xuanwang Immortal Realm. This vanishing immortal realm was truly like a centipede, dead but not stiff, not only surviving the encirclement but even advancing further. Clearly, I had blocked the contact between the vanishing immortal realm and the thoughts of the Xuanwang beings. How was this new vanishing immortal realm born? With this question in mind, Li Fan had the great celestial venerable immortal puppet personally send a wisp of thought into the newborn vanishing immortal realm. The Xuanwang great celestial venerable inherently possessed higher authority over the vanishing immortal realm. Even if the vanishing immortal realm was destroyed and reborn, this rule did not disappear. The moment the great celestial venerable's thought entered the vanishing immortal realm, Li Fan noticed this fact. Oath grade of the Supreme Tao Book is far above the Xuanwang Great Celestial Venerable. However, the Xuanwang Celestial Venerable can restrain the vanishing immortal realm in certain aspects. Li Fan's heart stirred, as if grasping a key point. The Great Celestial Venerable's thought wandered around the vanishing immortal realm, and the scenes it saw confirmed his guess. So that's how it is. Oath core scenery of the boundless star region is just a facade. The true cornerstone of the vanishing immortal realm. Li Fan looked at the various people, events, and things in the newborn vanishing immortal realm, which almost perfectly corresponded to those in the real Xuanwang immortal realm. However, this was only limited to the original creatures of the Xuanwang realm. Because the beings of realms like the Heavenly Law realm, who were later included as the Xuanwang immortal realm expanded, were not among them. Oath true cornerstone of the vanishing immortal realm is the Xuanwang beings. While the thoughts of the Xuanwang beings entered and shaped the vanishing immortal realm, the vanishing immortal realm also quietly entered the bodies of the Xuanwang beings. Oath's Supreme Tao Book had long ago divided itself into smaller parts, completing a certain degree of binding with the creatures of the Xuanwang realm. This is also why the Xuanwang Great Celestial Venerable is able to possess a certain degree of authority to modify the vanishing immortal realm. Li Fan's eyes flashed, as if he had discerned the truth of the vanishing immortal realm. In this way, the vanishing immortal realm has two major cornerstones for its continued existence. One is the core illusion of the boundless star region, and the other is the thoughts of the Xuanwang beings. As long as either of these two exists, the vanishing immortal realm can continue to exist. If I want to completely destroy the vanishing immortal realm, I would have to kill all the original Xuanwang beings. At this point, Li Fan couldn't help but frown slightly. With his current strength, he could indeed do this. However, it could also be considered killing 1,000 enemies while losing 800 of his own. Not only would the space-time anchor points he had painstakingly created be completely destroyed, but also the upcoming plan to seal the Xuanwang Immortals would be greatly affected. If it's just to completely eliminate the hidden danger of the vanishing immortal realm, it's not worth it. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Fan finally made a new decision. The reason why he wanted to destroy the vanishing immortal realm before was because of its unknown nature. Unable to understand its secrets, he naturally couldn't defend against it. But now Oath Supreme Tao Book may not be unusable by me. Even if you divide yourself into smaller parts and hide within the countless Xuanwang beings, I am the father and mother of Xuanwang. All Xuanwang beings are in my Azoea. With a thought, Li Fan instantly divided himself into countless tiny wisps of thought. As the miracle of the Xuanwang enlightenment blessing descended again, accompanied by the countless surging thoughts of the beings in the world, these divided tiny consciousnesses quietly infiltrated the hearts of the beings. Li Fan had once understood the profound and mysterious array of refining beings with beings. Although ants are small, with the superposition of immeasurable quantities, they can also resist mountains and reject seas. Although Li Fan was the father and mother of the Xuanwang world, when he came into close contact with this incomparably vast sea of beings' thoughts, it was as if he had suddenly fallen into a boundless ocean. He almost lost his way. However, Li Fan was, after all, a person who had personally entered the infinite sea several times and returned safely. Compared to the vast and boundless infinite sea, the sea of thoughts of the Xuanwang beings was nothing. In a few breaths, Li Fan adapted. He began searching for the hidden traces of the Supreme Tao Book, like finding a needle in a haystack. In reality, seemingly unaware of Li Fan's search, the vanishing immortal mirror was instinctively repairing itself. Even with Li Fan's active blockade and isolation, the growth rate of the newborn vanishing immortal realm was extremely fast. It seemed that after experiencing a destruction and abandoning its original shell, it became easier to grow. In almost the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, it recovered to 1% of its original size. However, after that, the recovery speed of the vanishing immortal realm slowed down. Or relying on the little cornerstone rooted in the bodies of the Xuanwang beings, it can only recover to this point. If it wants to restore to its full glory, it needs the Xuanwang beings to continuously provide nourishment. But with my blockade, it can only go this far. Li Fan sat beside the vanishing immortal realm, silently watching and waiting for changes to occur. Although the Supreme Tao Book was cleverly hidden, it was already like a turtle in a jar, unable to escape. Capturing it was only a matter of time. And Li Fan had plenty of time. The Xuanwang beings were naturally unaware of the battle between Li Fan and the Supreme Tao Book. For them, being unable to enter the vanishing immortal realm was just another part of the Xuanwang world's changes. What they truly cared about was the anomaly that had traversed the entire Xuanwang immortal realm some time ago. 99 continuous mountain ranges soared upwards, reflecting the colors of the Xuanwang world. Almost all Xuanwang beings could witness this spectacular sight. After these 99 mountain ranges shimmered in the sky, they ultimately transformed into a world, ascending once more. Finally, they reached the edge of the visible firmament, resembling a star suspended in the heavens. When cultivators attempted to use their divine sense to contact and sense this star, information about it would inexplicably flash in their minds. Tianlu star, Ji Wangxian. All cultivators capable of sensing this information were shaken to their core. Because this represented the birth of the first nascent soul cultivator after the cataclysmic changes in the Xuanwang immortal realm. And the power of a nascent soul cultivator in this new era was astonishing. Far surpassing the previous integration and longevity stages, almost reaching an unimaginable realm. It should be known that the mountain ranges of the Xuanwang immortal realm were incomparable to the mountains and rivers of the past Xuanwang realm. The combined scale of these 99 mountain ranges was already half the size of the former Xuanwang realm. And what level of strength would Ji Wangxian, who mastered these continuous mountain ranges and attained the nascent soul stage, reach? While cultivators felt fear, they couldn't help but harbor various ambitions. Who was Ji Wangxian? Cultivators of the former Xuanwang realm were no strangers to him. He was the old ancestor of the Universal Commerce Association, merely a merchant. Yet now, he was able to seize the opportunity before countless prodigies and heroes, becoming the first to attain the nascent soul stage. There are no errors in the current version. 6=9+ Read the original novel on_Shuba. Disbelief, curiosity, jealousy. Various complex emotions arose in the hearts of the Xuanwang beings. The cultivators' desire to cultivate and become stronger increased significantly. Everyone wanted to become the second dazzling star shining in the sky. Not only the Xuanwang beings, but even the Xuanwang creator, Li Fan himself, was slightly drawn to this first rising star. It's actually him who first completed the breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. Although, it's partly due to me suppressing Su Bai and imparting the Tao for immersive enlightenment. However, to attain enlightenment before the members of the 10 immortal sects is enough to prove that this person is extraordinary. With a thought, Li Fan understood the entire process of Ji Wangxian's advancement. What a ruthless person. As expected, nothing can be accomplished without ruthlessness. Li Fan raised his eyebrows, then rarely praised. The Universal Commerce Association was different from other immortal cultivation sects. After the world of the Xuanwang realm changed, the cultivators in other immortal cultivation sects all returned to the same starting line. The past class system was also shaken. There were even many sects that fought over the issue of who will be in power in the new era. However, this problem did not exist in the Universal Commerce Association. The Ji family's old ancestor, Ji Wangxian, even after returning to the mortal realm, still had a firm control over others. Because the entire Ji family, the entire Universal Commerce Association, was created by Ji Wangxian to serve him as tools for accumulating wealth and cultivation. The Ji family, from birth, was controlled by Ji Wangxian. Just like the Ji family's Ji Zhaoshuan that Li Fan encountered in the fallen immortal realm. So, after the arrival of the new era, Ji Wangxian was not surprised but delighted. Whenever a member of the Ji family had an insight into the new world, Ji Wangxian would directly devour them, digesting their enlightenment. With 10,000 people as blood food, Ji Wangxian's cultivation speed could be described as unrivaled. Moreover, Ji Wangxian did not exhaust the pond to catch fish. After ensuring that his cultivation was far ahead, he also cultivated a large number of prodigies as the next food. At the same time, Ji Wangxian also organized people to plunder other cultivators, refining them into slaves using secret methods to serve as cultivation resources. The Xuanwang realm had undergone drastic changes, and order had disappeared. Without the shackles of the 10 sects and the restrictions of the rules, Ji Wangxian was given an excellent stage to perform. Using this method, Ji Wangxian became the first nascent soul cultivator in the Xuanwang immortal realm, transforming into a star, reflecting the Xuanwang world. From then on, as long as the Xuanwang immortal realm was not destroyed, he would be immortal and indestructible. Even if the annihilation of the Tao descended, there would be a glimmer of hope. In a sense, Tianlu Star's Ji Wangxian's ability to resist the mountain and sea calamity had even surpassed the so-called true immortals of the past. Even though the vast majority of this resistance ability was built on the foundation created by Li Fan. Currently, apart from Ji Wangxian, no other cultivator in the Xuanwang immortal realm knew the benefits of transforming into a Xuanwang star. And Ji Wangxian would not be so kind as to share this secret with others. His desire to go further was even stronger. After all, the nascent soul stage already had such good fortune. Then what about the transformation god and integration stages above the nascent soul stage? Ji Wangxian's exploitation and devouring became even more intensified. The Ji family had no room for resistance. It is also a kind of great Tao cultivation. It's just a pity that relying entirely on others, the final achievement is destined to be limited. It is impossible to walk out of one's own path of transcendence, Li Fan commented. However, perhaps I can write his name on my investiture of the gods. Ji Wangxian is not good at cultivation and enlightenment. But I even need to learn from him in manipulating and playing with others. Li Fan observed Ji Wangxian's methods and couldn't help but marvel. There is no need to mention the past. Let's just talk about a new invention after Ji Wangxian advanced to the nascent soul stage. After transforming into a star and becoming immortal and indestructible, Ji Wangxian gathered all the Ji family members together. Then, he implanted his own flesh and soul into each Ji family member's body. He euphemistically called it the ancestor's grace. This implanted flesh and soul could indeed assist in cultivation. Even with the characteristics of Tianlu Star, the Ji family also had half the ability of immortality and indestructibility, and their combat power increased significantly. However, the greater role of the flesh and soul was to collect taxes. All the Ji family members' enlightenment and cultivation gains would be divided into a large portion and absorbed by Ji Wangxian. The higher the cultivation level, the heavier the tax. And those who were implanted with flesh and soul would have their desires uncontrollably rise. The concept of ethics and morality would gradually fade, and they would spontaneously contribute to the growth of the Ji family every night. Ji Wangxian's cultivation resources would become more and more inflated. And under this heavy burden, if there were still people who could improve rapidly in cultivation, then they would be directly focused on by Ji Wangxian. While helping them breed more excellent offspring as a reserve for cultivation seeds, this genius himself would also be at risk of being swallowed by Ji Wangxian at any time. A euro. This development model is indeed the most suitable in the current Xuanwang immortal realm. But it needs to be restricted, otherwise, if he accumulates advantages, others may find it difficult to resist. Thinking so, Li Fan drew a circle in the air towards the location of the 99 mountain ranges. After a while, countless sleeping spirits and monsters around the mountain range awakened in an instant. Then, they surged towards the Ji family's location. Although it won't lead to complete destruction, they will have to devote half of their energy to face the monster siege. 1576. The Book of the Supreme Tao appears. With Li Fan's current control over the Xuanwang Immortal Realm, everything that happens within this new world cannot escape his calculations. As expected, the Ji family's rapid rise was directly suppressed. The monstrous beasts are ferocious. Even Ji Wangxian himself has to devote some energy to deal with them. However, having already transformed into a Xuanwang star, he possesses sufficient protective power. The Ji family will not be destroyed by the monster siege. Perhaps the appearance of the Xuanwang first star greatly stimulated the other cultivators. Less than half a month later, the Xuanwang second star appeared in the world. The one who attained enlightenment was none other than the Supreme Sect Master, Chen Qiandu. That is, the old Taoist whom Li Fan had seen through Zhang Yingyu's eyes, who remained unmoved even when faced with the Supreme Tao scripture, forged by Li Fan. Compared to Ji Wangxian's opportunism, Chen Qiandu's enlightenment was genuine, relying entirely on his own comprehension. Above the sky, water ripples swayed. With ripples everywhere, a phantom figure crossed over. The scene revealed was the Xuanwang second star, the heavenly crossing star. The moment the heavenly crossing star was born, all the Supreme Sect disciples who had been scattered throughout the world due to the Xuanwang upheaval felt as if they had found their backbone again. They flocked towards the location of the heavenly crossing star. The heavenly crossing star's light guided them, avoiding most of the monster attacks along the way. The Supreme Sect also became the first of the Immortal Tao 10 sects to restore its basic vitality. This Chen Qiandu does indeed have some skills. Li Fan looked at the heavenly crossing star beneath the four great heavenly gates. The entire process of the old Taoist's enlightenment instantly appeared in his mind. As the Supreme Sect's master, Chen Qiandu did not care much about the sect's affairs. From the moment he became the master, he almost completely handed it over to his junior brother, Duan Zi, to handle. He himself focused on enlightenment and cultivation. The Xuanwang's transformation into a new world did not have a significant impact on Chen Qiandu. Therefore, his Tao of heavenly crossing did not change due to changes in the external environment. Instead, it followed his original intention. Even starting over from Qi refining, he remained calm and composed, crossing over step by step. No wonder he so firmly rejected my Supreme Tao scripture back then. I underestimated this person. This Tao of heavenly crossing already has the beginnings of transcending the path of horizontal crossing. Li Fan nodded slightly in appreciation. Then, Li Fan thought of something and frowned slightly. I remember that in the star sea of Shuo 10,000 years later in the previous life, there was an area called the Heavenly Crossing Tao Field, which was a gathering place for many surviving forces, like the Sword Domain. It must have been built by this person. Chen Qiandu has considerable potential. Soon, his cultivation progress may surpass Ji Wangxian's. With the first and second stars having appeared one after another, Li Fan couldn't help but turn his attention to Zan Yuantuo and Su Bai. Even with Li Fan's deliberate suppression, Su Bai's realm had already reached the golden core completion stage. He was only one step away from attaining the nascent soul. Moreover, this was the result of him not fully devoting all his energy to cultivation. Su Bai spent almost half of his time every day teaching the orphans in the dilapidated temple to cultivate and maintaining the security of Ningyuan City. Even so, he could still progress at such a speed. The height of his talent is evident. Compared to Su Bai, Zan Yuantuo seemed somewhat inferior. He hadn't even taken the first step in cultivation, Qi refining. He was just in seclusion, occasionally looking up at the sky, as if he was comprehending something. Li Fan was not disappointed in imparting the Tao. He had already faintly sensed that although Zan Yuantuo had not yet cultivated, he was actually brewing something. Just like the Xuanwang new law in the past, once it was born, it would be earth-shattering. The Xuanwang Immortal Realm's new law, I am really looking forward to it. Li Fan smiled slightly. Built on top of the infinite sea and the upper square mountain, and also mixed with the power of the longevity Tao. The infinite and longevity characteristics of the Xuanwang Immortal Realm perfectly solve the hidden dangers that the new law of cultivation would bring. Let the cultivators devour the heavens and earth, the Xuanwang Immortal Realm can still regenerate continuously. The contradiction between heaven and earth and the cultivators is no longer irreconcilable. Instead, they have a common goal: to survive the tribulation of Tao annihilation. No longer a life and death struggle, but a shared glory and a shared loss. The cultivators comprehend the great Tao laws of the Xuanwang Immortal Realm, transform into stars, and hang in the sky. And the Xuanwang immortal realm has also undergone many mysterious changes because of the addition of these cultivator stars. The most significant change is that the addition of the cultivator stars has made the Xuanwang immortal realm more stable. It's like the process of building a house. Although Li Fan used the upper square mountain, the infinite sea, and the great Tao of longevity as materials to build the cornerstone of the Xuanwang immortal realm. But after all, it was the first time to truly create an immortal realm, and it was inevitable that there would be many flaws. Under this large framework, there are countless tiny gaps. And with the cultivator's enlightenment, these invisible tiny gaps will be gradually filled. This is the so-called using human Tao to mend the heavenly Tao. The more prosperous the cultivation seen in this world, the more stable my Xuanwang immortal realm will be. Li Fan sat on the ninth heaven, quietly watching the changes in the Xuanwang immortal realm. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. The number of stars shining on the Xuanwang sky had increased to 38. However, the first transformation god cultivator had not yet descended. And after these years of waiting, the day of Li Fan's harvest had finally arrived. The countless divine thoughts that had been separated had completely lurked and settled in the hearts of all Xuanwang life. It can be said that all the thoughts of all living beings in this world are now completely under Li Fan's control. On the ninth heaven, only slightly below Li Fan's position, located above the cultivator stars and the four great heavenly gates, a twisted light and shadow hovered and surrounded. It was precisely the illusory world that Li Fan had created by imitating the fallen immortal realm with the cultivator's thoughts that he had sent. Li Fan called it the Grand Illusion Realm. Here, cultivators can not only understand their own thoughts and the deepest, smallest thoughts in their hearts. You can also scent the hearts of others. Even, you can bring some creations in your fantasy into the Xuanwang immortal realm. This Grand Illusion Realm can only be entered by the stars in the sky. Below the stars, mortals cannot see or know it. Li Fan's will is the law of the Xuanwang realm. Amidst the circulation of the heavenly Tao, the Grand Illusion Realm quietly changed. The light and shadow dimmed, becoming more illusory. Only the cultivator stars that were close could discover its traces. Before long, nascent soul cultivators noticed the existence of this light and shadow, and began to explore cautiously. Their every act of entering is also strengthening the Grand Illusion Realm. The reason why Li Fan created the Grand Illusion Realm was naturally not out of kindness for the sake of the Xuanwang cultivators' cultivation, but for the Supreme Tao Scripture. The Supreme Tao Scripture is really hidden too deep, and it changes with the changes in the thoughts of living beings. In the past 20 years, Li Fan has tried various methods to find it. The effects were indeed present, but the deciphered Supreme Tao book was always incomplete. It was even inferior to the fake version that Li Fan had created himself. So Li Fan changed his approach and didn't directly excavate. Instead, he installed a mirror in the heart of every living being, projecting all the thoughts and emotions within every living being. This aggregate of projected consciousness became the illusionary realm of emptiness. Although people's hearts are constantly changing, at a certain moment, their thoughts and ideas are fixed and unchanging. By observing the thoughts of all living beings at a specific, fixed moment, it was possible to piece together the complete version of the hidden Supreme Tao book. Under Li Fan's will, within the illusionary realm of emptiness, it was as if storms were constantly surging and transforming. Light and shadows tumbled, changing endlessly. In an instant, it was as if billions of changes had occurred. With Li Fan's constant adjustments, finally, a vast scroll floating above the starry sky appeared before Li Fan. Unlike what he had seen in the fallen immortal realm, where the true immortal seal characters in the scroll were all distorted and unclear, the Supreme Tao book reflected by the illusionary realm of emptiness had every true immortal seal character recorded with unparalleled clarity. A painting, stretching across the starry sky. The seal characters shimmered, truly like three great Taos, illuminating the world. From it, Li Fan saw the familiar characters. Hunger, ancient, manifest, return, imprison a euro. Primal, creation, innate, non-action a euro. Some of the light and shadows were very solid, while others seemed to have been hollowed out, presenting only a faint, transparent color. A euro othis is the difference between those who have attained the Tao and those who are nameless. A euro oa didn't expect that there would be so few who have attained the Tao as nameless ones. A euro. Li Fan glanced roughly, and among the true immortal seal characters recorded in the Supreme Tao book, those who had attained the Tao as nameless ones did not exceed 1 in 10,000. A euro O. Moreover, there are those who have transcended and left, and those who have been stolen. A euro. After careful observation, Li Fan discovered some remaining traces in the positions on the Supreme Tao book where no characters were shining. The correct version is being read. 6=9 plus book _ Ba first published this novel. Based on what he had seen in the fallen immortal realm, Li Fan first locked onto the locations of those 30-odd stolen characters. These characters were all located towards the front of the overall position of the Supreme Tao book. They were not transparent, but only faint imprints remained. The original appearance of these true immortal seal characters was no longer visible. A euro E and those who attained the Tao as nameless ones, but have left a euro A euro. Li Fan looked at this part of the characters. Their shapes were different. Some also left only a trace of an imprint. Others had completely disappeared. Still others had relatively clear traces remaining. Li Fan carefully compared them and seemed to be thoughtful. A euro O. This is the different state of those who have transcended and left. A euro. A euro O. Some have completely severed the connection with the Xuanwang world. Some, however, are like the Gravekeeper, leaving behind something similar to a Tao-bearing phantom, remnants to support the annihilation of the Tao. A euro. Believing that these remaining characters still had inextricable connections with these transcended nameless ones, Li Fan did not carefully comprehend them, but only observed them from a distance. The Supreme Tao book stretched across the dark starry sky, vast and boundless. Just a rough browse took Li Fan 3 years. A euro O. A guessed correctly before. A euro. A euro O. The mortal realm is destroyed, and most of the true immortal seal characters recorded in the Tao book are just true immortal seal characters. The Tao itself associated with them is either incomplete or has been swallowed by the annihilation of the Tao. A euro. A euro So most of the true immortal seal characters in this Tao book are ineffective. Only the Tao that still exists in the lower realm has the value of comprehension. A euro. Li Fan's divine sense swept across the Supreme Tao book, marking these valuable characters one by one. A euro OA can vaguely perceive the subtle connections between these characters and the outside world. Some point to possibilities outside the original. Others are still within the original. Some are not even those who attained the Tao as nameless ones, but are true immortals who have gained some understanding on the corresponding Tao path. A euro Li Fan's eyes flickered. A euro O. With this Supreme Tao book, I may be able to capture them one by one. A euro. In Li Fan's vision, behind every character in the Supreme Tao book was a thin line, connected to a true immortal in the outside world. Countless thin lines, scattered everywhere. Li Fan carefully looked at them. His gaze seemed to penetrate infinite time and space, focusing on the other end of the thin lines. A euro O. There are more lower realm star seas that survived from the original than I originally imagined. A euro. A euro O. It's just that some are too far away. A euro. A euro E. In comparison, the light I star sea is already considered adjacent. A euro. A euro O. But even if I only count the circle near the high wall, it will be enough for me to digest for a while. A euro. According to the connections presented in the Supreme Tao book, Li Fan had pre-divided the strength of these true immortals behind them. A euro O. Even Tao integration cultivators are born in batches in the Xuanwang immortal realm, they can be used to capture them for me. A euro. After marking them very carefully, after a long while, Li Fan refocused on the Supreme Tao book itself. Acting as a hunting indicator was just a side use of the Supreme Tao book. Its original true use was naturally to comprehend the Tao. A euro E is expected of a Tao-inscribed immortal scripture, it is more exquisite than the true immortal seal characters I saw in reincarnation before. A euro. A euro O. Even, it seems to be closer to the Tao itself than the true immortal seal characters manifested after the fall of a nameless true immortal. A euro Li Fan stared at the character, hunger, in the Tao book and exclaimed. A euro O. However, a euro A euro. A euro O. There is no character for a euro Tao inscribed at a euro, in this Tao book. A euro. Doubt suddenly arose in Li Fan's heart. A euro E. According to common sense, the Tao of Tao inscription is also one of the Taos in the world. If this Supreme Tao book is truly complete, then this character should also be in it. A euro. A euro O. But I can't find it anywhere. A euro A euro. Li Fan snorted. A euro O. It seems that the Tao inscribed immortal hid it. A euro. A euro O. I wonder how many true immortal seal characters are like Tao inscription. A euro. Li Fan stared at the 30-odd stolen characters in the Supreme Tao book. The thin lines behind them pointed to the place outside the original possibility, the so-called a euro realm of birth and death. A euro. I don't know how many years have passed, but this connection has not been broken. With this guidance, I can go directly to the realm of birth and death. If I have the strength to cross mountains and seas, however, even Tao inscription has gone and never returned, so I naturally don't need to join in the fun. Li Fan shook his head slightly. Then he opened his mouth wide and directly swallowed the supreme Tao book presented by the illusionary realm of emptiness. The illusionary realm of emptiness returned to its original appearance, in order to prevent the Xuanwang cultivators from noticing. Li Fan was alone in his heart, secretly comprehending these countless true immortal seal characters. If enlightenment was an exam, then at this moment, Li Fan had the standard answer in hand. He only needed to draw a gourd according to the model to directly reach the Tao itself. Another 10 years passed, and a myriad manifestations Tao net, 100 times larger than the one in his previous life, quietly took shape in Li Fan's body. 1577. No need to prove longevity. The myriad aspects Tao network, woven with the newly formed ink-Yin clouds of the Xuanwang immortal realm as threads and the countless true immortal seal characters recorded in the Supreme Tao Book as nodes, could almost be regarded as a miniature version of the complete Great Tao of primordial possibilities. Apart from those Great Taos that had already escaped and disappeared, the remaining Great Taos were all reflected by Li Fan using the Myriad Aspects Tao network. If it were the initial version of the Myriad Aspects Tao network from his previous life, doing so would certainly be detected by the true immortals still remaining in the primordial world. However, in this life, the Myriad Aspects Tao network did not directly reflect, but instead used the Supreme Tao Book as a medium for connection. Therefore, it remained in a safe and hidden state. With the initial success of the Myriad Aspects Tao network, Li Fan's strength also reached an extremely subtle realm. Although he had not formally attained the true immortal Tao, he could still utilize infinite power through the great heavenly venerate immortal puppet. The Xuanwang immortal realm was forged on Mount Shangfang. As the parent of the Xuanwang realm, Li Fan also possessed the aura of a true immortal. Within his body, there was also the power of the Xuanwang immortal realm's phantom formed by the feedback from the sitting heaven's art, and now, with the addition of this ink-centered Myriad Aspects Tao network although not a true immortal, his strength was beyond the comparison of ordinary true immortals. Even those who attained the Tao as nameless ones were no match for Li Fan. In the primordial world, I have already reached the peak of what I can achieve. In the future, all cultivation methods might slightly improve my combat power, but they will be useless for taking a further step. Transcendence After experiencing the tribulation of the fusion of three Taos, Li Fan lost his memories in cultivation. He was even forced to come to a strange time and space 10,000 years ago. But even so, he only used a mere century to constantly recover to his original state, and even reached an important node on his cultivation path. This was due to the foundation he had accumulated in past reincarnations. Although there were a few disturbances, they were ultimately irrelevant to the final outcome. Li Fan was destined to reach this step quickly. But how to truly take this step? Li Fan seemed to have arrived at the center of the Myriad Aspects Tao network, in a pitch-black starry sky, with only countless thin lines representing the Great Taos crisscrossing. His gaze swept across them one by one, as Li Fan pondered the path that was most suitable for him. Long ago, he had already begun to seek the answer to this question. But now, just as he was about to take the final step, the answer remained unclear. Logically speaking, when one's strength and realm reach my level, even if there is no answer in mind for the time being, there should at least be a general direction to move forward. It is impossible to not even have a clear idea. This is because my Tao path is too special. It is completely different from that of any other cultivator. The phenomenon of the Myriad Aspects Tao network around him suddenly shattered, revealing the magnificent scene of the Xuanwang realm. My current strength is almost 80% derived from this Xuanwang immortal realm. Once I try to take the path of transcendence and leave the realm of primordial possibilities, I will also sever the connection with the Xuanwang immortal realm. Without a foundation, it is like stepping into the air, falling from a 10,000 jong high building to the ground in an instant. To ascend again is no different from starting to climb from scratch. Naturally, it is extremely difficult. This is the drawback of borrowing power. It is also reasonable. After all, it is already inconceivable to cultivate from immortal to a nameless true immortal in 100 years. How can there be perfection in everything in this world? Li Fan was very clear in his heart. However, even though he said so, he did not give up on finding a way to solve the drawbacks. The mountains and seas are boundless, what can be used as a boat? According to Li Fan's previous thinking and behavior patterns, he would naturally borrow the power of others again to achieve his own path of transcendence. However, the great Tao of mountains and seas was different from the past. To cross it, one could only rely entirely on oneself. There seemed to be no way to take shortcuts, causing Li Fan to be temporarily trapped. However, Li Fan was not in a hurry. Although he was still truly in a deep sleep, his foundation was already solid. Before the primordial world was swallowed by Tao annihilation, he had ample time to think. Li Fan was groping for answers for his future, and so were the cultivators of the Xuanwang immortal realm. Taking the step from nascent soul to transformation god was even more difficult than all the previous realms combined. Even Ji Wangxian, who exploited his family members to the extreme, even Chen Qiandu, who had vaguely walked out of his own Tao path, even Su Bai, who was extremely talented. Faced with this chasm-like gap, they could not help but feel a faint sense of despair in their hearts. If transformation god was like this, what about the subsequent Tao integration? Even if they successfully transformed into gods, how should they take the next step? As long as cultivators have this thought in their minds, they will inevitably be shrouded in a layer of shadow. If they cannot walk out of this shadow, they may not be able to make progress in their entire lives. The gap between different realms was so huge, but this was not Li Fan deliberately making things difficult for the Xuanwang cultivators. Rather, it was due to the special circumstances of the Xuanwang immortal realm. Although the Xuanwang cultivators stood above the Xuanwang immortal realm and gained a layer of momentum out of thin air, their essence was still mortals. From Qi refining to Tao integration, the entire cultivation process was actually a transformation from a mortal to a nameless true immortal. The gap between each realm was naturally unimaginably large. Those who were ranked among the stars may number in the thousands or even tens of thousands. But among these stars, those who can enter the God-conferring list are less than 1 in 10,000. And among those on the list, those who can eventually cross the 4 great immortal sects and ultimately be ranked among the immortals are even fewer. Li Fan saw clearly the potential and possible upper limits of all the Xuanwang cultivators at a glance. Without other fortuitous encounters, the vast majority of them would be trapped in the realm below nascent soul for the rest of their lives. It seemed bleak. However, compared to the cultivators outside the Xuanwang realm, they were already extremely fortunate. At the very least, with the protection of the Xuanwang immortal realm, they would largely no longer have to worry about the Tao annihilation tribulation. When the first Tao integration cultivator of the Xuanwang immortal realm is born, it will be the time when the Xuanwang immortal realm is officially connected to the mountains and seas. I hope you don't make me wait too long. Li Fan's gaze swept over a few people below. After the initial completion of the myriad aspects Tao network, Li Fan also put away his suppression of Su Bai. Without suppression, Su Bai's true talent finally slowly emerged. He achieved the 18th star of Xuanwang, the star of heavenly benevolence. The phenomenon of the nascent soul star was the area within 100,000 miles of Ninyuan City after the mutation. All living beings within it were protected by Su Bai. They would no longer be troubled by monsters. As for preaching the Lawa Euro, it still remained in the initial stage of cultivation. 100 years had passed, and even the most devout believers of preaching the law in the past had now slowly forgotten about it. After all, preaching the law had not revealed any news during these 100 years. The vast majority of the Myriad Immortals Alliance cultivators believed that preaching the law had already ascended to immortality during the changes in the world. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain why, with the talent of preaching the law, he had not yet transformed into a star. After all, among the disciples of preaching the law in the Myriad Immortals Alliance in the past, there were already 3 who had stepped into the nascent soul realm. They only occasionally remembered the once amazing preaching the law immortal Venerable when they were cultivating. The cultivation path of the new law cultivators in the Xuanwang immortal realm was even more difficult. 8 or 9 out of 10 were burst open by the strange objects and blessed lands in their bodies. A very few with extremely high aptitude successfully regained control of them, but when they advanced to the next step, they almost faced a dead end. Extract the essence of heaven and earth to obtain its spirit, sacrifice the soul of heaven and earth to integrate with the Tao, defy the principles of heaven and earth to prove longevity. After the nascent soul realm, there were 3 major realms. In the past, although new law cultivators had not reached the cultivation conditions, they could at least imagine them in their minds. But now a euro. There was not even room for imagination. In the process of drastic changes in the world, many blessed lands still existed and underwent transformation and sublimation together. However, the essence and soul of heaven and earth directly disappeared from the sight of all new law cultivators. Without the necessary materials for cultivation, how could they cultivate? The only thing that could support the new law cultivators was that these materials had not really disappeared, but that their current realm was too low to detect them. Perhaps when their cultivation improved in the future, they would have a further opportunity. However, the reality was not as they wished. The essence of heaven and earth was the change that heaven and earth would produce. The soul of heaven and earth was the one who held the Tao of heaven and earth. In the original Xuanwang realm, these two were the mechanisms of the natural operation of the Xuanwang world. They would naturally appear in the world. But now, above the Xuanwang heavenly Tao, there was also the creator, Li Fan. Strange objects and blessed land resources could be regenerated continuously. How could Li Fan hand over the operating authority of the Xuanwang immortal realm? So Li Fan hid them. The error-free version is being read. 6=9+book_bar is the first to publish this novel. If the new law cultivators still followed the original cultivation methods, they were really destined for a dead end. Li Fan had no intention of kindly reminding them. He wanted to see how preaching the law could change the new law, so that it could still operate correctly in the Xuanwang immortal realm. After observing carefully for a while, Li Fan discovered that preaching the law's aura was fluctuating, and there were signs that he was about to awaken. And peeking into preaching the law's heart, Li Fan discovered that a fierce storm was gathering in the other party's mind. Thunderclouds were rolling, all revolving around one thought. I will not prove longevity, but only prove Tao integration. Li Fan narrowed his eyes as he stared at the words that constantly echoed in preaching the law's heart. Interesting. It seems that he has vaguely sensed the existence of me, the master of this world. There was no doubt that preaching the law's idea was extremely wise. Not to mention that the foundation of the Xuanwang immortal realm was the endless sea and Mount Shangfang, as well as the great Tao of longevity. The principles of Xuanwang were the principles of mountains and seas and longevity. They could not be reversed by the cultivators in the Xuanwang realm. Not to mention that in addition to this, there was also the helmsman of this world, Li Fan. Reversing the principles of the Xuanwang immortal realm was like competing with Li Fan for the control of Xuanwang. Even if such an amazing talent was really born among the countless sentient beings of the Xuanwang realm. Before he succeeded in proving the Tao, Li Fan would decisively control him. Cut off his spirit to seek his life. Not bad. Seemingly abandoning the most important step, in reality, taking a step back opens up a vast world, creating room for survival for himself. Li Fan was generous with his praise. He was even more looking forward to preaching the law's complete deduction. If I am not mistaken, the original new law was to solve the problem of cultivators being unable to cultivate. Then the current new law is to solve the problem of cultivators, cultivation speed being too slow. The arrival of the new law is of great benefit to the Xuanwang immortal realm. In the Xuanwang immortal realm, all changes were under Li Fan's control. All thoughts of the living beings in the Xuanwang immortal realm were also under Li Fan's gaze. Therefore, Li Fan could, to some extent, foresee the scene of the Xuanwang immortal realm in the near future. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and Li Fan transferred his gaze with satisfaction. He thought of his own path to transcendence again. Sometimes, jumping out of the fixed framework and thinking about problems from a different perspective may have miraculous effects. As if sensing something, Li Fan's mind descended into that dark starry sky once again. He walked in the boundless myriad aspects Tao network, forgetting the passage of time. Until he had personally stepped on all the threads 9 times repeatedly. A flash of inspiration finally flashed, illuminating the dark starry sky around him. The mountains and seas are boundless, what can be used as a boat €? I have been searching for the answer so hard before. But I forgot that the boat was already built by me and has always been under my feet. Leaving the primordial world means losing the reliance of the Xuanwang immortal realm. Then think of a way to bring the Xuanwang immortal realm into the mountains and seas. The Xuanwang immortal realm is not only my immortal boat to avoid disaster, but also my boat to cross over. At this point, Li Fan's thoughts were instantly clear. As if he understood everything, a loud laugh resounded through the myriad aspects Tao network. And with his epiphany, inexplicable changes also occurred in the Xuanwang immortal realm. The heavens and earth trembled, and all things roared. The intense tremors lasted for a full quarter of an hour. The living beings living in it all felt a sense of precariousness in their hearts. However, when the tremors subsided, this sense of crisis quickly dissipated. In the heavens and earth, only the Xuanwang heavenly Tao was still immersed in that sense of fear. Because it keenly sensed that the Xuanwang immortal realm, which originally had a foundation in the primordial possibility, was completely cutting off from the primordial world. If the original Xuanwang immortal realm was a house built on the primordial land, then when the cut off was completed, it would become a wandering ship. Although it was more free, it was also more dangerous at the same time. The Xuanwang heavenly Tao undoubtedly yearned for safety more. But the one who caused all this was Li Fan, the parent of Xuanwang. Even if there were 10,000 unwillingnesses, it could only silently endure it. Just to protect itself, it instinctively stimulated many hidden potentials. Because of this, countless changes quietly arose in the Xuanwang immortal realm. All of them were in order to better adapt to the uncertain future of floating. For example, the Xuanwang immortal realm took the initiative to differentiate out tentacles-like roots, exploring and rooting around its foundation in Mount Shangfang. For example, more and more souls of heaven and earth were summoned. They gathered near the 4 great heavenly gates. Even if the connection with the endless sea had not officially opened, they were sensing the power of infinity in advance, preparing for the future official connection to the mountains and seas. For example, in the original Xuanwang world, there were still some remaining and wandering immortal artifacts and fragments. In the past, the Xuanwang heavenly Tao showed a very indifferent attitude. Although it also took the initiative to digest them, it only did so slowly through the natural circulation of heaven and earth. But now one after another, souls of heaven and earth appeared near these immortal artifacts, collecting them and imprisoning them, and then conducting active refining. Although for the current Xuanwang immortal realm, these remaining immortal artifacts could not even be considered tonics. However, it could also indicate the attitude of the Xuanwang heavenly Tao to some extent. 1578. Tao Yi swallows the mountains and seas. It's good that you recognize the situation. Only when faced with impending death can this thing truly achieve a united and purpose Li Fan muttered inwardly, observing the various manifestations of the Xuanwang heavenly Tao. The current Xuanwang immortal boat can, to some extent, resist the annihilation of the primordial descent. However, if it were to plunge into the mountains and seas, the only outcome would be obliteration and disappearance without even making a ripple. This is the reason for all the changes in the Xuanwang heavenly Tao. It's truly a desperate measure to save its life. However, how could the plan that Li Fan painstakingly devised be as simple as actively seeking death? The Celestial Emperor's past ascension of the entire realm is actually similar to what I have in mind. However, my plan is superior in 3 aspects. Firstly, the immortal realm is vast and boundless. The cost of ascending the entire realm and transcending the mountains and seas is simply too great. In comparison, the Xuanwang immortal realm only occupies a small space within the high wall. Although small in scale, it is more operable. Secondly, to cross and transcend, one can either ride the waves with one's own path, or simply keep pace with the mountains and seas, standing on equal footing. The vast majority of transcendent powerhouses in the mortal world take the former path. This is because there are only a few things that are of the same level as the great Tao of the mountains and seas. Guarding the mound grants longevity, but have Wanjun. Li Fan still clearly remembered the Tao origin function that Wanjun awakened after devouring the eternal legacy left by Subai. Tao origin. When returning to truth can be activated, a designated area can be specified to accompany and return to the established anchor point together. Or, the opportunity to return to truth can be abandoned to designate an area to offset Tao annihilation Tao origin is the key to the Xuanwang immortal boat's qualification to cross the mountains and seas. When truth is taken as false, the false becomes truth Li Fan chanted these 7 words in a low voice. Under the reflection of the myriad manifestation Tao net in his sea of consciousness, everything in the entire Xuanwang immortal realm, every scene, every event, appeared vividly in his heart. Unless the complete great Tao of longevity is obtained and then infused, no matter how much this world is strengthened, the only outcome when it rushes into the mountains and seas is annihilation and disappearance. However, if I protect the Xuanwang immortal realm with the change of truth and falsehood, with the immortal boat beneath my feet, I will cross the mountains and seas myself. Although Wanjun is currently in a deep sleep. Buddha Wanjun craves all kinds of eternal legacies, presumably to reference various paths of transcendence in order to seek a real solution to the disaster of the mountains and seas merging. The so-called functions unlocked after devouring the eternal legacies are actually the mountain and sea DAOs practiced with a euro returning to truth a euro, as the protagonist. In other words, they are all combinations of the change of truth and falsehood and the path of transcendence. A euro avatar a euro DAO origin a euro unceasing reincarnation a euro, all are like this. This also means that Wanjun doesn't need to activate it for me. As long as I understand the two, I can also use these so-called functions. Just like the so-called divine grace, a euro illusion becomes reality a euro. I rely on the Xuanwang Immortal realm to embark on the path of transcendence. And the Xuanwang Immortal realm can only survive in the mountains and seas with my protection. With both, it is possible to cross the mountains and seas. But this alone is not enough. The most crucial thing is the third step. Li Fan's expression was strange. His divine sense gathered at a certain point in the myriad manifestation Dao net, a towering mountain in the Xuanwang Immortal realm, 9 million feet high, but completely hollowed out inside. Countless dense black dots quietly resided in the huge cave inside the mountain. At first glance, these black dots seemed somewhat similar to the ink kill. However, they actually had another name. Dao One Worm. These Dao One Worms were not deliberately created by Li Fan. They were originally just a kind of characteristic that naturally evolved during the opening of the Xuanwang Immortal realm, a kind of sprite whose shape was extremely similar to the Dao One Worm. However, after Li Fan noticed the existence of these sprites, he almost immediately thought of the Dao One Worms he had seen before. So he deliberately guided them to evolve and iterate in the direction of the Dao One Worm's characteristics. In the 100 years of the Xuanwang Immortal realm, these black insect swarms had become far more powerful than the alien beasts of the past. Don't look at the shining stars of cultivators in the sky of the Xuanwang Immortal realm. If the Dao One Worms in this mountain swarmed up and devoured all the stars, it would only take a moment. Such power is worthy of the name a euro Dao Oni a euro. However, I can feel that they are far from reaching their limit. Li Fan's heart moved, and a black dot in the cave disappeared silently. At the same time, a faint black spot appeared in a corner of the Xuanwang Immortal realm. The black spot only appeared for a moment, and then completely integrated into the Xuanwang heaven and earth. The integration and erosion of the Dao One Worm was silent. Even the Xuanwang heavenly Dao did not notice anything. Even if Li Fan was the parent of Xuanwang and had absolute control over the Xuanwang Immortal realm, it would be difficult to detect this quietly occurring change if he had not been monitoring the erosion process of the Dao One Worms. Under Li Fan's instructions, this Dao One Worm kept wandering and shuttling through the Xuanwang heaven and earth. Soon it reached the foundation of the Xuanwang Immortal realm, the sparsely developed land above the mountain. It did not enter directly, but lurked along the edge of the area. The Dao One Worm felt the unique rhythm from the mountain above, and its own slowly changed accordingly. This creature, which did not possess intelligence, could not comprehend the principles of the mountains and seas. However, it could rely on instinct to gradually transform itself into an existence more suitable for the mountains and seas. This process might be extremely long, but the Dao One Worm swarms shared with each other. As long as there were enough, the time required for assimilation could be greatly shortened. The life form of the Dao One Worms is too simple and simple. So they can do things that cultivators cannot do. Under Li Fan's will manipulation, endless Dao One Worms left their dwelling cave. Some flew up to the 9 heavens, residing near the 4 heavenly gates, feeling the aura of the infinite sea. Some came to the ground, lurking outside the mountain above. Some flew to all parts of the Xuanwang Immortal realm, breathing freely. Li Fan had once driven the Dao One Worms to wormify the entire 5 elements cave heaven. Now it was just a repeat of the old trick. In the final analysis, the Dao One Worms were a kind of sprite born and evolved in the Xuanwang Immortal realm under his will. And now, he was secretly transforming the Xuanwang realm through this kind of sprite. The essence of his behavior was no different from driving tree people to build the headquarters of the Myriad Worlds United Association in the Spirit Wood realm in the past. The Dao One Worms evolve in the direction of the mountains and seas. And the Xuanwang realm, in the process of being devoured by the Dao One Worms, also achieves this effect. Xuanwang Dao One Feis, Dao One Mountains and Seas Feis. This is the third step I have taken. Dao One devours the mountains and seas. A flash of light flashed in Li Fan's eyes. Li Fan had never had any awe of the mountains and seas. Even though he had personally experienced the vastness of the mountains and seas more than once. The power of the mountains and seas, although unmatched by cultivators. But there are those who are of the same level as them in the world. Wanjun, the great Tao of longevity. The power of the mountains and seas may even come from the so-called creator god. He who steals from others will be stolen from a euro. Even if I can't occupy all the mountains and seas, as long as I can occupy a place in the mountains and seas, I don't have to worry about the calamity of Tao annihilation anymore. Even after the mountains and seas completely merge in the future, the Tao One worms can make corresponding changes according to the follow-up. In front of Li Fan, there seemed to be a picture of black dots all over the sky, quietly inking the mountains and seas. And Li Fan sat in this ink color, quietly watching the dramatic changes in the mountains and seas. From the current point of view, there is nothing wrong with my plan. The adaptability of the Tao One worms to the infinite sea and the mountain above is better than expected. Li Fan silently observed the changes in the Tao One worms in the Xuanwang immortal realm. He thought so in his heart. Perhaps because everything in the mortal world originated from the mountains and seas, the ancestral behavior of the Tao One worms tending towards the evolution of the mountains and seas was unusually smooth. Countless black dots gathered at the edge of the intersection between the Xuanwang immortal realm and the mountains and seas. It seemed that they could quietly invade at any time. But they did not take further action, but kept increasing the number of nearby tribes to make themselves more adaptable. At the moment when the Xuanwang immortal realm officially connects to the mountains and seas, whether the plan is feasible or not may be truly verified. Li Fan stared at the Tao One worms in the world, muttering to himself. Although from the current signs, Li Fan's a Tao One devours the mountains and seas plan was very likely to succeed. But Li Fan was never a person who hanged himself on one tree. Before planning for victory, plan for defeat first. He had already prepared an alternative plan in his heart. Error-free version is being read. 6=9 book_bar first published this novel. If my deduction is wrong, my understanding of a Tao origin cannot protect Xuanwang in the mountains and seas. Or the Tao One worms cannot adapt to the mountains and seas and help the Xuanwang immortal realm survive in the mountains and seas. I can simply abandon them and go my own way of transcendence again. No matter what, after experiencing this collision between Xuanwang and the mountains and seas, my experience will be richer, and my understanding of the mountains and seas will be more profound. At that time, I may be able to truly think of a path that belongs to me alone. Having the experience of successfully escaping from the tribulation of the fusion of the three Taos, Li Fan had the confidence that even if he was temporarily trapped in the mountains and seas, he could escape calmly. Of course, the premise is that the blessing of the change of truth and falsehood and the illusion of reality is essential. After obtaining the Supreme Tao Book and weaving the myriad manifestation Tao net with its initial scale, Li Fan's understanding of the change of truth and falsehood also rose to a new level. Li Fan had already vaguely grasped the application of the change of truth and falsehood. Now that his understanding of the principles of the Great Tao was more profound, he became more and more handy in performing the corresponding changes of truth and falsehood. With a slight movement of his mind, in front of Li Fan, a crystal-clear jade disc phantom was born out of thin air from nothing. Its appearance was exactly the same as the Immortal Row disintegration disc that disappeared in the fusion of the three Taos. The phantom of the disintegration disc flickered, jumping back and forth between illusion and reality. At first, the duration of the illusion state was longer. But later, as the transformation became faster and faster, the phantom of the disintegration disc solidified, as if it was really about to descend into the world. The flickering of light and shadow became more and more anxious, and the illusory image seemed to disappear completely. What appeared in front of Li Fan was like the real entity of the disintegration disc. However, looking at this familiar creation, Li Fan frowned slightly. With my almost limit-reaching array Tao talent, it is still not enough to achieve a complete change of truth and falsehood. I can only barely maintain its real state. Once I withdraw the power of truth and falsehood, it will disappear immediately. This seems to be only a line away from the illusion of reality, but it is like a world of difference. Just like my array talent, although it is the theoretical limit. But after all, it is a thread away from transcending with an array. Li Fan suddenly felt difficult in his heart. Could it be that only by reaching the realm of transcendence on a certain great Tao can the truth and falsehood of that path be realized? How is this possible? Wanjun can reset, restore, and even the entire mountains and seas with one thought. How is this done? The more Li Fan understood the change of truth and falsehood, the more confused he became. Fortunately, he was not a stubborn person. Since he couldn't figure it out for the time being, he didn't think about it for now. Everything is based on improving oneself as a prerequisite. In the end, he failed to turn the Immortal Road disintegration disk from illusion to reality. Li Fan stopped doing useless work and withdrew the phantom in front of him. Now, for the Tao One devours the mountains and seas plan, I need to do 3 things at the same time. Pay attention to the mountains and seasification process of the Tao One worms at all times, enhance the foundation of the primordial immortal realm so that it can persist for more time when it collides with the mountains and seas, continue to search for and comprehend different Taos, and promote my comprehension of the change of truth and falsehood. Li Fan divided his mind into countless parts, integrating into every corner of the Xuanwang immortal realm. Each did its own thing, slowly accumulating. Time passed slowly. 5 years later, feeling a commotion outside the high wall, Li Fan was awakened from his enlightenment. What is this? Li Fan's expression was strange, staring outside the high wall, in the direction of the Shuo Star Sea. Cat treasure. A wisp of his will that he had left outside the high wall actually felt an aura that was similar to cat treasure. Li Fan's first reaction was to look at the location of the fishing pond in the Xuanwang immortal realm. As expected of the name of the mountains and seas fishing ground, even though the Xuanwang realm had undergone earth-shaking changes, this pond of water had not been greatly affected. It was still so calm and deep, but with the Xuanwang changes, the pond water would occasionally ripple slightly. Apart from that, there are no other changes in the fishing pond. Cat treasure did not appear from the fishing pond, but inexplicably descended outside the high wall. A little interesting. Could it be that there is another mountains and seas fishing ground there? Li Fan couldn't help but become interested. Not only because he had had close contact with cat treasure, but also because he guessed that cat treasure was a creation of other possible, Holy Emperor Li Fan. After thinking about it, the great heavenly venerable immortal puppet flashed and came outside the high wall. He changed his shape and quietly flew towards the direction from which the fluctuation had just come. Without the help of the Xuanwang immortal realm's power, the strength that can be exerted is more than a notch weaker. But this time it is only to inquire about news, it should be enough. Moreover, the Tao Net has not yet been established in the Shuo Star Sea at this point in time. It is a gathering place for the creatures that survived the destruction of the immortal realm in the starry sky, a mixed bag. There are true immortals, there are cultivators. As long as I am low-key, I should not encounter any danger. Before long, the great heavenly venerable immortal puppet had arrived at the specific location where he had sensed the fluctuation before. However, at this moment, the starry sky was empty. But this did not stump Li Fan. The display word formula was waived, and the scope of action was deliberately limited. The power of display was only limited to the original possibilities. 1579. Sneak into the Shengxian boat. Waves suddenly arose before the celestial venerable immortal puppet. Amidst the swaying shadows, the image of a white cat could vaguely be seen. It only existed for a brief moment before leaping up and disappearing towards a certain direction. Watching the faint white line drifting in the starry sky, Li Fan watched it disappear into the depths of the Shuo Star Sea. S somewhat different from cat treasure's image, but the aura and fluctuations are extremely similar. The direction it disappeared in Isa A. Li Fan followed cat treasure's tracks, lurking and delving deeper. When the manifestation art revealed that the white line had completely disappeared, Li Fan had already arrived before a strange building in the starry sky. It resembled a planet covered in black metal armor, quietly lying ahead. These black metal armors were made of some unknown substance, and were able to escape the capture of the celestial venerable immortal puppet's divine sense. When scanning outside the Shuo Star Sea before, the celestial venerable immortal puppet did not detect its existence. It was only now, when he got closer, that this planet could no longer hide. It's not just the material that's special. After careful observation, Li Fan discovered a clue. The peculiar creation before him was somewhat similar to the current Xuanwang immortal realm. The connection with the original possibility had become extremely fragile. It seemed as if it could break at any moment, drifting away from then on. Like a lone boat. Or rather, it is originally an immortal ship. Merchant immortal ship. A strange light flashed in Li Fan's eyes, as he had already recognized the origin of this uniquely shaped planet. Before, in Qin Zhuang's memories, I obtained information that cat treasure was a creation of the merchant immortal ship. After I left the high wall, although the merchant immortal ship had already disappeared, According to the memories of relevant personnel in the Shuo Star Sea, the holy merchants did indeed have creations similar to cat treasure. Qin Zhuang's memories were not wrong. However, the actual performance of those creations was far less powerful than the cat treasure that captured the hungry immortal in an instant. Even dealing with ordinary true immortals was very difficult. Qin Zhuang's strength was low, so he was unable to distinguish the difference. OA originally thought it was just a simple coincidence. The holy merchants created an artifact with a similar appearance to cat treasure. Now it seems a. Li Fan couldn't help but become interested. He separated a wisp of his will and slowly approached the merchant immortal ship ahead. Wrapped in black metal armor, the merchant immortal ship seemed to be in the gap between reality and illusion. Even though his divine sense reached its location, he was unable to make contact with it. It was as if the black planet before him was just an illusion. However, this kind of disguise and protection method was not difficult for Li Fan. As long as it hasn't left the origin possibility and leapt into the mountains and seas, it will definitely be connected to the surrounding Great Daos. Before Li Fan's eyes, the Great Dao network suddenly appeared. All living beings in the world are within this net. Although the merchant immortal ship was like a dragonfly skimming the water, with extremely weak contact with the net, Li Fan was still able to accurately identify the traces of the Great Daos that were still connected to the merchant immortal ship and had produced slight distortions with his understanding of the origin Great Dao. Following the clues, Li Fan quickly locked onto the true location of the merchant immortal ship in the origin. Quite peculiar, it doesn't just exist in the Shuo Star Sea, but is like countless scattered starlight, existing simultaneously in dozens of different starry skies. The merchant immortal ship is neither close nor far from the origin, leaving only dozens of support points to maintain contact. And the black planet in front of me is one of the support points of the merchant immortal ship. This structure is even more reasonable than the Xuanwang immortal realm's form as a flying ship. At the critical moment of leaving the origin and leaping into the mountains and seas, it can use these support points to exert force. It is easier to leave the origin, enter the mountains and seas, and find other safe places. Li Fan observed, his eyes lighting up. He recorded this strange structure. And in the Xuanwang immortal realm, the Xuanwang heavenly Dao sensed Li Fan's will, and obediently cooperated and carried out corresponding evolutions. In the dark, the Dao One worm was also quietly gathering towards the newly born tentacles of the Xuanwang immortal realm, carrying out further transformation. Changes in the world are often extremely slow, often requiring tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years. But when it has a higher will to dominate, and has enough energy as support, its evolution can even be faster than a single life form. But not to mention another round of drastic changes in the Xuanwang immortal realm. After the celestial Venerable immortal puppet deciphered the secret of the merchant immortal ship's hidden secrets, he then tried to inject that wisp of divided consciousness into the black planet. The black metal covering the exterior of the merchant immortal ship seemed to have a great inhibitory effect on divine sense. Even though the wisp of divine sense that Li Fan divided out was close to the strength of a true immortal, it was still almost weakened to the point of being unable to maintain its existence. Fortunately, the core of the divine sense was special, with the myriad manifestation Dao network as its foundation. Only then did it finally break through the outermost defense of the merchant immortal ship. It's not just suppression of divine sense. Its physical protection ability is also really not weak. At the very least, strength below the true immortal level cannot cause any damage to it. Taking true immortal as the bound area. Li Fan already understood that all the protective measures arranged by the merchant immortal ship in front of him were based on immortals as the hypothetical enemy. This kind of black metal that can defend against immortals to a certain extent does not seem to be a thing of the origin. At the very least, in the remaining starry sky of the current origin, only the merchant immortal ship has this thing. Although Li Fan had not traveled all over the origin, he could rely on that supreme Dao book left by the inscribed Dao immortal to have a more accurate grasp of the remaining great Daos of the origin. The Dao principles involved in this strange black metal were not within the scope recorded in the supreme Dao book. From other possibilities. Thinking about how the cat treasure that appeared before disappeared into the merchant immortal ship in the end, Li Fan already had a faint guess in his heart. However, it still needed to be verified. The celestial Venerable immortal puppet divided a wisp of will, passed through the black metal protection, and the vision suddenly became bright. The sky was filled with dazzling stars, constantly changing and flowing. It was as if he was lost in the endless starry sky, making it difficult to distinguish directions. Seeing this, Li Fan couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Oozing this formation in front of Guangdong is like showing off one's axe. Almost instantly, Li Fan identified the correct path in the immeasurable and countless stars, and broke through the protective formation. And the last layer of protection that appeared next was somewhat unexpected to Li Fan. A narrow and dark corridor, straight to the distance. At the end of the corridor, there seemed to be a hunched figure standing. Li Fan looked around. Either destroy this corridor and directly rush into the merchant immortal ship. Or you can only follow the corridor If the main body came in person, perhaps it could easily destroy the merchant immortal ship. But the wisp of will divided out at this moment did not have such power. So he hid himself as much as possible, and quietly shuttled along the corridor. There was no other mystery in the corridor, and soon Li Fan came to the end of the corridor. He also saw clearly the figure stationed at the end of the corridor. He had no beard or hair, and seemed extremely old. The wrinkles on his face were like deep ravines, which looked a bit terrifying. The old man was sitting on an earthy yellow wooden chair, bent over, staring calmly at the corridor passage in front of him. Only those eyes seemed to still retain vitality. He was very vigilantly monitoring the surrounding movements. Li Fan was not sure if the other party had discovered him, because the old man's eyes clearly stayed at his location several times. But for some reason, he only paused slightly. He did not make any excessive moves, and then, as if he had not seen it, he turned to other positions. After Li Fan's will floated past the old man, he clearly noticed that the other party seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. This person is a bit interesting. Thinking this way, he passed through 3 layers of protection, and finally truly entered the merchant immortal ship. What he saw made him stunned. The location was a huge white space, with a large number of humanoid puppets suspended in the air. These puppets were all made of some kind of metal. Although there were no spiritual fluctuations on their bodies, Li Fan could vaguely perceive their eaviness. In terms of combat power alone, they are not weaker than ordinary Dao integration cultivators. Li Fan could perceive that these humanoid puppets were scanning this huge white space non-stop. In addition to the passage Li Fan came from, there were a total of 80 passages, seemingly connected to other starry skies. These humanoid puppets should have a shared consciousness. And the material is special. Although a single one is weak, the large number can cause some trouble to ordinary true immortals. But Li Fan was not comparable to ordinary true immortals. So he openly and justly broke through the blockade under the eyes of countless humanoid puppets. After leaving the white space, he officially entered the merchant immortal ship. Unlike the scene of the Zan immortal ship's withering vitality that Li Fan had seen. Inside the merchant immortal ship, it could be said to be a scene of vitality. But this so-called vitality, in Li Fan's view, was a bit strange. Because as long as he saw the people of the merchant immortal ship, more or less, they had lost some of the characteristics of living beings. A certain part of the body was replaced by a strange blue substance. This blue substance was similar to gold but not gold, similar to wood but not wood. It was like it was purely composed of light, with its own breathing, emitting regular fluctuations. All the people of the merchant immortal ship no longer used language to communicate. The blue light flashed, and communication was completed. The communication efficiency was extremely fast, and it seemed that deception and lies were avoided. Every person of the merchant immortal ship seemed to have an important task. They were in a hurry, with solemn expressions. Li Fan followed one of the people of the blue immortal ship who had been most thoroughly transformed, and entered a crystallized building. After passing through layers of verification, this person seemed to have arrived in a space that belonged exclusively to him. The blue light kept jumping. There were no outsiders around, and the fluctuations of the blue light were several times stronger than in the public state. Therefore, Li Fan could roughly sense what he was thinking. In 10 days, the Chen Yi No component must be handed in. But it's still far from the requirements above. As this person's thoughts turned, hundreds of thousands of different components appeared in front of him out of thin air. Although their shapes had slight differences, they had a common general shape. Li Fan looked at it for a long time, but could not guess its specific use. This blue immortal ship person had a focused expression, and experimented with these hundreds of thousands of components one by one. Then, he shook his head slightly and sighed. With a wave of his hand, he generated hundreds of thousands of other shaped components. He conducted another round of testing. Li Fan did not know how time was measured in the merchant immortal ship. However, it could be clearly seen that this blue immortal ship person was becoming more and more anxious. Oh, never mind, let's try it first. Euro. He suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, and scattered all the other components, leaving only one. Euro O Level 3 Immortal Research, Sun Sheng Shen, applies for Chen Yi, 18,762 component testing. Euro The blue light jumped on his head. Not long after, he seemed to have accepted Sun Sheng Shen's application. In front of him, a phantom was born out of thin air. Its image was exactly a vivid cat. Sun Sheng Shen implanted the component he created into the cat treasure in front of him. The cat treasure image kept zooming in. A moment of 10 trillion times, only after a moment, the panorama of the cat treasure can no longer be seen macroscopically. It's just a scene of countless components stacked up. And in it, there is a vacant place that is shining with blue light. Sun Sheng Shen put the component he created into it. The scene instantly shrank back to normal from the extremely subtle. The cat treasure also came alive in an instant. Euro test the first function, copyability. Euro. In the void, before the cat treasure, there was a piece of tattered clothing. Although it was tattered, Li Fan keenly noticed that there were traces of formations left on the clothes. It should have been a magic weapon. A blue beam of light shot out from the eyes of the experimental cat treasure, locking on the tattered clothes. After 3 breaths, the beam of light turned to another blank area. The same creation was slowly generated in it. Sun Sheng Shen watched nervously. These 2 pieces of clothing floated up, and then were instantly decomposed into thousands of invisible particles. The 2 magic weapons disappeared together, leaving only a symbol. Below the symbol, there was also a downward arrow. Although Li Fan had not been exposed to this kind of symbol before, just like the true immortal seal character, he could know its meaning the moment he saw the symbol. It precisely represents the number 0.0028. The moment the symbol appeared, Sun Sheng Shen was struck by lightning, and his face turned pale. The blue light on his head became very weak, and it seemed that it could be extinguished at any time. After a long time, Sun Sheng Shen recovered. Gritting his teeth, he began the second test. Euro evolution. Euro. In the void, where the previous clothes magic weapon appeared. This time, a white snake appeared. The cat treasure released light from its eyes again, locking on the white snake. In the beam of light, the white snake seemed to be frozen still. And when the beam of light receded, the white snake let out a sharp sound, and its body twisted non-stop. It seemed to be suffering great pain. And on its forehead, it seemed that horns were about to come out of the flesh. The scales all over its body also became more magical. The white snake transformed into a dragon, and it lasted for 30 breaths. After 30 breaths, the white dragon fell into a frozen still state again. Like the previous clothes, it was decomposed into countless small light particles. After a moment, a symbol appeared in front of Sun Sheng Shen. This time, the direction of the arrow next to the symbol was upward. Sun Sheng Shen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Li Fan saw it clearly. The meaning represented by this symbol was 0.003. Next, the final test. Spiritualization. Cat Bao's eyes once again released a blue light. But this time, the light locked onto Sun Sheng himself. 1580. Seeing cat treasure on Shenzhou. The moment he was enveloped in the blue light, Sun Sheng Shen seemed to suddenly realize something, and his face instantly turned extremely pale. It was as if something extremely terrifying was about to happen to him. The beam of light lingered on him for 3 breaths before shifting to the adjacent area. Blue light surged like a tide, and soon after, a figure was born within it. Its physique, appearance, and even the expression on its face were exactly the same as Sun Sheng Shen's. The blue light locked onto the new and old Sun Sheng Shen, just like the previous 2 verification processes. Another symbol solidified in the void, representing 0.00041. Next to the symbol, there was also an upward arrow. The moment the arrow appeared, different expressions appeared on the faces of the 2 Sun Sheng Shens. The original Sun Sheng Shen's face was as pale as paper, and his eyes were filled with despair. The newly born Sun Shengshen, on the other hand, secretly breathed a sigh of relief, a trace of luck flashing in his eyes. Time seemed to freeze. Under the illumination of the blue light, the original Sun Shengshen instantly transformed into countless invisible particles and disappeared. The newly born Sun Shengshen took over his work. Li Fan keenly observed that a small portion of these particles adhered to the newly born Sun Shengshen. He didn't seem to have the memories of the previous experimental cycle. After standing blankly for a moment, the blue light on his head began to shine, displaying the same words: "There are still 10 days left before the Chenyi number components must be submitted. But it's still quite far from the requirements above." What followed was a repetition akin to reincarnation. Thinking, designing new components, and then testing. Third-level Immortal research, Sun Shengshen, applying for Chenyi, 18,762 component testing. However, in this experiment, the symbol displayed after testing the replica created by Mao Bao represented 0.00036, with a downward arrow next to the symbol. Therefore, this Sun Shengshen was spared. The spirit transformation replication efficiency has actually decreased so much. Where exactly is the problem? Sun Shengshen looked at his replica, and the blue light attached to his head suddenly erupted. The light was like a blade, disassembling the replica and then observing it inch by inch. When the blue light subsided, Sun Shengshen began designing the next round of components. Li Fan stayed in this space for a full half a year, witnessing more than 30 cycles. Sun Shengshen's life seemed to consist only of designing and experimenting. Apart from fixed times for going out and relaxing, and communicating with other Saint Merchant citizens, all his remaining time was spent in this repetition. He remained completely unaware of his cyclical fate. Only in the instant before being enveloped by the blue light and about to be destroyed did he awaken each time. But this did not affect the more capable replica from replacing him and carrying out the next round of new design experiments. The 3 items of the experiment correspond exactly to the 3 abilities displayed by Mao Bao: item replication, life form mimicry, and marrow cleansing. Sun Shengshen is responsible for only one of Mao Bao's countless components. On the entire Merchant Immortal ship, there are countless people like Sun Shengshen. By making small improvements to each component, the effectiveness of the creation, Mao Bao, is constantly advancing as a whole. The ultimate goal is to approach, or even reach, the real Mao Bao. Thinking of this, Li Fan became even more interested in the Saint Merchant Lord. It was a pity that although everyone in the Merchant Immortal ship seemed to be able to communicate through thoughts and were equal to each other, this was clearly just a facade. Li Fan infiltrated the Merchant Immortal ship for a full half a year. All the Immortal ship products he encountered were cyclical laborers like Sun Shengshen. But Li Fan never saw those who were truly responsible for the operation of the Saint Merchant Order, or those who created this set of workflow patterns. It was as if, although they were in the same Merchant Immortal ship, the 2 groups of people lived in different worlds. This group of people is hiding quite deeply. After searching without success, Li Fan finally looked at the omnipresent Mao Bao creations in the Merchant Immortal ship. It seems that each cyclical laborer's space contains one, used to participate in experiments at any time. In fact, all these Mao Bao creations are the same one. Returning to Sun Shengshen's location, when the Mao Bao phantom fully appeared at the start of another experiment, Li Fan's will quietly attempted to invade it. Since it can truly display the 3 major functions, it means that even if Mao Bao's main body is not in this world, there must be a power connection. Li Fan's step of intrusion was extremely cautious. Even though the Immortal ship's Mao Bao creations were far inferior to the real Mao Bao, they still possessed all of Mao Bao's characteristics. The real Mao Bao could instantly suppress a starving immortal, and this creation imitated by the Immortal ship could also compete with an ordinary true immortal. It should not be underestimated. After all, it was not Li Fan's main body that had come this time, but only a wisp of the great heavenly venerate immortal puppet's will. If he were exposed and startled the Merchant Immortal ship away, it would be bad. Li Fan's expectations were correct. The Mao Bao creation in front of him did indeed have a faint connection with reality. However, it was limited to the moment when Mao Bao's function was activated. At other times, even if the Mao Bao image continued to appear, it was just a simple illusory projection. The connection between the Mao Bao creation's power manifestation and its main body was fleeting, but Li Fan accurately captured it each time. He did not rush in along this connection. Instead, he patiently witnessed thousands of descents and disappearances, ensuring that it would not suddenly change or that there might be traps. Only then did Li Fan follow the power of the Maobao creation's descent and disappearance, lurking to where its true body was located. A dark space. Looking into the distance, one could vaguely see that this space had transparent boundaries like glass. An orange cat was lying quietly in the void, in a deep sleep. 99 blue chains completely bound the cat. One could vaguely see countless flowing symbols flowing from the orange cat's body to the other end of the chains extending into the void. Next to this sleeping black cat, another cat was sitting quietly. The appearance of this cat was exactly the same as the Maobao creation of the merchant Immortal ship. It stared closely at the kindred next to it, occasionally approaching and sniffing carefully. However, it also seemed to be afraid of waking the orange cat, and did not dare to get too close, still keeping a distance. Li Fan had once meticulously carved countless Maobao wooden sculptures in order to dispel the fear of Maobao in his heart, and then burned them all to ashes. Although the orange cat being imprisoned was extremely similar in appearance to Maobao, and could even be said to be almost exactly the same, Li Fan could intuitively see the subtle difference between the two at a glance. Looks very similar, but is not. Li Fan felt a little relieved. Neither the orange cat nor the Immortal ship cat seemed to have noticed Li Fan's intrusion. Continuing their original behavior. After a certain period, the Immortal boat cat would attempt to learn and imitate the sleeping posture of an orange cat. It wasn't just the physical form, even its appearance and expression began to change in that direction. But for some reason, this learning and change couldn't last long. Almost every time, it only lasted for a dozen or so breaths before the Immortal boat cat would revert to its original state. However, it didn't seem to want to give up, persistently learning. Li Fan noticed that each time the Immortal boat cat changed, it resembled the original more than before. This should be the result of countless Sun Xingshen's efforts. However, this caught a euro. Li Fan had a strange feeling in his heart. The Immortal boat cat before him, although a creation imitating the real cat treasure, for some reason, its eyes seemed even more lively than the real cat treasure. It was like he a euro, a human, and the changes that occurred in the Immortal boat cat not long after completely confirmed Li Fan's guess. After yet another transformation and learning session, it seemed to finally feel a little tired. The Immortal boat cat yawned, and then, surprisingly, transformed from a cat back into a human. This work is organized and uploaded by 69shu.com. Having been in a cat's body for so long, I'm a little unaccustomed to the human form, a handsome young man who looked only 15 or 16 years old said with some self-deprecation. As the young man returned to human form, blue figures appeared one after another. Master. The blue figures all respectfully saluted the young man. The young man merely nodded slightly, his expression indifferent. Over there, is there any news? The young man asked. The last contact was more than half a year ago. They promised to send another one over. However, we haven't seen it. And there has been no response from them since, one of the blue figures replied. The young man frowned slightly, and one of his ears instantly transformed into a cat ear. After wiggling it slightly, the young man chuckled and said, "You don't need to be suspicious, it has been sent over. It's just that when it arrived here, there was a problem, and it broke free." The blue lights around the figures flickered, seemingly in astonishment. The young man waved his hand and said with a smile, "Don't worry. With €1 la quota euro, here, the new one won't be able to run away. It should be hiding in the boat." Upon hearing this, the blue figures were extremely shocked and said repeatedly, "We are derelict in our duty, please punish us, master." The heaven-snatching cat is incredibly mysterious. Even if it appeared openly in front of you, you might not be able to detect it. If it wants to hide, how could you know? How are you at fault? The young man said indifferently. If the heaven-snatching cat didn't have such power, why would I go to such lengths, even learning it myself? The surrounding blue figures all looked ashamed and lowered their heads. The young man himself didn't seem to mind. "Let's go, follow me to meet this newcomer." With a wave of his hand, a rift appeared in the field. The young man stepped out, and the others followed. Li Fan also quietly attached himself to one of the blue figures and left this place. Just before leaving, Li Fan seemed to notice that the orange cat named Loquat, who was imprisoned, trembled slightly. Not an illusion. Interesting, Li Fan thought to himself. The young man led the group to a completely different area from where the Sun Xingshen were below. Tens of thousands of buildings floated in the starry sky like stars. From a distance, the style of these buildings was somewhat similar to the profound Immortal boat. The creatures living within, some of them also had blue bodies. However, the vast majority were still normal humans. The moment the young man appeared in the starry sky, they all noticed. "Welcome, Holy Lord," they shouted in unison, bowing their heads. "Since you have the guts to come here, why hide?" The young man sneered, speaking to a lush green tree floating in the starry sky. Li Fan saw that, unlike the Ruo tree, what this tree contained was not vitality but death energy. However, when the death energy condensed to the extreme, it presented a vibrant appearance. As the young man spoke, the leaves rustled. After a moment, a black and white cat jumped out from the top of the tree. The black and white cat sniffed, as if sensing something. It growled at the young man, then lowered its body, ready to pounce. In that instant, the young man transformed into the trapped orange cat. The black and white cat was momentarily stunned by this attack. The transformation only lasted for an instant before the young man turned back into human form. And the blue figures around him didn't need his reminder at all. With great tacit understanding, even before he spoke, they had already begun their attacks. An empty garment, yet it was like a real cultivator, launching black threads. Although most of the black threads were absorbed and assimilated by the black and white cat as soon as they approached, a small portion survived, landing on the black and white cat and weaving into clothing. A broken suona horn played high-pitched notes, covering up all the cat treasure's sounds. But what it covered was not just sound. The radiance from the black and white cat's eyes dimmed in the sound of the suona. A scarred wooden stick, seemingly about to break at any moment, flew out countless transparent figures when it was waved. These figures all showed expressions of compassion, and although they had lost their eyes, they all accurately locked onto the enemy, launching suicidal attacks without fear of death. An ordinary stone, as if it could appear in any river. Although when thrown, it was not aimed at the direction where the black and white cat was, it could always accurately hit the black and white cat's head. A euro. The people of the merchant Immortal boat used all sorts of methods. There were no magical powers or spells, relying entirely on strange objects. Under the siege of these strange objects, the black and white cat was beaten without any resistance. All attacks were mysteriously resolved, and it could only be passively beaten. Even the whimpering sound was suppressed by the suona. This bizarre scene made Li Fan, who was secretly watching, feel startled. These things a euro. The great Tao's attached to them, I have almost never seen them. They all come from other possibilities. And they are not weak. Seeing this, Li Fan instinctively hid himself more carefully. He remembered the previous conversation between the Holy Merchant Lord and the Holy Merchant people. The merchant Immortal boat, should it have the assistance of other possibilities? The cat treasure is suspected to be a member of the heaven-snatching cat. The opponent can actually capture and send the cat treasure, their strength must not be underestimated. However, why would they choose to help the merchant Immortal boat? There is a masterpiece nomination at the starting point, please ask for it shamelessly. Thanks.